a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
It's the greatest 1v1 show on Earth. It's the greatest test of competition. It's the greatest test of skill. It's StarCraft 2 here for Gamers Without Borders, and here we are for the pre-show brought to you by Savvy Games Group. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. You may or may not know me. However, we do have two great analysts here joining me here to start things off for the day. We have got ourselves it's Wardy, it's Loco. Wardy, how you doing? We had a great weekend last weekend. Now we're going to do it all over again. There's lots of games to go. What are you thinking?
I think it's going to be a lot of fun, man. Last weekend was awesome. We had some really fun games, and I think this weekend's really fun too, because there's certain players who obviously, you know, last weekend we had players we expected to make it out and they got through, and so in my eyes this weekend's a bit closer, but then you've also got some of those awesome names that did fall to the wayside last week, like Hero, for example. So it's just gonna be great. All the StarCraft 2 games look amazing today.
Is that a Team Rocket shirt? Oh wow!
Of course it is.
I love it. I love it a lot. Loco, how are you doing, fellow? Of course, you were able to cover a lot of the games last week as well. I'm sure that there might be fixtures you're looking forward to coming into this with all the extra great players that are coming along today.
Yeah, last week we had obviously the first stage of this particular tournament, and this week we're doing the second stage and bringing in more pro gamers. I know some people were wondering in the chat, like, hey, where's Clem, where's Astrea? I think you guys are going to enjoy the games that we've got coming up over the next few days. Yeah,
some great stuff indeed. But before we actually delve into everything that's going on in this weekend, let's take a look back at who has actually qualified for Gamers 8 already here at Gamers Without Borders, because we have 8 names that are able to move on to that offline stage in Riyadh. And it's a great list of names here. Some I wasn't quite expecting to be able to make it with the path that they took here, Wardy, but names like Solar, for example, looked absolutely fantastic considering the bracket that they were given.
Oh yeah, I mean, Solo went through Dark to start things off, right? And that was just an awesome series in the first place as well. And then he went down and took 3-0 over Maru, who did make it in the lower bracket, who then knocked Hero out. And it was really the Korean side of things where a lot of the chaos reigned, right? I wouldn't say we were too surprised by Cyril and Reyno and so on making it through that first week. So yeah, it was awesome, man. And yeah, it was tough. It was not easy in week 1.
Yeah, definitely. So as we take a look at some of the highlights from that, and we can kind of recap our minds, here was the start of things for Maru here, Loco, and he was able to dispatch of Creator pretty well, I want to say. But then when he was going up against Solar later on, it was kind of a bit of a mishmash, a little bit all over the place, but we saw some great stuff last weekend.
Yeah, he ended up going for some crazy strategies as well, right? I remember the triple starport opener and just build orders that we haven't really seen before. I think that's kind of a theme as well from last week. We've seen some strategies that are, well, at least historically, not what we really come to expect. We've just seen some amazing build orders from everybody. Just some really fun StarCraft 2. In particular, that series that GuMiho played versus Dark comes to mind, where everybody over the last couple of years has been playing that mass ghost style, and he comes out, you know what, I'm going to make some Medivacs with my mech instead, and I'm going to be dropping some Thors and some Blue Flame Hellbats. Just, yeah, a lot of fun games, and maybe even pushing the meta forward as well.
And on the world side of things, we had games like Cyril versus ShoWTimE, where ShoWTimE was showing a lot of skill here, Wardy, but then unfortunately had to fall down to the lower bracket to go up against Reyna, and you can't catch a break as ShoWTimE, it felt like, in that world bracket.
No, his bracket just turned out to be really, really rough, but obviously he did manage to, you know, at least put up a fight along the way, so I'm very hopeful for him this weekend. This Solo Maru series, man, just...
It was nuts.
By the way. Yeah, I mean, just almost baffling when you kind of think back. And then also, like, when it was the next day and Maru took down Hero, I'm sure we're going to see that in a bit, but then for Maru to lose to Solo like that, but then just to absolutely destroy Hero in the way he did, it's just like... Like, why did Maru wake up on the wrong side of the bed on day 1? You know?
Yeah, right? Against Hero?
Yeah, he destroyed him as well. Like, it wasn't even really competitive, was it? Like, it was just one-sided.
Yeah, in our best of 5s, we had a lot of 3-0s, it felt like. I mean, we just saw the end glimpses as well, Loco, of Hero Marine going up against Oliveira. And I think that, you know, Oliveira, yes, the world champion, but Hero Marine looked amazing in TVT that weekend.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a result that I think most people wouldn't have ever predicted. I mean, Hero Marine has always been good in that particular matchup, but Oliveira, like you said, he's the world champion. And for the biggest of games, to take him down 3-0 is amazing.
And so did Reyna as well. So he was able to qualify on through to Gamers 8 here. So some great names that have already qualified, of course, but this weekend, or 3 days, extended weekend, we're going to qualify another 8 names moving through to make a total of 16 for Gamers Gamers 8. And the prize pool's astronomical as well, so every player wants to be able to make it through to Riyadh here for StarCraft 2. Now let's take a focus, gentlemen, at what's going on for these 3 days. We've got the Korean bracket to start things off, and we've also going to be greeting 4 new names alongside the names that were unfortunate to be not advancing on in the previous weekend here at Wardy. So starting things off, of course, our first match is going to be RagnaroK versus Bunny, so we can kind of coast on by that for now. Classic GuMiho, Creator Cure, and DRG Hero. Some big heavy hitters in this bracket.
I love the classic GuMiho match. We saw GuMiho dispatch of Hero first round last week. We were excited about that series. It was great.
Yeah.
Classic is so good in PvT, though. This is a matchup I'm always impressed by Classic in. As of late, he's been very consistent in it as well. So I think that just naturally kind of writes itself into being a very exciting match to start us off. Q is obviously always a beast as well, and he takes on Creator, who also had some pretty good showing. You know, he put up a good fight against Maru last week. While he lost, he made some really cool decisions in the games. You know, when he said, hey, look, I can't win this unless I attack across the map. And he made games way closer than they should have been. So for me, these two TVPs sandwiched in the middle, I think they're going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot of Terran power here. However, Loco, as we looked at last week, the Protoss didn't fare too well. But when you look at this bracket, do you feel like the Protoss might have a bit of a better shot this weekend?
Yeah, I definitely think it's fair to say that Hero here is the favorite against DRG. Hero has just been, well, on top of the world over the last, well, really the last year, right? He's been dominating Protoss on that side of the bracket. But I definitely think he can take down Hero. Then he would have to go up against the winner of Creator versus Cure. I mean, this is, it's still going to be a hard run. I mean, it would be kind of surprising if Hero doesn't make it out of, well, this particular stage of Gamers Without Borders, but it's certainly possible. We're not going to be saying Hero at Gamers 8.
Yeah, maybe. We will see. We have had crazier upsets here so far. Maybe. Yeah. There's been some crazy upsets. But anyway, let's move on to the EPT bracket as well, as we have another 8 players that are going to be trying to battle things out for the 4 spots that they do have remaining. And we have Oliveira versus Cham, Clem versus Lambo, ShoWTimE versus Astrea, Elazer versus Special. Loco, I'll stick with you for the moment since I got Wardy's thoughts straight away for the Korean bracket. What are you thinking for these matchups coming into the EPT bracket?
Yeah, definitely some really fun games coming up here, I think. So Oliveira versus Chem, I mean, that's the world champion against a man from Latin America who's been showing some really stellar results over there. I would imagine that Oliveira is the favorite in that particular series, but I mean, he looked human last week, right? Taken down rather by Hero Marine 3-0, as we already talked about earlier. Then we have Clem versus Lambo. I think that's also going to be a fun match. They've faced off many times on the European ladder, of course, but yeah, Clem, well, he's been dominating the European scene for many years now, and I would imagine he's the favorite going into that one too. Lambo also looking a little shaky in that series last week against Oliveira, so yeah, in my mind, Clem is just a Zerg killer, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Wardy feels like Paul Lambo can't catch a break with some of these draws. Going up against a Clem online, where we know that Clem's very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfair as well, right? Because you're European and Clem's the king of Europe. You know? So Lambo just has that naturally disadvantaged situation as well. It's rough, man. I mean, Clem is obviously a favorite to make it through this. There's a reason he's not through already, and that's because he didn't play last week. He didn't have a great Katowice, right? He didn't make out of the group stages.
Right.
You know what he didn't make out of the group stages by? A single map, right? So it's not like he was like super like bad or terrible. Like he was one map behind the world champion in the end. So yeah, I think Clem's obviously a beast. He's going to be absolutely terrifying to play against this weekend, and I expect him to go through easily. And I just wanted to mention ShoWTimE, by the way, rough bracket last week, but I feel like the draw for him isn't great here either. He plays Astrea first, and to me, that's such an up-in-the-air PvP. I really feel like ShoWTimE's going to have, you know, just got to be looking at these brackets and say, like, yeah, I can do it, but man, can I get like one of the easier matchups just for like at least a starting match?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what ShoWTimE can do.
I mean, ShoWTimE traditionally against American Protoss has actually been just banger matches, left, right, and center. If you think about him going up against Neeb and Astrea, it's been good in the past. But let's take a look at the schedule now. As I said, 8 best of 3s today, and then tomorrow and the next day, we've got lots of best of 5s coming at you as well, which will be qualification matches. But for now, we have to get through our first round of each of the brackets. And I mean, we kind of already, to a degree, alluded to kind of the order that we're going to be playing things in here for when we were looking at the brackets as a whole. But Loco, if you had to pick a particular match that you might be looking forward to here on this schedule, what are you looking at?
Ooh, that's a difficult call, man. There's a lot of really cool matches actually coming up. I mean, Wardy already brought up Classic versus GuMiho. I think that's going to be a really fun one. GuMiho, of course, with those creative strategies, and Classic, well, with really stellar Protoss versus Terran. Personally, I think, DRG versus RagnaroK would be kind of fun as well, because DRG likes to, well, play pretty aggressively.
That's incorrect.
I kind of hope Clem, Clem versus Lambo is going to be a competitive series too, man.
Yeah, this schedule is incorrect on that. I'm looking at it here, because DRG is supposed to be going up against Hero in the first round, right? So just a minor thing there for everybody.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely right.
Yeah, so not to worry. So that's how the schedule is going to be panning out. Just imagine that there isn't 2 RagnaroKs in this world. One is enough for this tournament as a whole, Wardy. How about yourself? If you have any particular match, Wardy, that you're looking forward to, what are you thinking as well?
Yeah, probably just going to repeat myself from earlier, but I really think Classic GuMiho is going to be a lot of fun. I think all the Korean matches are actually very fun, very competitive, can go any way, really, and I know some of those would be upsets, but in best of 3 for sure, I think that's very competitive. The Korean scene feels really up in the air right now.
Yeah.
Like Maru, apart from when he lost to Solo, really seems to be the most consistent and dominant, and no one else is really hitting that consistency. Dark has fumbled online recently. We see Hero fumbling online a lot. Obviously, the stakes are at their absolute highest now, so you expect players like Hero to come out and absolutely deliver, but that's not a guarantee.
Yeah.
I think the first half of the day is awesome, but I mean, how can you not like the EPT section too? I know that's not an answer, James, but yeah, just all the games are great. What do you want me to say?
Very excited for StarCraft. I like it. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's talk about our first match that is coming up then here today. It's going to be RagnaroK going up against Bunny, and for all intents and purposes, I'm going to repeat exactly what we said last week, Loco, in that RagnaroK, whilst looking amazing in tournaments like Katowice, etc., and things like that, against Terran lately, it feels like he's not been able to close series, 2-1 series against him, against so many Terrans. So he's going up against Bunny here. What are you thinking?
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a really interesting match. I was just looking at the statistics for these two historically, and they've been going back and forth. So RagnaroK has won 47% of their encounters. So they've basically been going back and forth ever since, well, they first started competing, which is over a decade ago. But I'm definitely with you. I think over the last year, at the very least, Bunny has been looking a little bit stronger. But then again, RagnaroK did have the better World Championships result.
Yeah.
I mean, taking down Serral, of course, in that series as well over there. And I mean, then he went up against Maru, I suppose, to the next round, if I'm not mistaken, right? That was a little bit of a one-sided match, and I think he'll do better against Bunny for sure.
How about yourself, Wardy, coming into this one? What are you thinking?
You know, it's so weird because I've just not seen Bunny, right? Like, where's Bunny been playing? He's just not been playing in anything. Where all of these guys have been playing online cups and tournaments and everything, Bunny's just been sat back, not really sure what he's been up to. For a while, he was mentioning he was looking for a team and everything. Then he got his team, but we just still haven't really seen him play. He played some GSL qualifiers, and his matches before that, 2 matches in GSL qualifiers, beat Hero to qualify, and then, before then, he hasn't played for 2 months, not an official match. So how do you know what Bunny's going to bring? But then he 2-1 Hero, so he's got to be good. I've not seen him online on my friends list. I've not seen him in any ladder games when the Koreans are streaming.
Where's he going?
So he's good. He's just not been playing. So, I mean, if I'm RagnaroK, I'm terrified because I have no idea what Bunny's about to bring to the table. There's nothing to go off of apart from past history. And yeah, if you can beat Hero, then I think Bunny's obviously in pretty good shape. Just, yeah, hard to say what he's going to do.
Yeah, maybe he was busy during Easter, all those, rabbits doing what they're doing. But we got RagnaroK going for Gressfan, we got Bunny going for Babylon, and then Neo Humanity if we need it here, Loco. So any thoughts looking at that?
No, I was just giggling. I didn't quite catch your Bunny joke there. I was like, Easter, what's going on here? That was way funnier to me than it really should have been. Yeah, no, this is going to be a really fun series, man. Gressfan to start things off, I don't think that's really all too surprising. I mean, these maps in general, they're the ones we've seen most of the time. I guess we see quite a bit of Royal Blood too, but
yeah,
overall, yeah, nothing too surprising.
All right, gentlemen, well, thank you very much here, and that is the start for now. We are heading on to our first best of 3 here. RagnaroK and Bunny go up against one another in a best of 3.
All right, thank you very much, James. We are going to be heading into our first cast of the evening, and what a fantastic way to kick things off with a very evenly matched historical matchup. Zerg versus Terran, the Bugs versus the Aliens, and hey, I used to be a main Zerg player back in the day. I've got my Terran buddy with me as well to talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely do, Pig. And yeah, I like that this matchup is so close between them, because when I do think of Bunny versus RagnaroK, I think of two even though they've been around for quite a long time, I still think of them as like eager, super try-hard players. Like they'll do absolutely everything in their power to be as fast as possible and to really like brute force their opponent. So I'm glad that the history between them is as close as it is, because yeah, I don't really class one as the clear favorite here. I do think Bunny, his peaks have been super high, but as of RagnaroK's, man, a second place in GSL that we all still look at as, oh, was that a bit of a fluke, or like, what was it? But Bunny, for the last few years, has just kind of been slowly going up, right? Which to me shows he's been working hard, even though I've seen him in the last few months properly. By the sounds of it, it doesn't sound like he's been slacking.
Yeah, I mean, he's a beast who's really, as you say, evolved in the last 6 months to a year, where Bunny has evolved into that next level of player. On the other hand, he's dealing with RagnaroK, who sometimes makes Zerg vs. Terran look kind of easy. I mean, we saw him just smash Banelings all over Beyond, and he had him dead to rights. It looked like it should have been a 2-0. He was on top of Beyond's production with like 60 army supply. Beyond had 1 Thor on the map, and somehow Beyond got enough units out and survived and weathered the storm. And that's really what it's like when it's a Zerg vs. Terran between these two players. Can you survive the ridiculous number of Banelings that are going to come your way? Because it's not about will he, it's about when and how many. And it's always going to be at least 100 Banelings at a time. In the top left side of the map, representing Alpha Rex, the Baneling King, it's RagnaroK.
And spawning over in the southeast side as our blue Terran. You love him, you know him, he's Bunny.
Yeah, I see this is a big test for both of these players. Either one could be going through. And I kind of feel like you've got RagnaroK struggling in Zerg vs. Terran with a lot of games starting to go his way, but he keeps losing 1-2. I believe Ryung beat him in the GSL qualifiers. Innovation beat him. I think he might have lost to Beyond there as well. There were a 1-2 series, like lots of really close series versus top Terran players recently. So RagnaroK's kind of gone from having this just dominating run in that GSL you talked about, where he got to the finals. He was just knocking people out left and right with roach timings and big Baneling mid-game attacks. And now he's still showing really good openings, but sometimes his ability to finish the game off has maybe diminished, or maybe the Terrans are just a little bit better at weathering the storm.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what it is about RagnaroK. I was just about to ask you, like, what do you think it is about his playstyle that's kind of causing him a little bit of trouble, or at least the Terrans are? Because I think he's got really solid fundamentals. He's really fast. ZVT is all about who is the fastest and the most precise and stuff, but I'm not sure what it is. I think you're pretty onto it in that when it gets to the more finessey part of the games, where you really have to try and grab that army and take good engagements, not just I'm going to outmass you kind of thing, but careful engagements. I think that's where maybe he starts to falter a little bit, almost kind of like the Sue of old, you know, like he'd be very good at the fundamentals, but once it got to those clinical parts, then it starts being a little bit more tricky for him.
Yeah, I like the way you word that, Ben. Much kinder than I am. For me, I'd just say, you know, when he has to use a spellcaster. Sue was like, what? Magic? Spellcasters? I don't know. I don't use those units ever. How dare you? He's like, roaches or die trying, mate. Part of what was the beauty of Sue's play is he could always get it done on lair tech, you know, or at least have a very good shot at it. Reaper's going to come in for some harassment right now. I think the biggest danger for RagnaroK lies in the early mid-game, but for Bunny, it's all about trying to get a handle on what RagnaroK's up to, because this man will always surprise you with a Ling Flood when you least expect it, a big shove of roaches, or he's being greedier than you would ever expect. He's very rarely in that middle ground of like, let's play a Serral-style super safe game. He's always looking for an advantage somewhere or other.
Yeah, you've always got to be prepared for this man, because he always has a finger on the trigger, like no matter what, and he is willing to pull it. If anything goes awry or he sees a little bit of a weakness, he's ready to go. So Bunny, it is a fairly large map when it comes to like the rush distance across, and there's a lot of avenues that you can scout and get this Reaper out of dodge, like this mineral base just a little bit southeast of this point. You can run back and forth, but Bunny's doing everything that he can just to slow down the creep spread, and he is going 3cc behind it, so a nice solid macro build for him.
Yeah, great setup so far. An early creep tumor snipe, always something to be pretty happy about. He's got the second gas up on the natural expand, does Bunny. This map's really interesting because even though it is really long across, it feels like once both players take that front triangle third, it always devolves into Terran having a giant push below the cliff, like, you know, down the central base, like just down there to the bottom of our screen. And there's almost always a big tank army kind of around that ledge, and the Zerg is either trying to do big backstabs or they're dying and they're losing and it looks terrible, and then Vipers come out and Blinding Clouds kind of turn the game around.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. Bunny is going for one of the greedier builds that I know of, where you just go for like a Viking first out of your starport. So any sort of Roach build would have been pretty okay against him. And when I say pretty okay, we've seen a few Roach builds actually fail on this map, such as Reina versus Special. That was a bit of a fiasco for him, but he is going to get away with it. And upon seeing that, I don't know whether this was devised earlier for RagnaroK, but he is going to go for a Roach Warren. But he does get a good scout on what's actually going on here. It won't be mech for Bunny, but we kind of never expected it to be for Bunny.
No, Bunny is good with those multi-drops. He's good with that bio. Give him some movement. He'll do great. I was going to say I'd love to see him play Widow Mines against RagnaroK to, you know, really stress out the multitasking, hit multiple angles. But Roach Tech, you don't really want to be playing Widow Mines versus that unless you're a bit ahead. Siege Tank's almost a necessity to make sure they don't just run mass Roach across the map and take you out.
Yeah, decent little pull there from RagnaroK. Only lost 2 drones. Could have been a lot worse. With all the zooming and stuff, I kind of mismeasured how close they actually got. But so far, RagnaroK's defense seems pretty damn solid, actually. Loses an extra drone, but gets a Hellion, and will be trying to take a 4th. And honestly, the creep spread, he seems to be pushing it out quite decently, getting out a few safety lings here. But supply-wise, he's looking fairly healthy this game.
Worker count isn't that high, and that's because there is a lot of Roaches and Zerglings coming out behind. Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was so many. I thought it was just defensive Roaches, but now there's Mass Ling and 5 Ravagers morphing. RagnaroK's going for broke, but I think we've already got a Siege Tank out, another one on the way. The question is, how much do you commit to the low ground? You can't siege the tank out there. You're going to get back behind the wall, Bunny. Bunny doesn't realize how committed this is. Oh, no!
I mean, that could have been a big pouncing, honestly, but the Ravager's coming along. That tank, it's not long for this World Pig, and this is a nice little block there from those Marines. Stops those Zerglings from getting in, and it is kind of just Roach Ravager. In fact, mainly Ravager left over, but there's not a lot of firepower for Bunny, and he's already getting massively shut down here. I do love this positioning here, though. Like, he's working with that little wall, using the positioning of the depots here to try and help out with whatever he can, and if he can survive, and maybe he will against this, because it feels like it's slowing down a little bit. Double Evo on the way, Elazer on the way, but that's a lot of Zerg coming in, but they can't get on top of that tank properly.
Oh, the Ravager's getting gunned down right now. Those Stim Marines doing good, as does the SCV pool, but I still think a good trade for RagnaroK. 13 more SCVs right there is crucial, and especially if he can harass the third base, that'll be pretty nice. He's got a good work account, but of course, this comes at a huge cost in terms of tech and upgrades. The Evo chambers are just finishing as 1-1 already kicks in for Terran. And RagnaroK's continuing with 10 more drones, so he's really pushing, you know, as greedy as he could possibly be. Going to 73 drones versus 43. He needs to hold down that army key to be safe, and Bunny needs to get across the map with some drops or something to counterattack. He is way behind.
He's way behind, and the scariest point in the game for RagnaroK is now, because this is when he's at an upgrade deficit. His Roaches aren't quick. Remember, they don't have the speed upgrade for them. They're behind in upgrades and what have you. But I do love the fact he went as greedy as he could behind that, just being like, you know what, let's get absolutely everything. It's kind of like the old approach that Zerg's had in Wings of Liberty, where it's like, I'm going to make so many drones that even if I lose some, I'm still in kind of okay shape. You know what I mean? Not going to try and battle it out with that many units. And I think he's still got enough units. And even if he does lose a bit here, I think he's more than fine.
Yep, the Elazer setup. You know, you lose 20 drones, it's fine. I'm going to have 20 more popping out. And I already was at 90, so it makes no difference. You can't dent this Zerg. And RagnaroK looks like he's too big to fail at this point. Bunny's option may be to just turtle on up and try to survive to the late game. He's getting concussive shells, Marauders, prioritizing the attack upgrades. Armor upgrades do come in behind it. And Bunny's going to try to turtle on 3 base. He's going to have to try and maybe put his tanks on the cliff, think about lifting his third. But with a Nidus Worm coming down, RagnaroK is just going to shove with mass Roach Zergling.
You know what's kind of funny this game? Like, Bunny went down to like 77 supply or 69 or something. Nice. But every time that he actually got unsupply blocked, he supply blocked himself again just because of how much production he had, but how few supply depots he had. So RagnaroK really sent him to back to the Stone Age with everything that he did. I'm a bit surprised about the Nidus attempt afterwards, but maybe he just felt like he did so much damage but it kind of feels also like one of those, anything I do at this point could feel like the right thing. But Bunny's kind of, I don't want to say he's sniffing this out exactly, but look at that. He's prepared, it feels like.
Yeah, he is prepared to stop the Nidus. I don't know if he's going to have the numbers to stop the attack on the front. A handful of Bio Marauder held that with siege tanks there. The double drop comes in, hoping to distract, but he's not going to be distracted. That's actually just going to force RagnaroK to pull the trigger. He's going to dive on in. 4 siege tanks getting swamped by this Roach Ravager Zergling. Beautiful bile spread across it, and every siege tank has fallen.
Every tank did fall. At first, I was like, maybe Bunny can hold. I saw the supply dwindling, but then it was like, boom, 30 roaches remaxing on, and RagnaroK just has so much right now, and he's so damn greedy. Yes, he's losing drones in his own base kind of thing. Oh, almost sniped down one of his own medevacs with those Marines just then, but so much, like the 2-2 of Bunny, it's not online yet. Oh my goodness, those biles.
Oh, you Warcraft 3 players always trying to cast off that supply tab. I know how it is, Ben. I know how it is, you know, Todd and you, two birds of a feather flock together, hey? But as it is, I think roaches are going to bring back, so we're going to see a nice, simple game. And I got to go back to that roachling timing, dude. That was shocking timing. Like, Bunny was so caught off guard, even when he saw the roaches coming. He had no idea what was actually happening, because that was such an oddball moment in the game for RagnaroK to push. It seems like he did everything to sell the story of a macro game, and then he's like, nah, you know, you're not even going to expect this. 8 roaches, turn them into Ravagers, mass Zerglings. And I got to say, the most frustrating sort of Ravagerling timing is when you don't see it coming.
I mean, we talked about it. Like, RagnaroK is definitely the kind of guy that will just be like, oh, I can make a lot of units now. Like, let's freaking do it. And we saw like the supply that was climbing for him, but it was like, oh, even the Roach Warren. Like, I don't know if that was a reactive Roach Warren, where he was like, you know what, the Viking is now. I see the barracks at the top of the ramp. If I get enough roaches right here, right now, not waiting for roach speed or anything, I just go. And it was actually a really good call to make. Again, I'm not sure if this was planned or whether it was just kind of like one of those things. I'm guessing it's one of those scouting things where you just see that Viking and you know that they're skipping out so much. They're not going to have a Banshee tag. There's not going to be anything too crazy behind it. And the amount of damage that he did with this, like supply blocking him and then playing as greedy as he did behind, it was actually really damn cool. And the Nidus, it didn't even come into effect here. It was just a brute force game from RagnaroK, and that's exactly how we like him to play. It's where he gets most of his success.
Yeah, I like the way you describe that, because it really is one of these things. If you look at that on paper, 6.5 minutes hitting with like 5 Ravagers, 3 Roaches, 25 Zerglings, doesn't really seem that impressive. But it's, as you said, he scouted with that Ling up the ramp. He saw the Starport was building reactors for barracks that weren't finished building yet. A Viking, couple of Hellions, couple of Marines with no upgrades yet. None of that was ready to defend that attack. And that is why, of course, he was trying to get away with the greedy build. Bunny gets punished in map number 1. And now RagnaroK only needs one more map to finish it off. So I actually think RagnaroK, there's a decent chance he tries to just play Macro Ling Bane in the next game. I think he's going to be especially confident after what happened here that there's going to be a bit more safety from Bunny. And safety from Bunny is probably going to prompt a bit more greed from this man. It's also the Terran's map pick. Let's see what this Zerg player can do. In the top left side, representing Alpha Rex, it's RagnaroK.
And spawning over here, currently 0-1 down, it is Bunny. You know, I just had a little browse at the bracket as well, just to make sure who's playing who and what have you. So obviously here, RagnaroK Bunny in round 1. The winner of this goes on to play Classic GuMiho. Now, I think if you think about the players on the other side of the bracket, you've got Creator, Cure, Domragu, Hero. Like, Hero is scary, obviously. I know he's having a bad time against Terran in general, but mainly a bad time against Maru, if I'm, like, completely honest. Although we did lose to GuMiho. I think whoever wins this has a very good shot of making it through. Just with how they've been playing, GuMiho really damn impressed me last weekend, and he played far better than I thought he was going to. And in fact, I think he's looking like one of the favorites in these Korean brackets, which I didn't think I'd be saying. I've been totally caught off guard by how good he played. Oh, a little bit of a lag spike here, but yeah, this is kind of, I don't want to say do or die, but this matchup between these, like, yeah, you're looking at this as like, okay, it doesn't get better than this. Like, I play the winner here, Classic might beat GuMiho, which is a bit of a surprise because you never know how that matchup's going to go if I go against GuMiho or Classic. It's much nicer than potentially running into like a Hero or a Cure in the lower bracket, and then your life is fully on the line there.
Yeah, no easy matches, but I got to agree with you. If you're dodging Hero, you're on the better side of the bracket, that's for sure. And it's just incredibly competitive all around. Bunny comes in as a slight favorite versus RagnaroK. Classic is a slight favorite versus GuMiho, I would say right now. But they're all super close matches. And I actually think these are often the best matches. So many people, especially when they're only casually following a game or a sport, they're like, hey, man, I want to see Cyril. I want to see Maru, the two top dogs, that sort of thing. And anyone else, probably won't be that good of a match. But I actually feel like today's matches are, in general, way more evenly matched than a lot of matches from last week. And as a result, I think there's going to be a lot of 2-1s, a lot of 3-2s in the best of 5s as well. Whereas it kind of took till, I think it was the second day to get some really banging best of 5s last week. Dark versus GuMiho stands out in my mind as an absolutely wild series. That one really delivered.
Absolutely did. Absolutely did. And GuMiho really kind of put on a show like that weekend, taking out Hero to put him into the lower bracket. Eventually Hero did get absolutely bopped by Maru. Wasn't even close. But yeah, the fact they did that and then he went toe-to-toe with Dark until a game 5. And that was by far the series of the tournament thus far, right? Like, it was just amazing.
Yeah.
But I was just looking up the stats between Classic and GuMiho, which will come up after this one. You're right, Classic has been a little bit of a favorite recently, and they've played a lot of series against one another, man, like 50 series in their history, which, and that stems through the absolute history of time, 2014, where they both started playing, yeah.
Such a long amount of time. It's so funny, Ben, because it's like, hey, a lot of these guys were playing an eternity ago in a different lifetime when, we were competing. So it's been a minute. These guys never put down the mouse and keyboard. They never put it away. They've been grinding that whole time. Some of them, most of these Korean players with a break, a couple of years where they have to go to the military. But other than that, they have just been honing their skills, getting better and better. And a command center first opening for Bunny. Now, Bunny is famous for command center first into 2-base timings. Reyna, Cyril, the number of top Zergs he took out last year with 2-base Marine tank pushes off this opening, it's absolutely astounding. It's something RagnaroK will have to stay on his toes for.
Absolutely. Like, the first time I saw Bunny play his CC first kind of shenanigans, I was like, oh my goodness, because he got matched up against Reyna and GSL. Reyna took a month out of his busy schedule, went over to Korea. We thought big things was going to happen, and Bunny just absolutely shut him down with the same build a couple of times in a row. And I was like, CC first is back on the menu, boys. Like, it absolutely is, and Bunny was the guy doing it. So I'm thoroughly looking forward to see what he brings to the table here, especially on his map pick. And this is a particularly small map as well. That has some pretty juicy timings behind it. You can play greedy behind it. You can play very, very, very 2-base all-in behind it. Looking forward to see what he does here.
Hallion's going to be poking on in, looking for some creep tumors. Of course, looking to locate the third location. RagnaroK goes for the linear one, the one in the straight line down here. And that one's a bit further away from the Terran. The downside of taking this third base is, where do you take your fourth base? And that one's going to be a lot more exposed on either of these locations. So a lot of the Zergs prefer to take the triangular third to the north simply because it gets their creep further forward on that top path. And it kind of defends you for the future. But oh my.
That was an attempt. It certainly was. Like, four Hellions coming in very, very quickly there. He obviously didn't go for a Reaper, so didn't have that kind of buffer for it, because he went for, like, the Marine first. But it did mean that his factory was very fast with the CC first as well. That was a nice scout by RagnaroK. Wait, did he just cancel Cloak and switch a route? He did. Okay. So RagnaroK still has to respect the fact that Cloak could be coming online, but here he is, just going straight for a lair there. More drones. I think RagnaroK's just playing solid overall, but yeah, there we go. The 3 spores do come down, which that's a nice kind of bait by Bunny, and 4 barracks follow up. So we know exactly what he's going for here, Pig. It's going to be all-out aggression on 2-base.
And it's not unpredictable either, is it, Ben? Even when he goes for the Cloak Banshee, he often would go for this 2-base push-off command center first. You give him a small map that's good for it. And it's like everyone knew it was coming. Cyril knew it was coming. Reyna knew it was coming. They could not stop it. Has something changed? The balance? Nothing really changes in the patch that happened between then and now. You know, having slightly better Hydras is not going to change anything. The creep spread being ever so slightly slowed down is barely impactful. I think this map has fantastic tank spots, so I really want to see how does RagnaroK approach handling this. Right now, he's doing it by being overly greedy. It tells me he has no idea what's happening. The fact he's going above 65 workers, taking a 4th base is good, but a Spire, this is not what you want against the 2-base timing. That cloak has completely tricked him, Ben. I think he thinks he's going into a macro game, and it's going to be so tough for him to defend.
It absolutely is. Like, even if you do get out some Muda, those Muda are not going to be helpful whatsoever. Like, what do you really want in this kind of situation? A ton of Ling Bane, maybe with like 1 Evo to try and get Carapace up and running, but he's going for none of that. He is going for Speed Banes, which absolutely will help, but if he keeps on droning beyond this number, even going for 2 Evos, like, yeah, you're absolutely right. He is not prepared at all. Going up to 4 and 5 bases against just 2. Oh, this could be rough, but if he does hold it, if he manages to hold this, then he's in a phenomenal position, but he has no clue whatsoever.
He's got to find a way to hypnotize Bunny into walking his Marines into the Banelings. If he does that, then he's got a shot. Otherwise, the numbers are brutal. RagnaroK needs to pull him a rabbit out of hat. He's got to do something magical. I think backstabbing, giving up ground, and refusing to fight as long as possible is the way to do it. But oh my lord, he doesn't have a single Baneling morph. The army's just going to shove so deep on creep, and he's got nothing.
I mean, even these Hellions are causing a lot of problem here, Pig. Like, they really are. And look at all those Banelings. I do like the fact that he grabbed a lot of his low-health Zerglings, but, oh, not when they're morphing right in range of everything over there. And look at these tanks. That's 3 tanks on his doorstep. Slow Banelings as well. Well, this game, Pig, it's, those are the saddest finished Banelings of all time. Oh, my goodness. Can I have a look at the resources lost tab as this game ends?
We've got to see the units lost on that one, right?
I have to. Can we look at the game's windscreen just for a moment
just
there?
WhatsApp observers, go.
Because yeah, that was absolutely brutal. Like, this is the thing. Like, both these guys are aggressive as hell. Like, they really are. So the fact that they will just kind of, you know, pull the trigger on one another, take them out without the other guy even remotely standing a chance. And yeah, that's a healthy resources lost tab, especially in like a 7-minute game there.
Wow. 3.5 to 1. You don't see that every day. Yeah, it was just completely blindsided. I mean, we talked about Cyril and Raynor losing to that when they knew it was coming. 2 of the very best Zergs in the world, stopping at 55, 57 workers, making nothing but Ling Bane, having Baneling speed ready, and still dying to that exact same push. So you see RagnaroK there going to 65, 70, 5 bases, double Evo chamber, 3 more gases. There's no chance with those numbers. Maybe on a big map, maybe with a nice backstab or something to buy some time, some Banelings, there's a chance, but he was completely blindsided, and it was all about that cloak cancel that you picked up on the Muslim, so I guess he just assumed it was going to be a 3 command center build following up the Banshees.
You know, sometimes good scouting works very much against you. You know, like, it was good scouting then, but then totally was on track thinking about one thing happening, and then it was like, no scouting after that, you know? Like, Zergs very often are like, what are you doing with your gas early on? You figure it out, and then you just macro, right? Because you can kind of hold everything with, in theory, a bunch of queens, as long as it's not super duper all in. A bunch of queens, Zerglings, Banelings, and what have you. As long as you're not caught off guard by something like battle cruisers or cloak. So as soon as you get a read on what's going on, and you kind of, you play close to perfect, you should be able to hold everything in theory, but this kind of stuff, I guess RagnaroK can maybe think to himself, all right, you know what? The follow-up scout afterwards, maybe like a minute later with an overseer or something, like just to help myself out, could be very, very effective.
Yeah, it's always tough. And that man, I mean, it was the Terran map pick, so, you know, we're going to go on to the deciding map. It is going to be Neo-Humanity, a map which is very good for the turtling, but I think this man's actually shown excellent Broodlord play here in the past. Let's see if he does it again. Down here in the bottom right side, representing Alpha X, it's RagnaroK.
And spawning over in the top left, representing Mystery Gaming, it is Bunny. We have had some pretty classic games on this map so far, you know, like some big bangers, like RagnaroK versus Beyond on this one was that game where he got on top of the production with just a handful of units, like the Broodlords and what have you, but it looked like he was pushing through. But Beyond managed to have like factories at his 4th or 5th base to keep on producing, a few ghosts left over and stuff, and managed to reassemble and clinch the win. And I seem to remember GuMiho playing on this map really coolly as well. Oh, in fact, that was the Battlecruiser game. Yeah,
it was the Battlecruiser game where he was doing so well that game, wasn't he? And then he kind of just got distracted, and the whole army got like neural parasited and jumped on, and I just all the BCs went down to Corruptors. It was a bit of a sad finish to an amazing game up to that point. But we were like late game split map, and you know that's what we've seen a lot of on this map recently. Cyril was streaming his run in Kung Fu Cup just earlier this week, and in the finals, he was even saying versus Elazer, or, this map, it's really hard to finish your opponent off. Gressfin, a little bit as well, but Neo Humanity, if they get turtled up and set up, it can be really difficult to finish the opponent. However, because it's not that wide across, I really do feel Broodlords at a good timing or a really crisp, like Lurker Viper timing, can be huge problems for the Terran. As a result, when we've seen like Spirit on this map, for instance, he's building like 3 bunkers at his like 3rd and 4th base. He's like keeping his tanks in a really defensive setup, and that's because that very quick Lurker Viper build kind of really went through the EU meta. I'm curious to see what RagnaroK favors, though.
Yeah, me too. Like, it is a map that is difficult to finish off your opponent, and you can definitely do a bit to slow it down. And if the Terran doesn't take out their gold minerals to get to that other base, it is a really damn narrow map, and trying to get run buys in is tricky as well, so you can't really truly rely on that dealing heck loads of damage at some point in time, because at one point you can have a wall, the other one's where your rally goes, and Bob's your uncle, you set up on like a good 3 or 4 bases there. But we will see what they do go for. Bunny, he's pretty relentless with his Reapers early on, man. He's like, you know what, I can throw a grenade, let's do it, even with like very, very little health. But here he is resorting to a far more generic build. In fact, it's kind of the build that's been around for oh my god, he missed the reactor. Did he miss reactor? He did, right?
Oh no!
That's sad.
That's so rare at pro level, man.
Whenever I see it zoom in, I'm always like, is it connected? Because I swear it's not. The zoom in really messes me up. But yeah, this build, double gas, most likely going to go for a Banshee tech as well here. This is a build as old as time.
Amazing. Always good to see pro players show those little moments of humanity and the ability to make mistakes just like the average Joes, but immediately corrects it, gets back on track, and no major impact on the build order. It is a very quick cloaked Banshee, so this is an incredibly safe build for Bunny. This delays the 3rd command center a lot. It does give him the chance to do some light pressure, and his opponent already dropping a Roach Warren, Ling Speed finishing up as well. Okay, RagnaroK, is this just going to be Roaches for a defensive setup? Game 1 makes me very nervous just to watch if a whole bunch of Overlords start up at any point, if he starts saving up his money. Because if he does, there's a high chance of him going aggressive. And there we go, 3 Overlords on the way. RagnaroK's Roach Warren almost finished. He's going to be going, I believe, for a big Roachling aggression.
If there was a time to snap out of it, though, like now would be the time, because you seeing a starport there and it's like, okay, Cloak's on the way. And we did see quite a lot of drones start up there, because 43 drones... Yeah, I think he's decided, like, all right, you've gone for an opening here that can absolutely work, like, it will work against me. And he gets to see that the 3rd base is quite late here, gets to see all the timings going off inside this base. And yeah, he's going to start up his lair now, and he's got a healthy drone count behind it, and he's been deflecting these Hellions. RagnaroK, for his first initial scout, has been making good calls throughout this series.
Indeed, and keeping the option to kill your opponent there, scouting, seeing if he had the go-ahead or not, and then just saying, no, abort, keep droning. Having that Roach Warren is not a big problem. It's not that huge. I'm not even sure if he let it finish. He may have cancelled it, but Banshee comes in. We'll get a couple of drones. Yeah. Spore Crawlers just a few seconds late. Every drone that goes down, something which RagnaroK doesn't really want to be losing, as he did save a bit of money before, so this hasn't been the biggest economy start for him. And there we go, the Baneley Nest starts up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He did cancel that Roach Warren. And this lair is going to be finishing very soon. Drone count's looking fairly damn healthy for him as well. All things said and done, I'm enjoying where RagnaroK is. Obviously, these Banshees are annoying. Wait, was that the Spore Crawler from his natural, or...? Well, these Banshees haven't really done that much, considering they arrived when the Spore Crawlers weren't yet done. Like, we've seen far more disastrous situations, haven't we, for Zerg players?
Absolutely. That was so risky with the Spore Crawler. You called it. It was the Spore from the natural. Luckily for him, Bunny did not realize that and did kind of back off. Spires on the way right now for RagnaroK. So Mutiling Bane is going to be the play. That's fascinating. Mutiling Bane versus Bio Tank. Now, it's so common for Terrans to play siege tanks on this map rather than Widow Mines. RagnaroK is so known for his Roach play, so he kind of scares players into playing siege tanks as well. This could make the Mutas even more effective. We'll see when Bunny actually gets wind of what's going down. Trying to mine open those gold minerals, and the Banshee has slowed it down. Just trying to be as annoying as he can. I really like Bunny's attention to detail. In game one, that Viking kept landing and picking things off. In this game, it's the Banshee just going in and out.
As long as you're dealing a little bit of damage and preoccupying your opponent, because I dare say if RagnaroK was allowed his own like pace of flow kind of thing, he would already be putting a hatchery on that 6 o'clock base. But if you don't clear out those cold patches, trying to keep that alive to these two Banshees will be impossible. And there you go, because a lot of Zergs do like taking their 4th and 5th simultaneously, so you kind of have that either or, right? If I lose this base is fine to fall back on, etc, etc. But 12 mutas, that is a lot.
Yeah, this is really scary because the thing is, this push could really win the game for Bunny, or if it gets held, it's going to go really bad because you cannot get home with this. The Banelings are morphing. There's already a bunch almost ready. The Queen's forcing the siege up quite far back, and Bunny is exposing himself to very high risk. He doesn't know that Mutalisks are about to be here. The Ling Bane is going to come in. They're going to force the pickup, but he doesn't want to chase those Hellions off creep, scaring him away for now. That siege tank on the top right is in such a nice position, but the Mutas are going to come in from that angle, and they get spotted.
You know, I didn't even see that tank in the top right at first, and this positioning is nice, but look at it work against him here. This is actually really good. Takes out 2 tanks for maybe like 1 or 2 mutas maximum. RagnaroK actually shut that down really damn well. Like, that's a trade that you take any day of the week as the Zerg player. And now, all those tanks, and he's still making tanks, by the way, going for a second factory as well. RagnaroK survived one of the scariest stages of the game for him. Now he's the one that can kind of have mutas on the offense, which is absolutely where they want to be.
Indeed. 4th Command Center about halfway done. The second factory as well. 2-2 upgrades on the way, and missile turrets going down all over the map. Bunny is trying to swap, of course, into that next bit of tech. I do find it a bit surprising that he's still building siege tanks. I'm expecting maybe Thors and Widow Mines as a bit more of a focus. Banshee coming in and actually getting a queen and a bunch of drones here. A single Mutalisk, very low on damage. Does take it down eventually, but Bunny continuing to be annoying and survive into the latter stages. On the other hand, look at the overall supply. Very good for RagnaroK, who's on Mutiling Bane. This is not Roach supply. Being up 20 supply is super meaningful in this situation. It's going to be difficult for Bunny to move out and take a base against such a large Zerg force. I think he's really got to play it very slow and careful, and he's got to get some Widow Mines out.
Ooh. He does, and he is still producing tanks, which you're right, but that might be down to the map, you know? Like, just the fact that this could turn into a bit of a turtle fest, and having tanks available while you're just setting up and getting prepped. Having 3 in pretty key areas can be super pivotal. And I dare say he's just going to start switching into Thor Widow Mine slowly with this bio army, but we will see, because RagnaroK, he's approaching maxed out supply. Like, it doesn't really get much better for him. Now the Terran can start playing catch up on that supply, and soon he's going to hit that 2-2 timing. Like, right now, RagnaroK is moving into high very quickly with this, though. I like that he's not stuck on this tech.
He's not. However, it's RagnaroK, and I feel like it's only a matter of time until we're going to see a crazy number of Banelings. On the other hand, he's only on 6 gas, which is unusual for RagnaroK on 90 drones. Normally, you'll see him go up to 8 gas very quickly, a lot earlier, even when he's just playing this sort of stuff, because he makes so many more Banelings than normal Zerg players do. But it seems like he's a bit more mineral-focused in this game, expecting to be trading Zerglings. And that's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. Here comes a big push for Bunny. He's maxed out. A few L-bats, a couple Widow Mines starting to join the fray. Baneling wave goes in and actually gets some big hits. Very nice start to the fight for RagnaroK.
Right before 2-2 finish as well for Bunny. So Bunny, he does take out that far right base, though, with this drop as all that was going on. But this drop will get shut down, hopefully very soon for RagnaroK. Will buy a little bit more time. But Bunny, he's just kind of positioned nicely in the middle of the map here. Just kind of denying creep spread a little bit. Doesn't want to be too crazy. But he also wants to make use of that 2-2 timing, man. Because that is a big one where he is ahead just for the moment here.
Muta's dancing around trying to slow this push down. I'm surprised no Ling Bane's going for a counterattack. I feel like RagnaroK can just go bust that fourth base on the left, and that's going to force Bunny to step deeper into your territory. He really needs to do something. He can't just hang out here threatening. RagnaroK's coming in for what appears to be a flank in on the third base, and he just changed his mind, starts moving to the left side with those Zerglings, takes out the Sense Tower, and then does just pull back out of there. Bunny's rally point a little bit too strong. Both sides have split their army effectively. The upgrades are 2 upgrades ahead for Bunny, but that gap is closing. RagnaroK is waiting for the 2-2 to finish before he forces any engagements. Adrenal Glands starting up for RagnaroK as well. No Hive Tech other than Adrenal Glands on the way for now. And how many Banelings do we have on this map?
I mean, the supply, 75. I mean, it's more Bane. Oh, that was a juicy Widowmine. Does take out a CC with its troubles. But that's a lot of Banelings being used. A good 30 or so Banelings to not get the PF. He can repair that. What? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that is terrible for Zerg. That's so much money. Even if you kill the planetary, it's a bad trade. But to not even kill the planetary, it's a disastrous trade. Only 4 SCVs and damaging a planetary. RagnaroK's Mutas are going across the map, but he's already exhausted a lot of his Banelings. And look at how many Marauders are on the front line. Those Marauders will tank like crazy. Mutas are going to find a relatively, lightly defended base, but still, the Mutas back off. RagnaroK dealing with Marines chasing off his Mutas. His Lings trying to deal with this, but the spread of units for Bunny is so good. And man, RagnaroK started this series so strong, but completely surprised in game 2. If he's going to lose this game, that would be so upsetting for him. He's had so many close 1-2 losses to Terran players recently. He's got to dig deep. He's got to find the perfect engagement. He's going to go for it with a big surround on 3 sides.
Oh, it is a huge surround here, Pig. The Muta's coming in from the left. The Bailey's trying to run through. This is off creep, though. He's carved through the creep, and look at that. The units are moving much slower, but RagnaroK has so damn many Zerglings here. He's going to run and catch him up, but he has to be careful. This is where he's been caught off guard in this tournament on this exact map where he overextended, but here he's getting a lot of damage done. He's on the SCVs as well, and the Marine count is not high enough to fight back.
Oh, and he even contaminates 2 of the reactor barracks just when 4 Marines were about to pop out. Beautiful contaminate there from RagnaroK camping the production. If he gets some Lings up that ramp as well, it's game over. He just needs to get a few Lings up there as well as a few Lings into that mineral line in the third. There is nothing Bunny can do if some Lings get inside that main base, but I mean, even if he doesn't, it's so much damage. A beautiful break there on the army for RagnaroK. The way he came in from 3 sides was legendary. I really felt like a lot of things were starting to go against him, and seeing his life flash before his eyes, the man had a moment. He had a decision to make. He decided that was not where he was going to lose this game.
Yeah, I was looking at his supply and I was like, this is a little bit deceiving, man. Like, his remax potential, it's not going to be the greatest because he has no gas, but look at that. Who needs gas when you got this many Lings with Adrenal and you've been fighting 2-2 versus 2-2? What a beautiful timing by RagnaroK, and that is more Zerg than Bunny can deal with. And Bunny, welcome to the Gamers 8 qualifier over here. GG goes down to the lower bracket 2-1 to RagnaroK. What play from RagnaroK, man. That was really nicely done.
It's so funny, isn't it, as well? Because the way RagnaroK plays is so unique to him. We see Muta Ling Bane, but it wasn't really that much of a backstabby game. Muta's picked off a few key targets tactically, but otherwise it was just a big, beautiful Ling Bane surround. And doing that off the back of wasting about 30 Banelings for no real direct damage. Even more impressive, if you ask me. RagnaroK is a man of, polarizing engagements, and he may have started with a bad one, but he ended the important game-ending fight with that big surround, and very well done. The Thors, he used the Magic Box micro to keep them in formation, spread out above the Thor to take that one down. He had his Banelings that he was very actively not just blowing up on siege tanks and marauders, but chasing the Marines and looking for the extra bonus on the light units.
Really cool play overall, and we'll get to find out what our analysts think after that series.
You're right, Ben. Thank you very much. That was cool, as he mentioned here. Wardy, as well as Loco, joining me to talk about this one. It's over. The RagnaroK curse going up against Terrans here, Wardy, is over. He finally gets a 2-1 on the board in his favor.
He does indeed, and kind of a wild series, right? First game, fast and aggressive one way. Second game goes the other way, and then RagnaroK does only something he's really been doing lately, which is to bring those Mutas into play very frequently, something that he does more so than anyone else, I'd say, at this point, especially in Korea.
Yeah.
And is able to look very dominant towards the end there as well, which is very cool to see. His first game, he really did just catch Bunny unprepared. Bunny had one tank that was out the front. There's no defenses there. Obviously, he just kept the pressure up, able to run through, and Well, I kind of was a bit worried. I was like, oh, it's going to be one of these series, but Bunny really fought back very well in that game too.
Yeah, zoom in. The highlights presented to you by RagnaroK here as we, as I say, move on to game 2. And then Loco, it really did feel like Bunny was like, okay, well, you can be aggressive. I can be aggressive too. Let's try and even things up here.
Yeah, I feel like I blinked and then that second game suddenly ended, right? I mean, he hit a really sharp timing and he caught all of those banelings right over here at the third base of the Zerg. And
yeah.
I mean, baneling speed is 10 seconds away from finishing. He catches those. The Zerglings get blasted by the siege tanks. And, well, this game, it was over right as that attack came across the map.
And as we move on to game 3 with this finishing up, Wardy, I mean, it really did feel like there were moments in this game where I'm thinking to myself, okay, RagnaroK, this looks very similar to what we've seen even in this tournament so far. However, extra little steps taken by RagnaroK to make sure that he's not going to fall behind when he's kind of making these big pushes and then getting onto that production.
He was just very good, patient, engaging in proper ways and making sure the banelings were always going to have a good chance. And the moment he had the advantage, he just didn't stop, right? He just says, that's what the mutas are good at. If you don't ever get a good Marine count up, these mutas will kill everything. And obviously just ran in with everything. Like I say, didn't give Bunny a chance from there on out. And yeah, just RagnaroK, I want to say pretty solid stuff, man. He brought a couple of different things. Like, yeah, game 2 wasn't hot, but the other couple of games liked a lot. He gets to move into that upper bracket round of 4. And, you know, you tell me RagnaroK plays classic GuMiho, and I say both of those are winnable series for him. Absolutely. So he's got to like the look of that, especially now that he's finally shaken off a little bit of this ZVT rust.
I don't know. If GuMiho somehow makes it through there, considering how good he looked in the previous bracket, I think that would be an absolute stonker of a match as well here. As we take a look down the lower bracket, unfortunately, Bunny is the first one to fall down here. But yeah, so now this is a good opportunity for RagnaroK to get away from the idea of a lower bracket here, Loco. He absolutely wants to go through that. But as we hear and mentioned here from Wardy, Classic or GuMiho, it's no small feat.
No, that is going to be a really close match, I think. I mean, Classic has been looking really strong in general ever since he's come back from the military. It's taken him a little bit of time to once again get back into the swing of things. His PVT is looking really good as well, but I was just having a look at the GSL qualifiers, and apparently he beat both Dark and Solar to make it through there, which is honestly also incredibly impressive. Now, I don't know how well Protoss versus Zerg is going to help him out against GuMi, but it certainly shows that the man is on fire right now. He knows what he's doing.
All right, well, we're going to go to a break. Thank you, gentlemen, here at Gamers Without Borders. And I'm crossing my fingers. I want to see some Protoss do well here in these brackets. After the break, we've got Classic versus GuMiho coming up. So more from Gamers Without Borders right after this.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how RagnaroK and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. RagnaroK, powered by How.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Gamers Without Borders. We have another series on the way. There's plenty of best of threes here today. And now, another Protoss enters the fray to try and fight for survival. My name's Kalaris here for Gamers Without Borders, and joining me to my left-hand side to talk about this one, it's Wardy and Loco still. So, guys, let's look at what is coming up here. Classic going up against GuMiho. It bears repeating, Wardy, when we look at GuMiho, he looked fantastic in the previous bracket last weekend, and now he's not got another shot to try and get through once again.
Yeah, no, GuMiho was a breath away from making it last weekend. It's almost heartbreaking. You've got to come back and start all over this weekend, but man, if he brings half of what he brought last weekend, there's a pretty good chance he qualifies anyway. And of course, you saw him do well. I mean, the road is ahead of him, basically what it was last week. You know, he starts off with the best of 3 against a Protoss. Well, a lot of people would say Classic's a downgrade from Hero. And then the next match is a Zerg, and a lot of people would say RagnaroK's a downgrade from Dark. And well, GuMiho beat Hero, and he very nearly beat Dark. So I would say that GuMiho's got a very good shot here. I said it in the pre-show, though. I think this match is going to be very, very fun. So fun, I've frozen in time.
Jeez, wow. Oh, okay. Loco, I think that Water brings up a good point. The fact that GuMiho looked so good against Hero of all people, that's got to be good omens for this series, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely with Wardy. I think when you talk about like who the strongest Protoss players in the world are, I don't think everybody's or anybody's really going to bring up Classic as the first name. Classic is, of course, really good. Yeah, but I think most people will probably say Hero is a little bit better. And considering Gumi ended up winning against Hero last week, he should certainly make a really, good series against Classic as well. Then again, though, Classic is really strong in Protoss versus Terran right now, so I think this is going to be a really close one.
Yeah, definitely. On the other side of things, though, Classic coming in, this is his first opportunity here at Games Without Borders to try and qualify for Gamers 8. If I cast my mind back to even watching some of Wardy's tournaments, we saw him doing pretty well against the likes of people like Maru, for example, which is no small feat in itself, Loco. So, you know, maybe he can hang.
Yeah, in that series, he ended up losing 3-2 against Maru, if I'm not mistaken. But before that, he ended up beating Björn. So Classic's PVT is looking solid right now. Maru and Björn, of course, some of the very best Terrans in the world. Then again, GuMiho does play a little bit differently. He likes going for the, the more cheesy strategies and the variety. Maru and Björn usually a little more stock standard. I think Classic will probably feel pretty good, though, defending. Hey, look, Wardy's back.
Ooh, Wardy. Talk to us about some of those series from Classic, because it was your tournament. You were covering them.
Yeah, Classic really, before Katowice, I really felt like Classic was a player who was just, middling, kind of getting by, still playing some StarCraft. Then in Katowice, it was like, oh, Classic's really good. And since then, I feel like he's kept that sort of level. He's been playing so good. Yeah, every time I cast him, I'm impressed by him. Like, he's super competitive. There's almost nobody that takes him down without him putting up a pretty darn good fight. So I actually think Classic is low-key one of the very best out there right now.
Fair. And we'll see if he can actually defeat GuMiho in this best of 3. We have Ancient Cistern, Royal Blood, and Gressvan if we need it. I do feel like, Loco, you were mentioning Royal Blood obviously coming in a lot. I feel like every series last weekend we saw Royal Blood. It's just become such a staple.
Yeah, most of the maps seem pretty balanced right now, and obviously in a best of 3 you can veto 2 of them, so if you don't really like any of the maps, you can get rid of them pretty easily. I'm curious how this series is going to go, though, because Gumi likes to usually throw a curveball in the earlier stages of a match, but Classic likes to play that very defensive style. Yeah. There's a very good chance that if Classic just manages to shut down Gumi in the earlier stages of these matches, that just a sharp timing attack after that is going to, clear out GuMiho's base.
If you'd have told me 5 or 6 years ago GuMiho was going to be a really aggressive Terran in people's faces all the time, I'd have called you a liar back then. But anyway, here we are. It is time now, thank you very much, gentlemen, to head on over to the commentary team here for our next best of 3 of the day.
Thank you very much, James. That's right. It's the same boys over here commentating, and aren't we lucky? An action-packed PVT. We've got the original macro Protoss himself, Classic, the man who can cheese. He can do a lot of different things. He is kind of the Swiss Army knife Protoss, but just defensive, solid macro has always been what he's best at in this particular matchup.
Yeah, like I was a little bit surprised that you called him the classic macro Protoss, because for me that's like stats / raid or so. But Classic has always been the scary guy, like the guy that can do it all. Like we'll all absolutely be remembering together that BlizzCon where he whipped out that cool DT play and stuff, and before that he was just he was the Terran. Like, he was the first loss to a foreigner in Pro League in like 13 years or something to Thorzing. And then he switched race and became one of the best Protosses the world's ever seen. And like, you know, he's been an absolute murderer. Like, the way that he plays Protoss back then before he went to the army was just sleek, it was cool, it was dirty. And he could also back it up with good fundamentals. And it's really nice to see that coming back from the army, in fact, both these boys coming back from the army, that they're just playing really solid again. Like, StarCraft is just, it flows through their veins, they're damn good at it, and they bring very, very, very chaotic styles to the table.
Absolutely. We would have seen a lot more of Classic in GSL if it wasn't for ZEST. Right before ZEST had to go to the military, he blocked Classic multiple times in really close series from qualifying to Code S. So, you know, a lot of people were like, oh, I guess Classic's not that good anymore and not trying that hard. And I was like, guys, like, the best PvP player in the world keeps barely beating him in close series. Like, it's just really unfortunate qualifier brackets that he had. But still a very good Protoss player, of course, up against the most creative Terran player in the world is always going to be something you're going to have to scout very well. Down here in the bottom left side of the map, he has been a champion 10 years ago. He wants to get back to that level again. It's Classic.
And spawning over in the top right here as our blue Terran, it is a GuMiho.
GuMiho has a really cool build in TVP, which I hope we get to see in this series, where he actually goes double reactor and on his barracks and gets only one tech lab to get both, and just has an ungodly number of Marines at an early moment in the game, and especially paired with a couple of siege tanks. He has these firepower timings where you're like, wow, that is way more damage than any other Terran has at this moment in the game. And he's kind of a master of like that style, where he also prioritizes attack upgrades and doesn't care about armor sometimes. So it's, you know, you might see him with like +3 attack, +1 armor, and a crazy amount of Marines. At some point, he does just go to standard TVP, and he's very capable of playing, you know, the Marauders and the double upgrades and all that sort of stuff. But I love that he's got so much flexibility as a player.
No, you're absolutely right. Like, even the ability to maybe whip out mech here and there. I mean, maybe not so much in TVP these days, but obviously in the other matchups, he absolutely adores it. But yeah, one thing that really strikes me right now about GuMiho is his willingness to just throw Marines at you with a bunch of tanks and a few SCVs and get some bunkers up and rolling. Like, he's very shameless about it as well. It's like, if he knows he can kill you, or even close to kill you, he absolutely will try it, which makes him very scary. And we got to see that he did utilize that a lot against Hero in his series last week. And here already, going for a tech lab early on, is that on his barracks? Like, that's already strange. That's already strange, isn't it?
This is like GuMiho down to a T. He's the one guy that will always randomly build Marauders in the early game, like just defensively. It's so funny, like, you know, there's strange mech players you play on the ladder are like usually the only people that you will do this. They're like, yeah, get 2 concussive Marauders, because then Protoss can't do anything to me. And you're like, what? That's so weird. But also, if you sneak them across the map, you might catch a Stalker, you might catch an Adept. It often forces a shield battery. And this does flow pretty well into that double reactor build I was talking about, if he does end up going in that direction. Second barracks is on the way behind it. He's going to go for the 1 Marine, 2 Marauder pressure across the map. Classic going for a Stargate.
We'll get a factory up and running. I mean, Stargate's not bad against this at all. Like, especially if you go for an Oracle, like straight away, you're in pretty okay shape. But the fact that he kind of went for this bypass here, okay, Marauder is revealed. So Classic does know that he is against some kind of Marauder tech here. And these Marauders will be arriving pretty soon. There isn't a shield battery on the way for him at all either. Like, Classic is pretty vulnerable against this, and that Stalker isn't necessarily what you want either. But, Phoenix is weapon of choice. I mean, taking out one of the units up in the air, but look at that. Classic's actually doing a full-on pull against this.
Yeah, good response by immediately shading both the depths and pulling the probes. Probes don't take that much damage from Marauders. There's no armored units here to get that bonus. And it's going to be 2 probes going down, but losing the Marauder and the Marine. GuMiho has to pull back with the second one, of course. That will fall on back. Robo's on the way behind this. It's not a bad pressure for GuMiho. It really pushes the Protoss in a corner as well. And scouting-wise, because the Adepts are at home, they really don't know what your follow-up is.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be super honest, Pig. Whenever I've tried these Maraudery plays, I've always been like, I'm never doing that again. Like, you know, it never works out for me. Like, I think they're absolutely designed to play against something, and if you don't go up against that, then it's like, damn, you know, it didn't work out for me. But so far, Classic's dealing with this very nicely, and GuMiho, he has to be a little bit careful, because losing the units that he did and kind of being on the back foot a little bit, and the fact that Classic is gonna get to Phoenix without going up against anything super scary like Widowmine drops and all that, yeah, I don't think he's gonna be feeling bad at all.
+1 weapons on the way, siege tanks, stim, and a lot of marines. Building a safety bunker is GuMiho right now, as well as a missile turret. Perhaps a little too defensive for him. He's actually up against a very turtly Phoenix Colossus play from Classic, and it is a situation where GuMiho could lean into a big 2-base tank bunker push with turrets, or he could take a third command center. But going for bunkers and turrets of his own, definitely not something that's going to further either his aggression or his ability to build his economy past 2 bases. And those Phoenix still going to get in and get a little bit of damage here.
Did you say he had a starport already with this, or is he literally just relying on like 3 barracks? And okay. I think this is one of those games, Pig. This is one of those games where, you know, you already said like he's going to whip out a lot of marines. He's going to have stim +1, and it's going to be tanks. That starport is so late that it's almost like. I don't want to say redundant, but it's going to be one of those late, like if the game keeps on going, okay, I might trickle a few medevacs in, but I think Classic, as long as he's decently positioned against this, he should be okay. His scouting's been all right too.
He could defend it, but he was a bit indecisive. He started to disrupt a castle and then started the Colossus. Oh, the Phoenix get a bit of damage on the tank. Not bad. It's just a shame it's only 2 Phoenix. And this is such a classic opening where he's like, you scouted me going Phoenix. No point continuing building them. And he swaps out of it. But now he sees the attack coming. He starts building them again. A Marauder gets picked off, as does a Cyclone. Wow, that's a shutdown on the start of that push.
And Classic's all over this scouting-wise, man. Like, this Observer at the top here won't be known about by GuMiho, or at least, even if it is, what does he do about it? He's like, you know what? I'm gonna go home. And that starport that he had, like, that was such a late starport that it's like, can you afford to get a naked, or rather a reactor on it straight away kind of thing? Like, no. If you want medevacs for when they matter, which is right here, right now, especially with this that he kind of wanted to do, but it's been shut down, yeah, this is not looking so healthy for GuMiho.
Classic's economy is not that large, though. He did have to respect the push, so he stopped probing for a while. Definitely a good position for Classic, but there are reasons that GuMiho still has options in this game. The third command center is building. If he could catch some of these Phoenix or shut them down, that'd be nice. But as it is, I mean, this is huge. Denying 1 SCV on that's very annoying. Denying a second one and picking off the barracks SCVs and a third one. Okay, this is getting to the point where GuMiho is just getting shut down. Not being able to build the third is huge.
It really is. And the fact that it's on location as well, it's like, man, you really want to build it, right? Like, you really do. And like, even your army isn't necessarily going to win a straight-up fight here either. I mean, no combat shields to speak of. These Phoenix...
Oh, okay, it does survive for now. But as you said, yeah, no combat shields there either. And it's going to kick in a moment. But the tanks, there's immortals on top of them. There's units on top of it.
Oh, and the Phoenix come back in here. They deflected the drop, and now they're here to make the tank's life a lot worse. And those tanks, absolutely redundant. They didn't get anything done whatsoever. These slow zealots as well are doing a good job of tanking this. This is such a misfit fight, but GuMiho kind of going for a flank, but that is the most disappointing little 3-marine flank of all time. And that army just got absolutely obliterated. GG, well played, Classic.
Well, that Marauder opening, I don't mind a Marauder or two defensively to try and just catch an Adept coming across the map. And I've definitely seen the aggression work out, but I'm with you, Muslim. It feels to me like we do often see it fall flat, and unfortunately the Adept handling, the Pro Pool, Classic knew exactly what to do. It felt like he just jumped on top of the Marauder pressure, and you could tell GuMiho was a little paranoid about a counter push, building like bunkers and a wall off and turrets, and then said, oh, okay, let's go for the Marine tank push. But that was scouted the moment it left the base, and from there, we had a Classic in control. Very quick robo production, that Immortal and that Colossus, the Observer, all did heavy lifting. Every unit had a purpose in this game.
Yeah, and like, look at the supply, or rather, and in fact, not even the supply. The probe count was growing very quickly beyond it. He was using all his chrono boost to get out probes once he kind of realized, hey, I've defended everything, like especially that drop as well in the south there. The army can't kill me. I'm totally fine. So I like the fact that he respected the pushing attempts by GuMiho. It was just like 3 or 4 Phoenix getting all that info, denying the SCVs, denying the drop as well. It was just Yeah, you're absolutely right. Every unit served its purpose and did it really, really nicely. And GuMiho never got to get going that game. Like, he really didn't. Everything that he did, the Marauder push early on, it was like, well, 2 probes, is it worth it? No. And everything beyond that, it's like, I didn't get to play my game. I didn't get started here. So very nicely done by Classic. And those kind of games always worry me a little bit, because if GuMiho is opening like that, and that's a build, I'm not going to pretend I'm the most active Terran on the ladder, because I'm absolutely not at all. We all know that. But I've been playing, and as long as I've ever played, those kind of builds are such like, I hope you do this, and I hope it's going to work out. Like, I really hope the stars align in one kind of way or shape or form. But yeah, that was not it whatsoever.
Absolutely, Ben. I've seen a similar push, but hitting a lot faster off of a double gas opening, where the Protoss just doesn't see it at all. These Marines and tanks seem to materialize out of nowhere, which Ancient Cistern's a great map for that, is surprising your opponent because there's so many paths across it. As you were talking about it before the game even started, bunkers and tanks are up and it looks great. But remember, that was the Protoss map pick. The next map will be the Terran map pick. We're going into Royal Blood. Let's see if he can win on enemy territory. A clinical game 1. Going into map 2, it's Classic.
And spawning over in the top right here as our blue Terran, none other than the Towel Terran, GuMiho himself. It was fun last week with the casters, like backstage kind of thing, just watching the matches, going through the matches, and that series of GuMiho, like this conversation was happening while GuMiho was playing Dark, and they were having, you know, an absolute brawler of a series. Kevin brought it up, Rotterdam. He was like, you know what? GuMiho might be like one of the most underappreciated champions ever. And then we went back and looked at some of his matches, him getting that GSL title, because I always think about it as him dealing with Sue in the final and doing things that Sue had no idea what to do against, you know? Like, we spoke about it. Once it gets to those spellcasts, it's like, okay, what do I do? But on the way there, he took out some real titans, man. Like, in his group stages, he was like 2-0, 2-0, and it was players like Zest and what have you. Then in the semifinals, he took out Maru in a best-of-7 as well. Like, he really, for his period of time, was an absolutely phenomenal Terran. And I totally thought about it again. I'm like, yeah, and he's a guy that's gone to the army, and here he is going up against one of the scariest Zergs out there, Dark, and actually beating him with mech and stuff and making these games go all the way. I absolutely have to say, I'm super impressed that GuMiho is playing as well as he's ever played.
Absolutely. You know, that was a historic moment for GuMiho. That championship in, I believe it was 2017, 2018, somewhere around there, that actually came off the back of him revamping his mechanics. A lot of players, you know, they just get stuck in the way they play. And GuMiho felt like his weakness was actually, you know, his ability to keep up with the multitasking. He changed his control groups, how to use camera locations, how, you know, rapid fire for different commands, setting up his hotkeys, different mouse sensitivity, how he used his mouse. Obviously, he's called the Towel Terran because he has hyperhidrosis, a condition where he basically sweats constantly a large amount, and he has to have a small, like, little microfiber towel over his mouse to stop it from getting drenched. So he has, like, all these specific conditions, and he basically just found a way where he did all that, and yeah, beating Maru in that best-of-7, like, man, that's pretty crazy in a TVT. So GuMiho's done it before, and he definitely can do it again. Recently, he's been trying to find the secret source, and he's had a great return from the military over the last year and a half. But he's still just very close in a lot of these series. I would say Solar's ability to defeat mech is probably the biggest obstacle to his career right now. Solar has been a nemesis for GuMiho, a big problem for him. But someone like Classic here is a different obstacle, a different sort of obstacle, one that right now is keeping him pinned in on one base. But with the high ground command center, he was, of course, completely prepared for this.
What a funny shield battery, by the way. Like, that shield battery, it's obviously for if a push is to come much further on in the game, but it didn't save that probe early on. So, yeah, kind of funny that he went for it right there and there. But it will be a Phoenix opening again for Classic here, and obviously this is a different ball game entirely. There's no Marauder shenanigans here. We do have an early medevac, and that is a very early medevac. And it's going to be a bunch of Marines and a Cyclone with it. So that is actually a very good opening against these Phoenix type plays.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Robo's down pretty early. There's a second gateway building. There is an early shield battery. And I think Classic's happy to stay 2-base for a while. So can you actually push inside the natural? Maybe if you can pick off one of these Phoenix on the map or something like that. He's got a lot of Marines. He can also drop in the main as well and do a bit of multi-prong. Right now, Classic's very low on the units, and this is a super early push.
It really is. And like the problem with these Phoenix openings, you have 0 scouting besides that early Adept, and you have to send your Phoenix across the map early on. You really do.
Oh.
Look at this. That Phoenix getting absolutely shut down here. The Adept in the main base as well. He's got literally 2 units out on the map that can fight back. This is a disaster of a start for him.
Losing that Phoenix there is so huge. You need every Phoenix. They gain strength with power because they need the other Phoenix there to shoot the units when they pick them up. Every time you lose a Phoenix in the early game, it's a disaster. He's going to lift his units out of the main, back to the low ground, but already a fantastic start for GuMiho. He's building Tech Labs, SCVs, and Marines behind this, rotating down towards that natural, but Stalkers and a shield battery should be able to take him out. Good pullback by GuMiho. Does not want to fight in battery range.
No, he doesn't. Even in the lift-ups here, like, GuMiho is actually on point this game in particular. Resources lost tab must be massively in his favor as well. Yeah, 100 to 700. Now that this Stalker count's growing, he will absolutely be able to fight back. But will he? Oh, nice pickoffs here. These Cyclones are absolutely doing their job. And no third base to speak of either for Classic. And that's not through lack of trying, man. That is because he can't fight against this army right now. And it's just been slowly growing, forcing the shield battery overcharge as well, but he can't move away from that.
Yeah, battery. He's gonna have to take a Nexus on the top, on the triangle. He's sending a probe up there right now, but oh my lord, look at that. Even in the main base, I landed. Viking getting 6 probes. Oh, this is so bad right now for him. The Viking even not taken out just yet. Drop's gonna split off on the left side. GuMiho building a Banshee and a tank behind this. Making Cloak. Whoa. That is an odd choice. GuMiho's follow-up here is bizarre. It looks like he wants to keep pushing. I really thought he was just going to macro up and get way ahead, but what do you think of this follow-up?
I think it's crazy. I think it's really wild. I don't know if he's just thinking like, all right. He's not going to be thinking about getting an observer anytime soon, and just, you know, he's all about suffocating Classic, isn't he? He's all about suffocating him. Like even the Viking that he used earlier to take out probes, he's utilizing everything that he has out on the field to do something, which is a super cool way of playing. And this Phoenix attempt from Classic, like, what has he been able to do with them so far? I mean, nothing. They've been trying to be defensive, which anything else would have probably been better. And look at GuMiho, man. He's just all over the shop.
Oh, battery overcharge going down, but we're careful. The Immortal's out of range of that healing. He's trying to go in and out as Classic. He does take out the Siege tank. Good pick off for him. GuMiho definitely going a little bit wild. He's got the 3rd command center behind it. So obviously he's trying to smother him like almost harassment-wise, and then surprise with the Banshees. He will go to the macro follow-up behind it. The worker count is insane. 55 for GuMiho. As soon as he floats the 3rd down, it's going to be filled with workers. And, you know, give him 3 minutes. He'll have stim, shields, 1-1 upgrades. And you'll forget the fact that these barracks were so incredibly late. And, oh, that's huge. That is massive.
That's maybe the first blip on the radar here, isn't it? And now shield batteries will start in the mineral lines, which will be very good. Observer is getting chrono boosted as well. GuMiho is still in a phenomenal position, don't get me wrong, but amidst all of this that he's bringing across the map, he was up to like 1,200 minerals, and then he pumped out a bunch of stuff, a bunch of buildings, and yeah, Banshees will start arriving, dealing damage. I think right now Classic's in such bad shape that whatever happens from here, as long as GuMiho kills something, deals a little bit of damage, he's in fine shape, you know.
That worker advantage, I mean, even in workers is bad for Protoss. Down 10 workers is terrible. You may have a bit of a tech advantage in the Colossus department, but the Forge and the Twilight are very, very late. And the double upgrades coming in for Terran are going to be a very big lead. 4 probes go down to that previous harassment, and that was just, yeah, extra little bits of damage that stack up over time. Things like the Cyclones aren't the most useful later in the game. And Classic is a master of defense. So he's going to try and look towards a 4th base, probably just for the minerals, and go for a big Colossus Zealot Archon army, a sort of ground-pounding army. He's going to need some fantastic engagements, though. And I'm trying to think maybe a few small Zealot run-bys, a few little backstabs to buy time, and just going into the Disruptors once he's got the Colossus count that he wants. Those are the ways that Classic can pull himself back.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it can come down to GuMiho getting a little bit too eager with some of these harass opportunities, right? Like, and we all know that he absolutely can do. If he can grab these Cyclones while all this is happening, I mean, that's something. But seeing the Phoenix over there dealing with your Cyclones allows your Banshees to come in. And this is something that GuMiho is like, you know what? As long as I'm dealing some damage, it's not bad for me because I know you're behind. But Classic, he's dealt with this really well. The Observer perfectly placed. The Phoenix are back over. And 2 Banshees and 3 Cyclones for 6 probes. I think that's a trade that he's more than willing to take here at this point.
Yeah, I mean, any trade's a good trade for GuMiho, but then you look at that one and you're like, yeah, maybe not, maybe not. 7 probes, there's not that many. But they weren't the most useful units for the next stage in the game. The units lost tab is looking relatively even between the 2 players at around 3,000 resources lost aside. And the +2 bio attack is on the way, as well as +2 armor starting up. GuMiho, one of the fastest Terrans when it comes to actually making 2-2. A lot of Terrans like to commit harder to their 1-1 and really try to take the Protoss out. GuMiho always likes to keep those upgrades rolling for the future. Those siege tanks could be huge here, but they're going to get jumped on.
Oh, I mean, nice start. But this army that GuMiho's crafted is so good against Colossus armies, unless he's caught in siege, because I mean, that amount of tanks waiting at the bottom of a ramp like that, this drop is a little bit scandalous, I gotta say, because if that does get caught, if it does get shut down, but the fact that there is so few Zealots on the map right now for Classic means these tanks can really reign supreme against the Colossus-based army.
And only 2 Phoenix, it's not enough. I mean, that drop, Marines wreck Phoenix. And what's he going to do here? He's got to send a bunch of units up into his main, but at the same time, GuMiho's poking at the 3rd base. You don't want to send much up here. A single Colossus walks up with the high ground. That's a lot of Zealot Archon that is not at the front right now. And seeing that there, GuMiho's going to push on the front. He's going to see that he's out of position. The tank's moving forward, but nice pullback by Classic, trying to fall back. It's just a few Stalkers, an Archon, an Immortal. The sentry does fall. Classic regroups on the front. He holds onto his 4th Nexus for now. And I mean, arguably, you can give this Nexus up. So remember, it's all about GuMiho, you know, getting over. If GuMiho's being patient like this, don't fight into the siege tanks. And maybe even think about starting Nexus on the right side already. Prepare to give this up. Because if you can max out as Classic, there's definitely a chance to take the correct engagement. But attacking into that choke point, into that much bio, it's about a bit of a hard decision to make, and I think it will be a game-losing decision if he goes for it.
I think so too. But he's kind of thinking about it. There's no shield battery with him at this 4th base, and is he trying to make one there? He is at the bottom of the screen, but kind of too late at this point. These Colossus are really going uncontested here. He is doing some harass on the other side of the map with the Warp Prism and the Zealots, but I think GuMiho did shut it down. And look where Classic's expanding to here. He's like, you know what? I'm with Pig. I can give up this base. I can move over to the right side of the map because this isn't the fastest or easiest army to reposition, but he's moving in as +2 finished here, Pig, but nice pickups on these tanks. The Archons are doing a really good job of soaking up those shots as well, and look at that, all the tanks have actually fell in this army. Classic.
Oh, but here comes the reinforce. There's another entire army behind that. Classic took a surprisingly good fight, realizing how much army was at home, but my gosh, the amount of bio with +2 to upgrades versus +2 kicking in for Classic as well. Classic loses his 4th base. He's down 6 workers and 50 supply in total, so that's 45 army supply advantage for GuMiho. He's got 5 ghosts building at a time, as if the army numbers weren't enough to worry about. EMP is going to be added to the mix, and that should shut Classic out of this game.
I mean, 0 armor. I mean, I know this is the Protoss style at the moment, getting just the attack upgrades, but having 0 armor with this much bio when they're already +2, that army is going to get shredded. And the one thing that's really been helping you in these fights is your Archons. But those bad boys, they are going to pop like blimps in this next fight when these ghosts come along, and I don't even think it's going to get there, Pig. I mean, the Phoenix, they're brave bad boys over there, lifting up those tanks, but that is just so much bio from GuMiho, and look at him, he's trying to micro with the Warp Prism as well, but GG, we have a tied-up series here, and yet again.
Nice aesthetically pleasing engagement for the Terran at the end there. The Zealots charge into almost a funnel. You see the Terran kind of expanding backwards in a sort of semicircle, a concave, some would say. And yeah, gunning them all down. Very few units actually connecting for the Protoss, not quite having the numbers. And the men with the gun stand triumphant at the end of the day. This one's going to go to the deciding match again. And that's awesome. I really felt like these series would be well fought, very competitive matches today. And we've seen 2 of these games. One Classic crushed, one GuMiho crushed. Game 3, give us a close back and forth macro game. Show us what you've got. I really want to see if they can do it. What a cool opening for GuMiho, by the way, though. Even with the early shield battery, just not being able to defend this, and the landed Viking, the Marine drop follow-up, felt like the layers of pressure were just non-stop.
Yeah, this was one of those games where everything went to plan, and you know, the first game, the build order didn't work out for him. The second game, more than worked out for him. Having 3 Cyclones, a bunch of Marines, and the medevac itself just kept those Marines alive for so long, didn't they? And it just allowed him to get this contain on his opponent. I really like this tanky army that he had as well. It was very well crafted, like the follow-up and what have you. And Classic, he's the one that couldn't really get into it. I'm with you. I want to see both of them get into it, both having a nice build, a solid build. Obviously, that's not how StarCraft always works out, but so far, the games that both these guys have won, they've played real good doing it.
Yeah, getting in control and running away with the game. Top players very good at taking those advantages and running with it, and not giving the other player any opportunities to get back into the game, really. These ones were such big leads. It was like, you know, it's not, oh, he's taking a small edge there. It was pretty dominating, and getting kept off the third base when the Terran has their third command center finished. That's a nasty situation to be in as Classic. But you can already see his style. It's very, very similar to ShoWTimE. I don't think Classic is always a turtley player, but in this matchup specifically, I really feel like he loves just defense. Phoenix Colossus, pretty much every matchup, camping at home. And he actually looked quite good even like the last season of GSL that he played in versus Maru. Was kind of going toe-to-toe with him, and I was like, oh, you know, this is really good. And then Maru just kind of catches him out of position and wins the game like Maru has that ability to do. But Classic has shown that he can really kind of just survive a lot of the standard Terran attacks. You need to add a little bit of special sauce. You need to have some next level positioning or catch him off guard.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like the way that Classic's been approaching this series is a bit different to how I see most Korean Protoss do it. Like, I know Maru in recent interviews has been like, one difference between the Euros, or at least the foreign Protosses, is their willingness to go Phoenix. I think it was very much talking about max packs, but here, Classic's been absolutely willing to do that, and he's very good at it. And on a map like this is a larger map where Phoenix can raise Supreme, and spawning over in the top left as our red toss, it is Classic.
And some call him the GuMiho. Down here at the bottom right side, a very creative Terran player. Let's see what sauce he's got for us on Gressman. It's GuMiho.
Yeah, I always like watching GuMiho play, just because he's so nuts, isn't he? Like, it's just, you know, you're going to get a real game out of this bad boy where whatever it takes, it might be also one thing where it's not necessarily super planned out. Like, maybe the first course of the game might be planned, but then it's just utter chaos what he brings. And yeah, I love it, man. I love it. He's a hard player to emulate, because a lot of these games, I really do feel that he goes more by feeling as opposed to anything else.
Yeah, some of his timing attacks I think are amazing. Like, I love copying a few of his builds, but then there's ones like that last game where you're like, yeah, no. He's like, yeah, I'm going to constantly attack with, like, the Viking will be here, then it'll be there, and then the medevac will be here, then it'll be there, and the Cyclones will be in and out on the front trying to get the battery, and then the siege tank will come in, and then the Banshees will go in and out, and like, you're like, okay, this is just too chaotic, and there's too many things happening. Like, an average Joe could not copy this, you know. It's almost hero style, but with the Terran pieces. It's just all over them, and he does it against Zerg as well, where like he'll just attack with, like, and you're like, wait, does he have 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions at my base? You're like, huh? No one builds more than 1 Reaper with their Hellions, and GuMiho will just do it, and you know, he'll pick off a queen, and then he'll get another queen, and suddenly, like, he starts spiraling the game. There's Liberators arriving at unusual timings, and there's like an 8-minute Hellbat timing way later than you'd ever expect it. That's GuMiho. He's always going to show you things you've never seen before. That creativity puts his opponents in unfamiliar territory, and he does force a lot more mistakes out of them.
Yeah, he absolutely does. Like, one of my favorite things when I watch him play, especially against Zerg, it'll be like, you know, you get the Reaper, then you go for reacted Hellions, and then he's like, you know what? Out of this barracks, instead of doing something else with it, like making a Marine or something, I'm going to keep on making Reapers for these reacted Hellions, just have 1 extra, and it can really throw like a spanner in the works on how you're trying to deal with stuff, right? So, yeah, and I have no idea what triggers it. Like here, Reactor into Reacted Reaper? I mean, nutty. I'm looking forward to it, though.
No, I mean, the Reaper into Reacted Reaper is kind of wild, isn't it? This is, it makes you wonder, is he going to do a full TVT and go like 6 Reapers, 3 Hellions? I mean, that's a really good attack in TVT. It would be insane to commit to it here, but I think just 3 Reaper, 2 Hellions should do the trick, and that alone can do a lot of damage. Phoenix not going to shut this down on its own. I think there's just 2 Adepts and no shield battery. Oh no, there is 3 Adepts. Classic chrono boosting a lot. He must have chronoed his gateway units at least twice to get them out this early.
But look at this. He's kind of sniffing something out. I do love that little pullback as well with the Adept Shades there. Because here, this army, he spotted it. And now, if you're the Terran, you really want to get something done with that. Look at Classic. He's like, you know what? Let's start making a wall here. Get some Adepts into the main. He's actually responding to this all very nicely and quickly, isn't he? Like, he loses a probe, but that could have been far worse with this kind of situation.
Super clean defense here for Classic. And oh, is that a wall off on the natural as well? Oh, the battery! The Adept barely pulls back and survives. Oh my lord, losing only 2 probes. This is perfect defense for Classic. He can move a probe out, take a 3rd base, and he'll be in a just amazing position. What good D.
What good D indeed. And look at that, by the way. GuMiho, Cyclone, Raven. He's on 3 gases. He's getting the Cyclone Magfield upgrade as well. Like, I'm always this guy that I'm like, you know there's Phoenix out on the map? Going for Raven is absolute lunacy. Like, lunacy pig. And he's going for it. And if he can kind of sneak that out and get... and, you know, also change the starport so it isn't having the tech lab anymore, Classic will be none the wiser. Like, those turrets later on could be quite glaringly painful for him.
Only takes 7 Phoenix shots to kill a Raven. They basically fly past it and it's gone. You blink, it's gone. But it spells a game changing. I have always been in part of that, the church of building Ravens versus Phoenix is terrible. And the last year of StarCraft has taught me otherwise. It's taught me that when the Terran is a true expert Raven operator, they always find a way. And indeed, he's hitting it on the edge of the map. He's going to sneak it along that north. The Cyclones and the Marines coming in. That Stalker and the Adepts taking a fair bit of damage down here. Marines moving in with it as well. Raven is going to head towards that main to drop some auto turrets. Magfield Marine pressure into a 3rd command center on location nonetheless. This is such a dangerous push. I think he's I'd say he's got a recall if he's Protoss, but he's Terran. He doesn't have that ability. He needs to just run. Those Phoenix can pick up everything and shut it down.
So he does have a Raven in the main base right now. I think he even made a 2nd Raven as well, which, again, lunacy, GuMiho, absolute lunacy. He's still pumping out Ravens, by the way. Like, this game, he's playing wild, Piggy. And you know what? Even though this push got shut down, his army right now that he's got left standing here, I think it can hold. Like, I really do, yeah. Especially with these Magfield upgrades. I mean, you have to be careful because these Phoenix can get a lot of damage done and lift things up, which they are going to start doing. Oh, beautiful lift ups.
Auto turrets do a fair bit of damage, though. Remember, if you don't deal with them, they still deal a lot. And actually, not a bad trade for GuMiho. If he can keep those Ravens alive, that is a big hit. But he gets another Phoenix.
Okay. This is... That fight for Classic, he was hoping for far more out of that. Like, resources lost tab, still not the best for GuMiho, but remember, everything that he's been doing has been kind of slowing down the economy of Classic, and I dare say his economy has probably been mining a little bit better over the last few minutes, and he's going for a second... He's going mech in TVP.
Yeah, he's going full mech, which is wild. Mech is famously ineffective versus Protoss due to Zealots beating tanks and you know, everything else. Oh man, he didn't repair his units. Auto turret goes down. The Ravens get bopped, but so does a siege tank from the Immortal. 2 Phoenix falling for the Protoss. He wants to take care of that Immortal. He doesn't want to let the Protoss out of here, but that Cyclone on red hit points just getting way too close to the sun. GuMiho needs to contain himself. Gets way too excited trying to chase that army down.
That was one of those moments where I was just like, GuMiho, play to survive. And then it was like, but I can kill everything, right? No. You can't do it. And he goes, you know. Back at home, by the way, despite being against so many kind of mechy units here and, you know, the Magfield upgrade, Classic's still like, you know what? I'm going to go Colossus. I'm also going to go Double Forge. I feel this is one of those games that you don't need the Double Forge, you know? Like, you can just kind of focus on the attack upgrades, but he will get confirmation of what he's up against here, because he got to see that there's a couple of factories out, and yeah, this is going to get spicy. Now I'm very curious what Classic's going to do.
Oh, Vikings here chasing into a losing battle. But 2 more Vikings come out and turn it in his favor. Oh, GuMiho almost gets one more. Not quite. It's going to be Charge and Immortals for Classic. Now, I've been a big proponent of the fact that Protoss can deal with mech with ground army. and you don't need to rush air. A lot of pro players over the years have said the opposite. Just go air. You always win with air. Mech always loses to air. Go carriers, go Tempest, go that sort of stuff. But the thing is, Immortals wreck siege tanks. Zealots wreck siege tanks. The problem is, of course, dealing with things like Hellbats and Widow Mines that can clear the Zealots and the Archons and everything really quickly. And when you get to like eight or more tanks, they can also gun down Immortals very quickly from far away. The problem is, even when that Terran army looks really good in a choke point or behind a wall, the moment it gets flanked from 2 or 3 sides by Zealot, Immortal, Archon, man, it crumbles. Like, it's a glass cannon. And that's why GuMiho, he's going to have to play this incredibly slow, really positional, always sitting behind walls, and just do a lot of harassment to try to slow down Classic's economy. Blue Flame Hellions, running into bases, Banshees, Widow Mine drops, all that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. I like the thing that's on my mind right now is the fact that if you are Classic, you are up against a guy that could do things with mech that I feel like nobody else can, right? Like, he is aggressive. He'll do these things where he gets like medevacs as well. He starts dropping Hellbats on you. He's recalling this Colossus as well, getting him out of there. That was nice by Classic. But Classic right now, he's out on the map thinking, oh, I can contain a mech player, right? And GuMiho's like, hold my beer. Like, this is not ordinary mech. So he's got a bunch of Vikings, bunch of Hellions and Cyclones. Now he's going to the more normal mech behind it. But like right now, it doesn't look like there's holes. Like there's not that availability to just kill him. And also, like, even if you are trying to be greedy, look at this. Classic's actually pulled really damn early, so he doesn't lose that much. So nicely done by him. But GuMiho, he's actually hiding some Hellions down there in the south here, waiting for a move just like this. But he doesn't realize that he got spotted by an observer. So Classic, they're both playing quite smart about this. This is a great game. So this is what we wanted, Piggy.
Heck yeah, mate. Mass command center's on the way. There still isn't a lot of turrets guarding from a prism in the main. One big zealot warping in the main can ruin your day. You're so immobile, and if you ever lose those tanks, you lose the game. GuMiho does not know where that army is right now. He's going to find out, and he's going to have to be set up in a good position. He sees a lot of zealot, Archon, Immortal coming in. Oh, the Cyclone Miss Rally walks up the cliff. The Cyclones take it out. Well worth losing 2 Cyclones, I believe, to clear that up. Oh, he even has SCVs up front on hold position. The Zealots can't get past the hold position SCVs. Amazing positioning for GuMiho.
Oh my goodness, why did he walk in there, Pig? Why? I mean, the Zealots is still sort of trading. The supplies are both absolutely getting bopped here. 12 SCVs go down amidst the chaos, but holy crap, that was about the worst fight that Classic could have ever taken. Still, maybe that's kind of what he was looking for, to deal the eco damage while taking a bad fight, but my goodness, he got absolutely cuddled in there, funneled in there, and absolutely AoE'd down. That was an absolute massacre.
For those who don't know, workers are terrible combat units, but the reason that worked is it was a full wall off except for that opening. And by putting the workers on a hold position in the opening, the unit AI works in a way where if a worker doesn't have an attack command, it's just either moving, mining, or on hold position, it is lower priority. So all those Zealots and Archons were automatically trying to get at the siege tanks and Hellbats that in their minds were within arm's reach. They were just over those SCVs. Because the SCVs were on hold position, they could not get moved out of the way. So unless Classic, hit them with like some splash damage or actually manually targeted those SCVs, he was just going to get stuck on it. It was actually the siege tanks killing the Zealots that also splashed the SCVs and eventually broke away open. Classic is still in a decent supply position. He does lose that Warp Prism in the main. Got to be careful against these Zealot run by siege tanks, can do massive friendly fire to the SCVs.
Really fun defensive setups by GuMiho. Like, he just had the perfect amount of units here, there, and everywhere just to make sure that he wasn't going to take damage from any of these little shenanigans. Like, those 2 Hellbats being... In fact, I was thinking those 2 Hellbats and the Cyclone was enough to deal with those Zealots that dropped out, but apparently not, and 13 SCVs do fall. And Classic, he's playing this like Zergs play against mech, right? Like, he's just expanding all over the shop. He's up to 90 workers, and he never has like a massive army, but he's out on the map. This is a really cool game, man.
I don't know if GuMiho can withstand it. If he can, it's amazing. There's just so many units coming in, though, and GuMiho lost a lot of SCVs. The Liberators coming in complicates things, but I feel without some Widow Mines, it can get really nasty. I feel like you need Hellbats and Widow Mines. It's kind of like defending against the Lingbane Hydra, from Zerg, where you really need like a good mix of units, perfect wall-offs and positioning, and it's the wall-offs that are key, and the wall-offs are very often lacking. Those tanks below this army are in the open right now. They are not behind a wall-off. I'm very much worried that GuMiho gets jumped on. He's got some Lib Harass coming in, but cannons are well set up for it. It's a lot of units.
That is a massive, massive mech army. In Classic, he's maxed out. I think this is where he can start trading a little bit, and it doesn't matter how poor it is, because he's going to be rich behind this. And I mean, there's a lot of SCVs falling. That, though, oh my goodness, the tanks, you talked about it, they don't have that meat shield, and oh my goodness, TY Clip 2.0 right here. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, we don't play mech that often against Protoss.
Yeah, that was not pretty. I mean, we missed half of the fight. Now, that's not because the observers are sleeping at their post. It's because the fight takes 2 seconds. The moment the Zealots charge on the tanks, it's over. It's over. Like, you just can't, everything disappears. The Zealots are so cheap. The tanks are so expensive and slow to build. It's impossible. It's very hard to deal with. And that's why if those tanks ever get caught out of position, you are in trouble. Classic, as you said, 90 probes, play like a Zerg, double upgrades, and just swamp in with those cheap expendable units. The Zealots getting in the mineral lines, dragging the tank fire in. It's very difficult because it's not just about having, you know, siege tanks. It's tanks enough Hellbats to try and deal with the Zealots. You need, you know, to start adding more and more complexity, but you also need to keep your economy up. You can't fall too far behind or he's going to swap into Sky Toss. And as you take those new bases, you get spread thin, and it's very hard to keep those wall-offs up in front of those siege tanks. So really nice engagements by Classic. And I really feel like even that ground style, which is supposedly the inferior style. I mean, you look at what he just did with it and you're like, okay, Zealots, Immortals, Archons, that's a good composition.
Yeah, I mean, Classic did everything that he had to, right? Like, he defended, he held on, and he made mech look like we all kind of think mech does in our heads against Protoss. But anyhow, we're going to go over to the desk and see what they think about this series.
You know, I was really hoping GuMiho was going to show us the light, show us the way for mech in TVP. That didn't happen. That was over like that. It was so fast. Wardy, Loco joining me. Loco, I was really hoping, I imagine you were probably hoping as well to see something magical there, but it was not going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, we've played this game for the last 13 years. Players have come and gone. They have tried it many times over and over and over again to make mech work against Protoss. And I mean, in my mind, right, if anyone can pull it off, it's probably GuMiho. But
yeah, probably.
Yeah, like Pig already pointed out, if one of those fights goes poorly, if you have the Zealots charging on top of it. And then we had that one engagement before that too, right, where the Colossus ended up falling. We had the hold position workers there. It really seemed like this was the game where mech was gonna, be viable against Protoss, but not the case.
No. These are the highlights brought to you by Aramco as we take a look back at games number 1 and 2, which happened a little bit quicker at Warden than our third game. What did you make of the series as a whole?
Yeah, the first game I thought was very good from Classic, right? Just identifying when he can go after defending and everything, so that was really cool. Second game, you just saw GuMiho kind of take the reins and say, right, well, I'm not going to let you take control. Let me take control early. I just think both these players showed in this first 2 games kind of the element, and then honestly, I'm kind of sad about the mech game 3 because like mech just never freaking works, right? I really wish we'd seen like another kind of like a macro bio game versus Protoss. I don't doubt that GuMiho has ways to make the mech work. It's just when mech doesn't work, I'm like, oh well, yeah, I already expected to see that, right? So I just would have loved to see what it would have looked like had he not been playing it. And obviously if we both had an even opening, because this was a bit of a macro game, but this one was GuMiho already very far ahead in that game from the opening.
Yeah, as this game now finishes up and it gets going into this game number 3. And as you said, this was that engagement that started things off here, Loco, and we're like, what are we watching? I do feel like this is a moment where Classic is allowing it to work, you know, for GuMiho's side of things, as opposed to Classic, you know, just trouncing it, I suppose.
Yeah, this I think it was Pig that said it, right? It kind of felt like a Protoss player playing like Zerg, right? They take the Zergy approach of just expanding all over the map. He's now at 86 workers as we're looking at that final battle. Just basically trying to, well, throw stuff at the Terran player, and eventually, generally at least, that mech army will roll over and die. But it was a good attempt right there by GuMi.
It definitely was. So we have now a confirmed qualification match here in the upper bracket. It will be RagnaroK going up against Classic. So that is hopefully going to be a banger. I'm looking forward to that. And that will be a best of 5, which will be played later on down the line here in this bracket. For now, though, we have 2 more matches up in this upper bracket. Creator versus Cure and DRG versus Hero. Down in the bottom, already confirming Bunny versus GuMiho, Wardy. That's a little bit of a heartbreaker potentially. I think a lot of people are out there are watching and wanting both of these players to advance on. So one of them's going to be gone.
2 fan favorites, right? I mean, you've got Bunny, who everyone loves Bunny, everyone loves GuMiho. They're both super fun to watch. They've both been good as well. Obviously, I think we didn't get to see Bunny last weekend, but we've seen how good GuMiho has been. But we know Bunny's in great shape too. The fact that one of these players is not going to make it is obviously heartbreaking, but that's just the toughness of this tournament, right? Not everyone can make it. The quality of play is extremely high. I think the craziest thing is you look at that match and I don't really have a favorite because it's TVT, and I feel like in Korea the TVT games really can just go any which way. Like on any given day, most of the Terrans can take down the other Terrans. Like, yeah, you put Mario up above others, but outside of that, the Terrans really do just go at each other and trade all the time. So excited to see how it turns out.
It's a bit of a pit fight for those Terrans. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to go to a break here at Gamers Without Borders. When we return, we have ourselves another Protoss entering the arena here against a Terran in Creator versus Cure. We'll see you soon.
This is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8. The land of heroes.
And that's why everybody is trying to qualify here for Gamers Without Borders. We have got ourselves plenty more matches to come, though, throughout the next 3 days. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about our next match is going to be Creator versus Cure, and I have Pig and Ben to talk about this one. Piggly Wiggly on the green screen. He was in the grid before. What's happened, Pig?
I've exited the grid because I need to deliver some smooth, unfiltered, just truth. I need to drop some bombs of the knowledge variety, and we can't do that in the grid. I need to let you know that I'm not in the Matrix. No,
he's back.
Okay, sorry. I was about to say that, you know, one of these players is massively favored and the other has almost no chance, but I can't say that now. I think it's going to be a very competitive match, and both of these players will definitely try their best and have a good shot.
Okay, back to grid, Pig. I like that. I like that. Thank you. All right, let's talk about this match then coming up. Let's take a look at who is going to be playing. We have got ourselves Creator going up against Cure Gentleman in a match where, you know what, I might agree with non-grid Pig coming into this one, Ben, because Cure recently has done very well against Creator in online play, and I don't know whether or not that's going to slow down. What are your thoughts, Ben, coming into this one?
Yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, you know, like absolutely not. Cure, I just looked at the statistics between them. He's 85% win ratio in series against Creator. And it's not just like one or two, you know, it's like 50, 60 series between them. So that does not spell hopeful for Creator, even though Creator's been looking like a decent Protoss as of late. It's just Cure. When it comes down to watching a Terran and being able to like emulate a good solid Terran, Cure's absolutely been one of the best for that for a long period of time. Like it's not necessarily super flashy. It's not necessarily super, you know, out there. It's just good, solid fundamentals. And if he's on the ball, he can make anybody look silly. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to see what he brings to the table in this series. Because yeah, he's the Terran that you absolutely look out for when you want to learn a matchup. Because he's just damn good at everything. It feels like.
Pig.
Creator is going to take out Gressman and Dragon Scales, and Cure is going to take out, you know, Altitude, a big map. Interesting that he took out Neo-Humanity as well, a map where apparently he doesn't feel he can be confident aggressively. Other than that, their map picks are pretty traditional in that you've got a large map for Protoss. What's interesting, though, is I do feel the next two maps are both very good for Protoss in Royal Blood and Babylon. Yeah. So definitely game one's going to be Creator's best chance. But as Ben said, dude, Raven, Widowmine drop to open, almost always Raven plus siege tanks into 3 barracks play, and it's a very late 2-base push that comes out of Cure. He has SCVs, he has a 3rd command center building behind it, and even Hero, the best Protoss in the world, regularly falls to it. It's very difficult to stop this man's standard play.
Very, very difficult indeed. Those are the maps, and that's how it's going to go down. It's going to be Creator. It feels like he can't catch a break, Ben. He goes up against Marrow in the first round of the previous bracket. Now, having to go up against Cure here, it's Protoss having a bit of a hard time, and Creator might end up in the lower bracket.
I mean, yeah, these aren't these aren't just like silly Terrans you're going up against, are they? They're like absolutely some of the best. I mean, Maru is the best, kind of the uncontested GOAT when it comes to Terran players. And Cure, he's kind of a guy that's been sat in the shadows for a long time. I know he's had really good results here and there. At one point, he's called the Online King, but he's a damn difficult Terran to take down because to beat him, you have to outplay him. And that's been a difficult thing for Creator in his career. And we know he's an emotional guy as well. So he has to keep that. Not only does he have to, like, make sure he outplays Cure, but he also has to deal with the emotional part of it as well. So, yeah, he's going to be fighting on two fronts, really.
Let's see how it goes then. Thank you very much, boys. Time to head on over to the commentators here to bring you another PVT on the way. Creator versus Cure. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. It is time for our next best of 3 series. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Wardy. Wardy, what do you think of this series?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun one. And while the history definitely speaks toward Cure, I think recent history has to say Creator's been good, right? And he's been a lot better. And Cure's definitely not slowed down at all, so it's still going to be tough. But, you know, you look at the Creator that took on Maru last week and really pushed him to his limits and really gave us a good bit of a show. And I really look at this and say, actually, I think Creator can put up a good fight. I'd be surprised if he didn't take a map. I think we see 3 games at the very least.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. So our very first game is going to be starting up here, well, right now as we make our way to Ancient Cistern. That's map number 1 in this best of 3 series. And spawning right here in the bottom left-hand corner with the red Protoss pieces, we have Creator.
In the top right-hand side, our blue Terran is Cure.
These guys, of course, also teammates. Now, some teammates like to practice against each other all the time. I'm not entirely sure if Cure and Creator also face off against each other regularly in custom games, but they should be quite familiar with each other's playstyle, right? So Creator definitely likes to mix it up a little bit more, go for some crazy strategies. Cure also doesn't mind getting aggressive, but we'll have to see what build orders they decide to go for.
Yeah, it is an interesting one because TVP is a very, variable matchup. There's a lot of different things you can do early. We saw that in the previous series as well, right? Where TVP really can go from one extreme to another. So many different ways to be aggressive on both sides. So definitely expecting, honestly, Creator in general has not been overly aggressive. One thing he has done kind of interestingly lately is that kind of robo-based opening instead of like a Stargate or a Twilight, which are like the kings of this matchup. So maybe he mixes that in during the series. It's fun because there's so many follow-ups from that. You can even see like disruptor drops and so on. So I like that possibility just because, if nothing else, he can play every single game of this best of 3 very differently. I think that's going to keep Cure a little bit on edge. And that's always kind of tough as a Terran player. Like, the last thing you want as a Terran is always having to be guessing what's coming next and responding. And those things just make your life extremely difficult.
No, you're definitely right. Creator, very much so the kind of guy who will mix it up 3 games out of 3 if he wants to, right? Like, he is perfectly capable of playing the standard build orders, like the quick blink and the Oracle starts and all that, but he can certainly mix it up as well. So it's going to be important right here for Cure to figure out exactly what he's playing against. So far, though, just a normal build order by both of these guys, as Cure is going to be sending that Reaper towards the other side of the map after making that command center.
Yeah, just get that all set up, and obviously a factory coming down as well tells us exactly what this is going to be for the moment. It's not going to be any sort of fast barracks play. Creator is going to begin the Stargate, so setting up into the Stargate to start things out gives him the opportunity to obviously play into Phoenix if he wants to, or just get an Oracle or 2 and just sort of work from there. We'll see what his option is. We do see Phoenix a lot. This map, Ancient Cistern, is a pretty good 4-base map for Protoss. Like, the 4 bases set up quite nicely, and you can really defend the entries to those bases very well. So a lot of the time, what Protoss players try to do on this map is just to get to the stage of the game where that can happen, and that's most easily done 9 times out of 10 with Phoenix Colossus. It's also not a super open map. Almost everywhere is like an avenue that's somewhat choked up. It's hard to kind of play the Zealot Stalker style as much on this map because there's not the open spaces to kind of engage into a Terran in, which you might sometimes like to have as well. So generally expecting maybe some Phoenix here. It is going to be an Oracle to start. We'll see if he wants to add Phoenix later. It could, of course, like I said, just be an Oracle into some kind of transition to... The beauty of TVP is like there's just so many viable options into the mid game.
No, you're definitely right. So Creator is going to try and scout out what's happening here on the other side of the map. He sees one heli, and there's a Widow Mine on the back of it right now too, and we do have a starport here as well for Cure. So we have to see exactly what he decides to bring towards the other side of the map momentarily. It is going to be a Phoenix here on the back of it. So I like Phoenix starts quite a bit, mostly just because... is he going to get a probe? Yeah, he is going to get a 1 probe. But I like it quite a bit because you can defend, at least in theory, against pretty much everything that the Terran wants to throw at you, right? I mean, you can, for example, like we saw in the previous series, you can sneak out a Raven if you want to, but it's one of those builds that allows you to play pretty safe against everything, assuming you control the units correctly. There's the Robo facility on the back of it too. And I'm assuming, okay, we are going to go for additional Phoenix production. For a moment, he just had the single Phoenix. That doesn't really do you much, but he's going to add on a couple more.
Yep. I think at this stage, you're kind of committed through to multiple Phoenix. Yeah, the Oracle to kind of go out and scout a little bit. You don't necessarily need to build this Oracle. Revelation's always nice, but you can scout with the Phoenix as well. What might be kind of cute here is because you show the Oracle first, Oracle into Phoenix is less common. So stuff like now investing into the Raven may be a choice that Q is like, okay, it's an Oracle opening, I'll get the Raven. And of course, you'd be quite happy to see the Phoenix run in, although Q has actually seen the fact that Phoenix was building, so this is all with him actually, making these decisions based off that info. I mean, they obviously, Pig and Demo talked last game about how even in the face of Phoenix, players keep on making Ravens. And it is funny because sometimes these Phoenix can just fly in and kill them, but Terrans have gotten better and better at making sure they don't just lose the Raven in that way. Hiding it, figuring out how to target fire the Phoenix in such a way that it's an effective trade at the very least. And that's a pretty big deal. So we'll see what happens with the Raven this time from Q. One of Creator's main goals has got to be to try and stop that from getting important casts off.
And in this particular case, we saw that Hellion right there in the bottom right-hand corner. It must have spotted those Phoenixes as they flew by, so that Raven is going to be hiding. At the very least, he's going to try and keep it back for a little while, accumulate a bit of energy. Though, did he end up canceling it? Oh, no, it's right there. I think I just didn't see it in the middle of my screen, apparently. I was going to say, it should be out here somewhere. Anyways, this of course
got my load lines ready.
Yeah, this of course does allow Creator to transition towards that Robo Bay, and I mean that's what he was trying to do, right? You were bringing it up. There's a lot of good choke points. It's an easy map to take the fourth base on as well. So Creator basically is getting a free tech route right here all the way towards the Colossus.
Yeah, and most of the time you really do just kind of force the Terran player to see other tech in the game. Very hard to die off of like a bio timing with this sort of style from Creator. It is possible, especially if the Raven gets very good spell casts off. There's going to be like one moment where it's particularly scary, and beyond that, it should be pretty clear ceiling for Creator until Cure is a bit further teched up and everything else. So see how it pans out. Twilight Council behind all of this. This is one of the weaknesses of this stars. Obviously, you are reliant on Colossi and the Phoenix. If you lose out on those at any point, your gateway units just kind of suck compared to usual. There's not going to be charge. There's not going to be blink anywhere near as quickly. So you got to make sure that the units that you're working with, the Phoenix and the Colossi, that core has to stay pretty decently alive throughout. Let's see, with the Revelation added, it's really nice. The Phoenix don't have to be as kind of aggressive in terms of, because if there's no Revelation, you need the Phoenix to constantly be checking where this army is, which oftentimes leads to some Phoenix damage being taken, right? Because you're getting closer and closer, you don't always know if the army's turned around and it catches you just a little bit. The Oracle makes this process a lot simpler, and so the Phoenix are quite safe. They never have to go super close. They'll threaten, and they'll be like, hey, look, we're here, keep that Raven kind of, in a safe place. And they'll, if they see the opportunity, they'll kill the Raven too, but it's one of the benefits of having the Oracle, even though that you'd have map control anyway, it just still allows the Phoenix to be that little bit safer.
Viking in the main base trying to create a little bit of a distraction as well as the main fight happens right here at the front. Couple good force fields going down, but there's the Raven getting massive interference matrices, shutting down both of the Colossi for at least a little while. One of them ends up going down, but Creator seems to hold for now.
Kind of incredible, right, to actually come out of this in any sort of surviving situation as Creator, right? Both your Colossi get knocked down. It kind of felt like he was quite far forward too, so Q could maybe jump on him, but no, he gets back, super battery activates. Yes, one Colossus fell, but keeping the other alive makes this manageable, and Q still has a bit of an army supply lead, but if we get one more Colossus up, if we get that, splash damage reset, I could really see Creator still doing some good things. He's also about to have charge, which will help a little bit to sustain on the ground.
Yeah, he's transitioning right now as well towards that Colossus ranged upgrade, and he should be able to start looking for a fourth Nexus here momentarily as well, which is exactly what, he's looking for in this particular match. He can, of course, make the decision to take the one all the way here at the bottom of the map too. Certainly not a bad option, but I think the left one makes a little bit more sense here. This is also, though, where we do have that gateway explosion happening, so Creator may very well start taking some of these units towards the other side of the map here. Cure still has map control for now, but he needs to be careful. This Protoss army is going to grow out of hand here in the next few minutes.
Yes, it is kind of a timing thing, right? And he's appreciating that this game's going to go on. He's getting the Ghost Academy up. Ghosts Actually, a very important stage of this. So Ghost and Vikings overall are what you want, but Ghost especially, get rid of the Phoenix shields, get rid of the Phoenix energy as well, can be very important. Even though it's not even that Phoenix heavy at this stage, there's another one being built up now. We've not completely given up on it, but sometimes you see Phoenix Colossus that's like, you know, 8, 9 Phoenix. We somehow get the medevac without a loss. That was some cool micro there.
Yeah, it looked like he wasn't paying attention, and then that one Phoenix beautifully glided towards the left, and he sniped that easy peasy. That was the main counter against those Colossi earlier.
Yeah, that's a really nice catch. Temple Archives coming up as well, by the way. So Creator really, at this stage, is able to really broaden out on his tech, really get a few different things. Sometimes at this stage, obviously, a couple of Disruptors don't go amiss either. You've already got the Robo and the Robo Bay. Disruptors fill a very different role to Colossi, where Colossi deal damage throughout the fight. Disruptors force the Terran to step back. They force the Terran to not engage for a few moments. So the splash damage that those Disruptors provide, very different to what the Colossi provides. Intriguing that we don't see a couple. He did use the Robo throughout this. He's been building an Observer and Immortal, so he's bulking the army up. Just Disruptors usually, you know, they're a great addition. Why wouldn't you have them? So, yeah, surprised not to see a couple of those by now. We are moving into High Templars. Just for Archons, though, no Storm on the site. And the Hallucination still going across to try and pick up some scouting. The Observer spreading as well. Map control key at this point, because Q would love to try and get some drops in behind the Protoss army, especially now as a 4th base comes online and the Protoss generally has to be more spread out to cover each and every location.
Creator indeed just trying to make sure he's got vision everywhere, as we've got ourselves a nice little macro game to start this best of 3 series off. Yeah, Cure doesn't quite know yet about that base at the 6 o'clock position. He saw a probe almost pretending to make a 4th nexus on the left side of the map, so he must have figured out by now that there is a nexus out there somewhere, and well, there can really only be one other location. The thing is, though, Creator has got, he's past the scariest point in this game at this point, right? I mean, he needs to obviously still be very careful with his movement, but in general, it's usually that first fight that feels really scary for the Protoss player. Then again, though, these EMPs are massive. Terran trying desperately to break the high ground, but this is only about half the Terran army.
Yeah, we've got the split to the left-hand side as well, so just going to have this back and forth. And it's really difficult to obviously keep on splitting as the Protoss player in this situation. He's trying to get some Zealots warped in across the map at the same time so he can also counterattack. And this game's just about to get busy. We move in on this left side. There is EMPs available over here. Now, the battery isn't able to overcharge. That was used on the right side just previously. So Colossus, Phoenix, the Immortals all standing strong. A couple of Zealots blown up by the Widowmine there. And Marauder going down. Now the rest of these Zealots going to move up the right side and into the 3rd.
Yeah, Cure's going to keep trying to deal some damage over here, but now he is the one taking a lot of SCV losses at home, and this is just frustrating, right? You've been trying your very best to slow down the Protoss in whatever way you can, and so far it really hasn't happened. He's going to be very careful with those Widowmines as well, dealing a bunch of damage to his own SCVs too, and losing 9 workers there. And all the while, right, he's alleviating a lot of that pressure at home. He scouts the 4th Command Center right now too. I mean, this game is going really nicely right here for Creator, who is now going to add Storm into the mix as well. That one's finishing up in just a couple seconds. That's going to make this game a whole lot more comfortable, but there are already ghosts out, so EMPs are, well, the counter to the spell. There you go. See a couple of EMPs flying across the screen right away. He's not going to be able to storm, or he's not going to be able to use that many storms just yet, but it's enough to push back this Terran army for now, I believe.
Yeah, another feedback coming down. Super Battery's still active, which is helping a lot. The Vikings getting some shots off. Colossus lives, and that's obviously great. The couple of Widowmines there just helping to zone Creator from keeping on moving through. Again, there's still more from Q, though, and it comes down the left-hand side, hammering through this base. That's an instant kill. There's a Disruptor that does grab a Ghost at least, but just again having to keep track of both sides of this map. You know, one moment of mistake and you can lose a lot here as we do actually start dropping Storms to help out on this left-hand side. There might be a bit too much Terran pushing through the splash damage at the moment. Q believes he can break through, decides to stop just there though. It's just a little bit of a trade out. I tell you what, Loco, this entire game, Creator's just been lingering at like 170-ish supply. Yeah. He's never really been able to get all the way up to maxed out, and that's what Q is really abusing. Like, Q is doing so well with 2 half armies because his army supply is that much larger because he's always been maxed out. So again, Creator just maybe a few probes shy, maybe just not good enough trades. Whatever the combination is, it's just meaning that he's never quite getting fully comfortable. This is the first time where, in a long time, I feel like he's actually going to get to max out and maybe start to build up a bit of a bank. Let's see how he does, because of course I expect Q to be pretty much right back to fighting, and here he is as well. But the Disruptor forces him back, buys a bit of time. I'm terrified that Q is just going to leap on this army and just clear it out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a good chance that one of those EMPs is just going to be enough for him to push straight through that. He's going to try and take down this base over here at the bottom of this this ramp, but I mean, that is going to be a pretty easy snipe right there, and forcing the Terran player, or sorry, forcing the Protoss player to cancel it. We have a big storm over there, though, connecting with a lot of bio, but also softening up a bunch of the Vikings. Quite a few Protoss units end up falling there too, though.
Couple of Zards going down, attacking the main base during all of this. The Prism took some damage on the way in, didn't get its full warp in off either, so that was never really a major threat. I will say that Q has never been left at home without anything when those Zealots have arrived. He's taken a few SCVs of damage, but he's never been running SCVs from base to base, just trying to run away from Zealots and buy time. He's always pretty much instantly had, units arriving to start greeting the Zealots and start dealing some amount of damage at least, so I'll say that's pretty impressive, because a lot of Terrans do get caught up, especially when they're splitting armies across the map. You just keep rallying things over, and then they don't have that defense back at home. But like I say, Q has not been caught off by that at all, and he's now making that switch into Liberators. It's impressive for 15 minutes in that I think it's fair to say even that Q has just been in control of this game the entire way through. There's not really been one moment where Creator's been the one making moves or making plays. He's just constantly on the defense and constantly hoping his opponent makes a bit of a mistake that he can then capitalize on.
Yeah. And Cure right now taking that base as well, all the way at the 12 o'clock position. Creator has been attempting to take a 5th base a couple of times already, but he's not really getting it done. So he finally maxed out, but right as that maxed out state happened, he's also now playing against a Terran player who's making that switch towards the Mass Liberator style. And, well, if there's one unit that all of these Protoss units are bad against, it is going to be that Liberator transition. That being said, though, there's another fight over here. Storms and Colossi are going to be the main line of defense, but it looks like there will be enough, although a couple of those Protoss heavy hitters do end up going down.
And this stage, Creator wants a 5th base. He wanted it a while ago. He tried to build it a while ago. He hasn't gotten it up. It's been killed. It's been cancelled. Cure on 5 bases is an incredible space for the Terran player. 5 bases, all the Liberators on the way out. This army of Creator is a little bit stuck on just, at this point, kind of a gateway force with like a couple tech units mixed in still. And that's an issue in itself, because that's not the kind of army that deals with a massive Liberators like the one that's coming up, especially considering those Liberators are going to immediately have range available. So they're going to be absolutely huge, as Q is sitting maxed out, looking pretty. He's just got to be feeling great about this first game, man. I mean, it is controlling, right? Like, he's not completely won it, but there's just never been a moment where I've been worried for him in the slightest now I think about it.
Yeah. No, he's basically saying, yo, you can have 4 bases, but that's all I'm ever going to give you, right? Like, I'll try and harass you to the best of my abilities, but I'm not really going to allow you a whole lot of space. And, well, as our observer was already pointing out, we've got the +2 already done for the Flyers here from the Terran as well. So these Liberators are going to pack a punch. They're halfway to +3. And how in the world is Creator going to engage this sort of army? I mean, he can try and blink the Stalkers underneath, but you got to make a decision. And now he can start slow pushing those Liberators. The ones from the back, they unsiege. And it's almost like tanks, right? He's leapfrogging them forward.
And we've still got an army on the left side, which is crazy to me too. This time, Creator has plenty on the left, but he has no response to the right. He's going to try and flank around the other direction. If that army gets EMP'd on the way in, it is going to melt, especially with these Liberators turning around to siege up on it. So, yeah, Kira knows what. The thing is, he's got so many libs, he can actually cover both directions, just sit his bio right slap bang in the middle, man.
Yeah, he could even start thinking about dropping the main base right now as well if he wants to. Creator decides, okay, you know what? It's time to grab my bags. I'm going to go for really my only option, and that is a full-on counterattack. So Creator is almost trying to force the base race here. I think that's something, though, that Cure will be happy to take. In general, historically, base racing a Terran player, generally not the best idea, but Cure realizes, you know what? I'm so far ahead. I've still got that army on the left. If I can take out a little bit more eco, all I need to do is just survive. And if I can force the engagement, that's going to be okay. Now, good storm right down the Liberators, but they do end up taking down the Prism.
Yeah, the Prism had 1 High Templar in still as well, I believe, so just a little bit of extra pain as Creator. I mean, the thing is, what, you went for like a base here, but then Q has more bases to begin with as well, so anything that Creator did had to be more than what Q was doing. It's just not been there, especially because the base trade was a conscious choice from the Protoss, which is all well and good. It may have been his best shot, but that means he is starting to base trade later than the Terran player, and that's where the issue usually comes down to. Base trading as a Protoss nowadays is pretty sweet. You do as much damage as you feel is necessary, and boom, you recall home and start fighting. You can't really do that in this case, though, right? Like, he never had that right, amount of control. He's never had the time to do something meaningful on the other side and then get back to defend anything meaningful for himself. And this push from Creator is nigh on all in, and there's still just no answer to Liberators, quite frankly.
It's still a scary army right here for Protoss, though. He's trying to come in from multiple angles. Maybe if he doesn't get EMP'd, he's going to be able to squeeze out a victory in this fight, but he needs to be so careful. I mean, the Liberator count is growing. We're now at 12. They're at +3 upgrades as well. These bad boys are not going to go down easy. There are storms available. There are disruptors. There's still a lot of splash damage, and here we go. He decides to blink straight on top of this, trying to deal as much damage as possible, trying to, well, force that Terran army backwards as well, trying to use those storms and those disruptors, but there's just way too much Terran. GG.
Did the bio units even need a fight, man? Like,
oh, he didn't need those.
Just stood in the sky still. The thing is, at that point, right, I think this was a good example of it. A lot of the time, even if these Liberators don't clean up, all you're doing is baiting so much, commitment out of the Protoss. The Liberators are going to do some amount of damage, and then behind it, the bio army can swarm because you've had to use your disruptor shots to push the bio away to have a chance to take down the Libs. It's just unrealistic, and Kia picks up the first game in this match. I gotta say, once again, I said it twice already, I think, but he just dominated this game from kind of start to finish. He was always in control. He looked very comfortable. Kia just never seemed to be in any issue, and just from this point, it already follows the career just never really had enough, and I actually thought he was dead here. Double Matrix on these Colossi. You dive on one very easily. He actually, I think he stopped target firing it at some point because the super battery shouldn't have saved that if everything was hitting it, so I think he probably could have had that Colossi more easily, and then maybe it would have gone a bit better. Either way, this was the momentum lead that Q just never let slip, and from here on out, just marvelous play. Like, this was probably the most damage that Creator did, and even that was well handled, like 9 SCVs, but the bio was there quickly and created, at the same time, Q was on the other side of the map creating pressure at the same time.
Yeah. This was Cure trying to contain his opponent, right, in a very active way, rather than trying to just snipe bases here and there. I mean, he would have done that too if he had the chance, but he essentially never really allowed his opponent to expand. And you brought it up. He was at like 170 supply, Creator that is, versus 200 supply for what seemed to be like 5 minutes. And then by the time Creator finally managed to max out, he was playing against an army he could no longer really beat with the one that he was producing. When you're forced to make Mass Stalker against Mass Liberator, I mean, it can, in theory, work out if the Terran player is sleeping on the job. Here's that final battle where, you pointed out that the Terran bio was mostly just running around. It's just trying to dodge disruptors and storms. But yeah, there's just way too much right here for the Terran player. Those Liberators doing really well. Brilliant game right there by Cure, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's just gotta say, like, we watched Creator last week put up like a really good fight against Maru, and Q just was like, oh yeah, Creator, that guy, I'm just gonna like absolutely obliterate him. We'll see what game 2 brings, right? Because the start definitely wasn't pretty for Creator. I mean, good job for hanging on in there for so long, but I can't say I really loved the opening. I kind of like the Oracle into Phoenix, but then it was so half-hearted. Like, when you see Phoenix usually at 6, 7, 8, this was like, it felt like you had 3 Phoenix for a long time, then there was like a 4th just about joined in, and then, there was kind of a 5th at one point as well. It's just so confusing to me. I was like, where are the Phoenix? It never felt like there was that scary number, and then when the Terran army showed up, you just didn't have that much of anything really going on. Weird game, fun game, but very convincing from Q. In the top right, going to need to find a way to change something up going into game 2. Our Red Protoss player, Creator.
And his opponent is down here in the bottom left of Royal Blood. He is Cure. It's one of those games where you look at it and you're like, you know what, I can do that. And then you queue up a game as Terran on the ladder and you get hit by the first disruptor. You realize, okay, you know what? Nope. Cure is making it look pretty easy. He makes it look pretty straightforward. But yeah, then when you give it a try yourself, it doesn't work out so well. I always kind of feel like Cure has that more so than the other top-level Terrans. I mean, GuMiho plays kind of fun, right? When you look at Maru, you're like, okay, there's no way I can copy that. When you look at Beyond's Micro, there's no way you're going to be able to copy that very easily either. But with Cure, oftentimes it looks slightly more, well, manageable until you give it a try, and then you get absolutely torn apart.
It's the way in which they split, right? Like, and just have 2 armies, and it's not just 2 armies, one's like dropping in, hoping nothing's there. It's like 2 armies, and you're absolutely convinced you can fight with either one of them based on what you see. Like, you're ready to drop EMPs on the left side and then run back away from a disruptor, and that's your sign to start attacking on the right side. The consistency at which they pull off those kinds of plays, and Kira and other top Terrans, it's incredible. Because it's so difficult to do. Like, it's hard enough, like, having to drop to try and kill a mineral line while you control an army. Never mind controlling 2 different armies, with, bio and ghosting that usually need like 2 different hotkeys in themselves. It's crazy, honestly. It kind of baffles me. These guys are really good at StarCraft, man. Kind of the thing, isn't it?
Turns out when the game is 13 years old and these guys have been playing it for a decade, they get pretty good at it. Yeah. Skipping
Just
the gas
the
guys
level
are
of
returning to me.
multitasking.
Sorry?
It's the level of multitasking that they pull off so frequently, right? Like, it's just a talent and a skill that these guys have worked on for so long. It's unrivaled in a lot of other ways. It's really incredible.
It's also looking at those engagements, right? Because like obviously taking a fight when you know exactly the units that the opponent has in that location is a little bit different than when you have to control the battle on two sides of the map. Like you can't just keep scanning all the time. You can't figure out exactly what is opposing your army on the left and what is opposing the army on the right. But you got to make the right decisions, even though you only have about a split second to actually decide what it is you want to go for. Anyways, Creator, going for that robo facility style here that you were talking about in the previous game. What do you make of this?
Yep, I used to think it was a bit of a meme, and then Hero did it non-stop for a week, and I was like, okay, Hero, I think you're just joking around. I think Hero, you'll see this in Creator, but I think Hero really used that week as like a way to investigate all the different follow-ups, and watching him do it over the course of a week, I was like, wow, this actually has so much variance, and it's something that Terrans don't play against as much, maybe a bit more now, but that makes it a bit hard to kind of scout and to know what you're looking for each variation, because you can play Colossi off of this, you can 8-gate all in off of this, you can disrupt a drop off of this. There's just so much potential. One thing I think Creator does more often than not is just get like 2 or 3 obs and just try and use this as a very defensive setup to take a safe third. I prefer the Hero way, which is get a prism out early, get on the map, create some harassment and some chaos, and then because you're controlling the game, you're able to then do whatever you want back at home, and the Terran sort of doesn't know what's going to hit them. We'll see what Creator chooses to do. He does get the prism after the Observer here, so yeah, let's see. Like I say, there's so many fun follow-ups from this, but it is scary. It's very fragile. If the prism doesn't do much, you've got to make sure you're back at home safe. Units are very well positioned because you don't have the mobility of Phoenix or Blink on the way up. This is very much so basic units that's going to be good because there's a lot of them. Your positioning is going to be of utmost importance, though.
Yeah, we already have that one medevac moving out on the right side of the map that I don't think the Protoss player is aware of right now. And it's those little things that can completely throw your game, right? This is going to technically allow Creator in the driver's seat of the match, which is what he needed in the previous game. But here's that medevac drop going in unscouted. This warp in is really supposed to go up on the other side of the map. But I guess for now, the very least Creator is going to be able to respond. But that's already 6 probes going down. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that, Jimmy. He just did not get picked off. He could have easily fit in there, but...
Yes, I mean, 6 probes is already a great start. Creator's already down on works, which is not where Protoss is meant to be. Once upon a time, Hearthstone told me if you open Robo, you're meant to be very safe, right? Because you're meant to have all the vision in the world. You're meant to be able to just have a lot of units. So taking damage isn't really meant to happen, but it's also just not really an option because you don't have many comeback mechanisms when you open Robo. You don't have like the Blink or the Phoenix that can jump across and get like 10 SCVs yourself, right? So taking this damage now kind of has me worried because this Prism is going to show up with a couple of units. Well, if Kira has any sort of defense in the base and this gets shut down, Creator's just playing a game with like, you know, a complete deficit, and he's just got no way to build himself back into this. So Bonsai, I love this right now. He gets a couple of SCVs, and that is something. But 2 worker leads not where it's meant to be at in TVP. You're meant to be, as a Protoss player, up 5 or 6 workers to offset the mules, and that's just not happening. And no third base yet either from Creator. Has me very worried, but he adds on 3 more gates, so I guess that answers it for us. He's basically just going to go for a super powerful 2-base all-in. I don't love it because obviously the start's been rough for him, so the power of this is never going to spike as high as it should. What I do like, though, is that maybe this is the sort of thing that can still catch Kira off guard and still give you a winning option compared to trying to play something macro off of a rough start.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to the damage here that this 2-base push can do. Kira's already planted down his own 3rd command center, so even if he loses a bunch of SCVs, it's gonna be very manageable for him. Maybe Creator is going to expand on the back of this, but he just added on a whole lot of gateways, and usually you will go for the Nexus first rather than the gateway first here if you want to go for a macro focus style. So him putting down those gateways certainly is an indicator he wants to get a little aggressive. The thing is, you don't have to push into that turtled up Terran right now unless they load up Vex full of units over and over and over again. It's going to be very difficult to break.
Oh yeah, oh, absolutely. This is a This is a tough little scenario, man. I'm not really sure what we're going to do. I mean, Kratos going to start up his own third base. I feel like that was never really part of the plan at first either. So
yeah,
I can't say I'm even super in love with seeing that come down. He is going to have Storm, and I guess that's the plan. Storm drop into a mineral line, try and get some SCVs. But boy, does he need to get some work done. He needs to do it ASAP.
Yeah, we'll have to see how much damage this Storm Drop is going to do. I think he's mostly given up on the push, but now he's got a late expansion. Here come the High Templar. Early pull right there by our Terran player. Creator is not even going to drop off the High Templar. Now there's a missile turret coming up as well, right next to this, so you can't really go in when that one is done a little bit later. I mean, super clean defense. Here's that drop going back in. They've been playing that mini game for the last 3 minutes, and eventually Creator does get a kill.
Thank goodness. And Creator needed something of a, pick-me-up in this game because, again, it's not really been super pretty, has it? Hallucination going to go boosting across the left-hand side. The Prism hanging out. There's an Immortal. There's a Battery all on the way up as well. I mean, here comes the army of Creator just pushing through the center. A Sentry coming up. A Stalker on the way in. Just getting all of that ready as we push on through and get ready to just go rally at the front. I mean, we said there was going to be something of an attack, and even though he did eventually take the third, he still doesn't have a ton of probes, so he's still hoping for some damage here. But boy, Curious seeing this coming from a mile away. He will eat a pretty hefty storm, though. This tank putting in some good damage. Widowmines can't get burrowed up soon enough just to help clear out a few of these front zealots. There are a couple of ghosts, another decent storm, and Creator's making some good work happen at the front lines.
Yeah, he's desperately trying to break this position, and I didn't think it was going to go as well as it's already gone for him. There are ghosts right now in the mix, though, right? And the EMP here is going to be very valuable. There we go, softening up a couple of those Protoss units. He's warping in as many reinforcements as possible. There's the Raven coming back home again as well. Always nice for the defense. Okay, this third base gets scanned. He's looking at that. He's like, wait a second. You don't really have that many workers here. I think I'm okay. I don't think Kira is really too concerned here.
No, I think he's fine. I think at the end of the day, Creator can do a lot of pushing in and sort of dealing a bit of damage, but truly pushing in to end the game is tough, and that's the issue because Kira is the one that's ahead. If this game goes on a little while, he's going to take his third base now as Creator is going to instantly come in to try and deny this. Let's see what this turns out to be. We've got more and more ghosts on in play, and obviously they have High Templar. They have EMPs as well. As the High Templar jump out, they jump in. Anti-armor missile basically says nuh-uh to this fight.
Yeah, that's going to give you about 30 seconds of breathing room, right? And that's exactly what Kira needs right now as he's landed his own third command center. He's going to set up a little bit of infrastructure over there as well. Matter of fact, drop in the meantime, trying to sneak in between the vision right there of Creator, who is going to spot this eventually, but is he actually going to pay attention right now as the Widowmines do land, and they're not going to get a whole lot of damage here.
He needed to be sharp, right? Because we saw earlier when Kira pulled away from that attempted storm drop, he is playing sharp, so Creator has to match that, and he does so there, pulling away comfortably and not allowing the mines to do too much. Obviously, Metal Mines still get away, though, 2 of them, so that's going to be a problem coming back at some later point. Check in on those in a little while as our Bioforce eats a massive storm. I tell you what, one thing that's been great for Creator has been the storms. That's one thing Q has not dealt with well at all. He's repeatedly walking into massive AoE.
Luckily, he's got some medevacs here. They have already taken a beating too, but have had enough energy to actually heal that bio army back up to full. But he needs to be very careful about that. Usually, Protoss will mix in more sources of splash damage here as the game progresses. You got to be very careful. Here's that High Templar once again. Can I get another feedback? Oh, I was taking a little bit of a nap. So at the very least, the probes will be pulled in time. And now we're going to play the little mini game here where we unburrow and reburrow and unburrow and reburrow. This will be dealt with here eventually.
Oh no, Creator.
Oh no.
Oh god. He didn't realize the other one didn't get dealt with. Oh, how did it only get 4?
Okay. I didn't think that was going to get anything. And then I thought he was going to get everything. And somehow he ended up with 4.
Yeah. I mean 3 really, because the one on the right got 1 kill, I think. So I was very lucky for Creator. I could kind of see it happening in slow-mo, though. It was like, he kind of just didn't realize the fact that his opponent had, moved that mine back, that probe hadn't been set off on it. Here comes Kira's army, by the way. I mean, this force of Creator is so relying on A, the Stormers, but B, on just not getting EMP. The moment an EMP comes down, all of these Immortals and Archons are so easily taken apart. And I think that's the issue as you see Kira just coming straight across the map.
Yeah, the EMP just softened up that entire army. It got rid of the energy right there out of those Templar as well. There's not even energy for force fields at this point, so it's just going to be basic units facing off against basic units. The High Templar, though, from the left does eventually push this back, but a good engagement right here by our Terran player once again. Already killing that Prism earlier, too.
Yeah, this is just losing the Prism, obviously losing your High Templar kind of transport is a bit of a pain. That also eats up robo production time if you want to rebuild it at a point where you kind of need to pump out every unit you can get. So it's a choice. Do you rebuild the Prism for the utility and potential threat on the map, or do you just keep on building AoE units to not die? Yeah, it's just not a great time to be losing that, as you can see Kyo just again trading decently, and really, honestly, just still a very convincing series from Kyo. I know I just keep on saying it, but there's not much else to add. The only thing he's not been good at in this series, I feel like, is dealing with the storms. He has eaten so many storms, and if it wasn't for that, I think this game would have been long over.
Yeah, no, you're very right. That's really the only thing that hasn't been going smoothly right here for the Terran player. He ate at least 2 more storms than he absolutely needed to, but it still is putting him in a good position, right? You mostly end up taking damage and you get slowed down a little bit, but other than that, it's not the end of the world, and he's still in a, comfortable spot in this match, now securing his own 4th command center as well at the bottom of the map, right around the same time as the 5th Nexus is going up all the way at the top of the map in the opposite location. But Kyo is now at the point where he's starting to outgrow the Protoss player quite nicely. He's getting +2 finished up here as well, at least for the infantry weapons, and that's going to make this army even more powerful. Creator, I mean, he's adding on armor upgrades, so at the very least we're going to get a little bit of armor on these Protoss units too, but I like this more and more for Kyo as time goes on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the good news, I guess, from Crit is at least he is going to see like a later game kind of teched up Protoss army. It seemed for a long time we were very unlikely to see that, but you know, he's getting to Colossi and Disruptors combined, and you know, he's seeing things, like I say, I just didn't think he would get a chance to build into this game. So that's a positive to keep in mind, at least. Obviously, it comes down to engagement still, and Kyo still definitely has the edge in just supply, but also I think in what he has set up in his army, and just how he showed us in the last game, he was very confident in his engagements. I think he can do very well. That was a nice start, though. Stalker's getting rid of a couple of Vikings, going to make the Colossi that are on the way up that a little bit more potent.
Yeah, if he's going to deal with Disruptors the same way that he's been dealing with High Templar so far, there's definitely a chance for Creator. He's trying to also take down this base right here on the left side, but Creator at the very least is going to be able to defend that as well for the time being. Well, we have a High Templar. Now without energy, Colossus is going to be needed here as well. But at the very least, I think he's going to be able to defend this. But he's going to need reinforcements, right? So last game he had a hard time bridging that cap from 170 supply to 200. At least Creator is going to get there a little bit more comfortably this time around. Adding on the Dark Shrine as well. We don't have that Liberator transition just yet here for Creator, who's once again, for Kyo, who's once again fighting here at the bottom of the map, taking a couple more Disruptors to the face that he was hoping for.
Gonna try and target those Disruptors down. There's 2 of them that are very easily grabbable. They're just right at the back of this Protoss army, and they do end up being the ones to fall. The Bio retreats away out on the bottom right, and now we've got an army set up on the top left. Again, Kyo, this split army setup is so freaking dangerous. And you know he's just gonna keep on moving in and get damage done.
He scans over here, he looks at the army, he's like, I can fight that. In the meantime, he's already thinking about his next engagement as well on the right side. And you know what? Even though I don't think he was going to get this Nexus originally, I mean, he's not getting it right now yet either. Please just click on it. But I do believe that before this Terran army is going to retreat, that Nexus will fall down. He just wanted the Colossus and some more of those Protoss units as well. I mean, another landslide victory right there for Kyo, who just... He scans, he looks at that, he's like, okay, I can fight that right away. And then he micros it brilliantly.
I just love the confidence as well, right? You know, you're like, please, please, please click the Nexus, but he knows, he's like, oh, I'm getting this Colossus, and I'm probably going to get this, and then he's like, actually, I can just stand and fight everything. You're not pulling enough units over here. And it's just so hard to find the right split of units as Creator to deal with this on a consistent basis. And yep, he's on the right side, because now Creator had to pull everything to the top to finally stabilize. It's the perfect time to pounce, and what's funny is that the Kyo army on the right side is bigger than the one on the left, so... I mean, maybe Creator can do something continuing through, but I don't think it matters. Kyo is going to do so much already, kind of initiating this base trade. If that's what it comes down to, I think he's going to be absolutely fine no matter what.
Yeah, the Stalkers here, at the very least, getting some damage in. Forcing the Council on a command center. They do, of course, have Blink here, so they could go into the main base if they want to, but there's a huge Terran army waiting. And in the meantime, Kyo is happily taking down all of those probes on the other side of the map. The Nexus being overwhelmed right now as well. I think Kalaris is going to be a little bit disappointed here, man. Not a whole good showing right here for the Protoss player, I'm afraid.
You know, I really felt like, you know, a lot of my hope for Creator came in based on how well he played last week, but Kyo just didn't even let him show any of that.
No.
You know, he just took control of both these games early, and Kyo's just been phenomenal. If Kyo doesn't make it through this bracket, then there's something wrong with the world, because he is playing very well right now. Yeah, he just looks like absolutely one of the best players we've seen in the last weekend or two.
Yep. No, absolute world-class. Terran versus Protoss right here. He's still on the other side of the map, grabbing units as they pop out of the Robo facility. And, I mean, you can recall into this if you want to. He doesn't even have the energy, but even if he would, there's really not a whole lot he can do. Instead, Creator decides to make the walk of shame all the way back home. He's going to cross his fingers and hope that this Terran army is still there, but now he decides to go the other way again. Yeah, he hopes that the Terran army is going to be almost like donated to him, right? Planetary over here, so he scouted that one. It's still going to be expensive for him to take down that one too. He's now being doubled in supply here. There's really no way that our Protoss is going to be able to get much done, but he does still have a standing army. And I mean, there is a very small chance that the opponent is going to eat a couple disruptors too many.
And you got to try, right? There's no harm. You know, you've played this series for 35-40 minutes. What's an extra minute or two to try and see if there's a chance to get back into it? He's going to pop a Guardian Shield. He's going to give it a go. A hallucination, maybe try and eat a Widowmine. So he blinks in. Obviously got to aim for those Liberators. The Disruptors aren't landing at all. One Storm is decent in forcing the Terran player back, but yeah, this is going to be a defense. Remember, the rest of the Terran army still out on the map as well.
I was going to say, this is
all
half
of
the
that.
army.
Yeah, all of that still bringing to play too.
Cure is still just taking care of structures on the other side. The reinforcing units are popping out of the barracks. They're trying their very best to clean up this Protoss army. But honestly, what Cure can do is just close the front door. There you go. Lift the supply depots. Make a bunch of units. Even a Widowmine kills like a third of a Colossus there. There's a couple structures still remaining. It might be worth noting that the win condition in a game of StarCraft 2 is to destroy all of your opponent's structures. Now, Terran structures can fly, so there's not a whole lot of chance that, Creator is going to be able to get that done, as now Cure is pushing the Stimpack button. He's taking care of the last units, and GG is cold.
Solid. Honestly, just really solid TVP. Cure made himself look so good here. This is a creator I think has leveled up in recent times. Over the past year especially, he's been so good at this game. He did not look like that creator, and I think a big part of it is just that Cure looked that good. This looked like peak Cure, you know, when we had that online era, when Cure was like the player to beat. He was the one winning everything. That looked like this because he was just so freaking good, man. Absolutely crazy. Let's see how impressed the guys at the desk were with that performance.
Well, gentlemen, I was impressed with the fancy GG timing here in the very last game. That was quite impressive. But, man, Creator cannot catch a break when it comes to PvT. I've got Pig as well as Ben joining me here for this one. Pig, it does feel like watching Creator play PvT, he needs to find the win condition that isn't, okay, I'm going to sit back and I'm going to hope, and then I'm going to have to base trade because I can't fight the Terran ever. Because that happened last week as well.
Yeah, it's a frustrating, catch-22, because how many times have we seen a Protoss player get in a good position, move across the map, and hand, their advantage away? The Terran flanks them, surrounds them, lands some good EMPs. You got to be very careful with that Protoss army. It is very fragile in this matchup, and talking about TVPs from last week, I mean, Hero, we've been saying he's struggling in the matchup, and he keeps getting ahead and then kind of attacking himself to defeat, looking for that win condition. I understand why Creator and a lot of these other Protoss are afraid of it, but honestly, great fight in game 2 to make that game as close as it was, because that did not start well for Creator.
No, definitely not. Ben, when you take a look at the highlights here, brought to you by RagnaroK, it's where do we even begin? I mean, Creator here, it felt like in every single fight, what he was already saying, he thought he was dead here. The two interruptions on these Colossi just made it difficult for him to survive then, and then the follow-up push comes on later on in the game, and Cure has it all on lockdown.
Yeah, he really does. Like, Cure really had the momentum in the series, like, right from the get-go. And you see here, his army just keeps on evolving. Like, first it's the Bio they have to worry about, then the Widowmines, then it's the Ghosts, and then it's finally the Liberators with the range upgrade. Like, and he's macroing super solid behind it all as well. Cure just absolutely showcased a beautiful TVP, not just because of openings, just a really clean understanding of what to do and when to do it. And this is why he's so scary, man. Like, to outplay him in these long games that Creator was gunning for, it's just very hard to do.
No, definitely, as we take a look here at the tail end of what is going on for game 2 as well. Just constantly this bio pressure here from Cure, looking really, really good against what Creator has for himself. And the problem, another problem, Pig, is when you're watching these highlights is Creator's constantly losing these really high impact, high expense units, like the Colossi getting sniped down here and there. Cure doesn't let off the pedal.
Yeah, Cure is a beast, man. He just keeps building workers and pressuring and expanding and adding upgrades. And what's very difficult is, as a Protoss player, you'd like to understand exactly what the Terran's goal is. He's going for a big push 2 minutes from now. I've got to shut that down and then I'm ahead. Q is always kind of on the edge of, is he going to commit or is he just going to pull back with his army and expand? It's hard to kind of put him in a clean box and counter that box. It requires you to walk a tightrope between economy, army, as well as teching up at the same time. It's very difficult to do. Yeah. And even the best Protoss players have been struggling. Cure is a TVP expert right now and a very tough match for whoever makes it through.
Yeah, it's going to be either DRG or Hero going up against Cure in a qualification match for Gamers 8. So congrats to Cure to getting that far here against Creator, looking very, very formidable indeed. And now, the one shining opportunity here for Creator, Ben, is that he definitely doesn't have to play a Terran down in that lower bracket. It's going to be the DRG or Hero, but those names don't make it any easier.
No, they really don't, James. Like, they certainly don't. I mean, Creator, he's had it rough, hasn't he, in these qualifiers. He's gone up against some of the absolute best. He looks okay going up against them, but it doesn't really feel like there's that win condition available, and he definitely needs to kind of step that up a little bit if he wants to go far in some of these, because it's been looking a little bit bleak. And going up against the loser of Domragu versus Hero, if it is either one of them, he avoids the Terran at least, but it's not exactly easy, is it?
No, definitely not. Of course, he did fall to Dark in the lower bracket in our previous bracket. But anyway, thank you very much, guys. It is time for a break here at Gamers Without Borders. When we return, we have one more match for the Korean bracket. It is DRG going up against Hero. We'll see you in a few.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back. We just have one more series remaining here for the Korean bracket before we move on over to that world bracket. If you're just tuning in to Gamers Without Borders, so far so good for our first 3 series. It's been close, up and down, a little bit all over the place here for our first couple of games. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about things that have been going on, it's Pig and Ben here. And actually, boys, we can take a look back at the results so far here from the day as we're just waiting for a few more moments before we get into our next game. So far, RagnaroK, Classic, and Cure have been able to be the victors, moving on into that qualification spot, that qualification round here, Pig. And, I mean, I wouldn't begrudge any of the names that have been able to get there so far. It has been close in those first 2 matches of the day, of course, with RagnaroK and Classic getting the best of it. So have you enjoyed so far, Pig? What have you thought of the matches?
Yeah, really competitive matches. That last one, even there are some hard positions, but, you know, he was the first one who's really dominated his match so far today, isn't he?
Yeah, no, definitely. That was tough stuff to watch almost for Creator, because I guess, Ben, when you're looking at those kinds of matches, from the Protoss perspective, you do have question marks like, what can he do when Cure is looking that good? It's difficult.
It is difficult, and I think a lot of these Protossers, when they're having they're vocal, right, about their trouble in PvT, I think they have to start looking at people like MaxPax.
Maybe.
Sometimes it's a tough pill to swallow when these Koreans have to look at the foreigners and be like, oh, well, they're doing it properly. Because the Zergs, around 2018, they never had to look at the foreigners and how they did it. But right now, I think they're going to have to, because MaxPax, he's absolutely going toe-to-toe with some of the absolute best. And yeah, he makes it look competitive. So for the creators of the world, that's what they got to do.
Maybe. Or they could look to another name here coming into some of this. It is, of course, going to be DRG going up against Hero. Hero on the side of the Protoss here. We're still looking for one name for Protoss to move through to Gamers 8. Let's take a closer look at Hero, as he's a bit of a phenom.
네, 안녕하세요. DKG 소속된 히어로 아이디 쓰고 있는 프로토스 유저 김준호라고 합니다.
He's just gonna blink forward. Yeah, I mean that is definitely a lot. It makes sense, and Hero is gonna make the fight short and sweet.
일단 오랫동안 프로게이머 생활하면서 이렇게 좋은 커리어를 유지할 수 있었던 것은 팬분들의 응원과 저가 승리했을 때 그 보람찬과 짜릿함을 잊지 못하기 때문에 계속해서 열심히 할 수 있었고 그 결과 커리어가 유지되는 것 같습니다.
But Hero's gonna have to micro that Colossus.
He is indeed, Roddy, because there's not a lot left, and now he's gonna start taking a lot of probe damage, and Oliveira's got a choice to make. He splits some units to the Colossus. The Colossus goes down. Oliveira on the counterattack, and he's up into Hero's main base, and we have got a bit of an upset to start this series. Hero.
일단은 IM에서 올리베이라 선수한테 진 거는 너무 안타깝게 생각하지만 그 패배가 저한테는 좀 어느 정도 도움이 되었다 생각하고
And then what a read by Oliveira.
Oh, what a read. Liberators are sieging up the probes pull in as we have a worker fight on the front lines, but Oliveira cleaves through that one. And he's going to stop Storm! No splash damage apart from a single Archon.
올리베이라 선수가 너무 멋있었어가지고 복수의 생각은 딱히 없고 만나게 된다면은 이길 수 있는 경기를 펼치기 위해 그때처럼은 방심해서 쉽게 지지는 않을 것 같아요. 이번에는 다시 한번 우승을 도전해볼 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Hero will not let these tanks go home easily as he blinks forward, tries to get the medevac. Rings him one more time. Where are the other Stalkers? Hero, there they are. They blink from the bottom of our screen on top of this army, and Hero will clean this up in the end.
일단은 제가 현재 좋은 폼을 유지하고 있다고 생각하기 때문에 충분히 사우디 리그에서도 뵐 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
Easily aggressive blink forward as he catches all of the roaches and ravagers off guard. A couple of swarm hosts caught in the middle of that as well. And those Colossi, man, they're not dealing a ton of damage, but they're doing quite a bit. Double forward blink by Hero. The man is a mad lad. The best defense is truly offense by the looks of it.
오픈된 시점에서 활기가 돌고 있다고 생각하고 그 대회에서 이제 프로게이머들이 많은 연습을 통해서 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있다면은 좀 더 스타트 시장에 좋은 활력이 되지 않을까 생각합니다.
Great insights from Hero there coming into our next match. And I mean, listening to what he's saying here, Pig, Ben, I think it's very clear that he was referring to what keeps him relevant, you know, is the fans and everything like that and stuff like that. But from my money, Pig, it's Hero's willingness to evolve, to adapt throughout the years since 2000, I think 13 or 14 or something like that. We've constantly seen him being able to change up his styles, shift to the meta, and keep himself relevant that way.
Greed, aggression, gold bases, crazy proxies, you know, extreme economic builds when his opponents start totaling up.
Yep.
He really does have that whole range as a player. And lately he's shown a almost psychotic killer instinct. It's backfired in the first round in his PvT matches especially. But it just makes him such a dangerous opponent to play against because he never is affected by losses or things going badly. He's always embraced the chaos of StarCraft. Other players, you can see them get affected when things don't go their way. Hero almost always has a smile on his face. He just loves playing the game and he rolls with the punches so well.
Definitely. And on the opposite side of the battleground here is DRG, Ben, who traditionally or in recent times against Hero has not had the best track record. So he's going to have to bring something special, I think.
No, he definitely will. I mean, GuMiho, like, in his ZVP, he was the guy that kind of popularized this 3 Ravager only Ling style to kind of deny a lot of the early game shenanigans. So he's absolutely creative. He's got very solid mechanics. Like there was a time that GuMiho was the best player in the world, kind of alongside MMA and stuff. It was a really cool rivalry they had. But yeah, going up against Hero, it's going to be hard. Like Hero. I like the bit that he talked about Elazer too. Like, I'm not mad. What Elazer did was just so cool. Yeah. Like, I mean, it really was so cool. So, yeah, what Pig says, he doesn't take it too to heart. It's just like, it's the game. He loves playing. And you can really see that. Like, he's one of those players that actually going to the army, he was decent before he went to the army, but then he came back and he was just better, which was kind of nuts. Like, not many players can do that. He's just a very exciting figure to have for Protoss out there.
Oh, definitely. What do you think on the side of DRG, Pig, considering that, again, I think a lot of people are looking at Hero as the favorite?
He definitely is. DRG has a lot of power. He has good aggressive build orders. He has great plans from the start of the game that he can carry through for just fantastic effect. The real danger for him lies in Hero doing something aggressive, forcing him to react, and Hero will always be one step ahead. If Hero can force a game of action, reaction, 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 he kind of drags DRG into deep waters historically, and DRG ends up stuck in a position where he thinks this is the right thing to do. Hero's already gone on to a next step. He scouts it too late, and he ends up getting stuck in the mud. So he has to be very agile in this matchup and be prepared, because you know Hero's going to try and run circles around him.
All right, time for it. It's our final best of 3 for our Korean bracket before we get into the world bracket, the EPT bracket. Let's head over to the commentators for all the action.
Thank you very much, James. It's time for our next best of 3 series. It's once again me, Loco, together with Wardy, DRG versus Hero. I mean, this is going to be a fun match, I think. But what do you think of it, Wardy? Curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. You can't doubt Hero, right? Just coming in like he's meant to be the favorite, and especially PvC, I feel like a matchup he really revolutionized not so long ago with just being super aggro, tons of gateway units, something we didn't see working for anybody else until he really showed us how. And he's adapted to kind of move on from that as well to kind of do some other things too, but he's still so good at that kind of aggressive nature. DRG, I feel like DRG's issue is like he can be so good in a macro game, but does Hero ever let him get into like a comfortable macro game? I don't necessarily think so. I think DRG is going to have a tough matchup here. I think this one just doesn't line up well for him necessarily on paper, but that's for him to make me kind of sound stupid, I guess. Let's see if he can do that. As in the bottom left-hand corner, opening up our best of 3 in the red, it's DRG.
And his opponent all the way in the opposite corner over Royal Blood. That's map number 1 in his best of 3 series. We have Hero. Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I think Hero is the favorite going into this particular match. Sometimes DRG gets a little stuck on that Ravager Ling-based army too, where he just doesn't transition as quickly as he probably should. And Yeah, we'll see if that's something Hero decides to abuse as well. Obviously, Hero is, well, a very well-rounded Protoss player, right? Like, he's not one of those guys who will play one strategy over and over and over again. He can play it all. So even though he popularized one strategy, right? We've seen that massive gateway-based army, especially like a year ago or so, that was incredibly popular in this matchup, but we still see it all the time these days. He can play it all. I've even seen him play a little bit more turtly lately too, where he's just going straight to Skytos once again, which, you know, used to be the standard for a while, but it was actually kind of exciting to watch because we hadn't seen it in a bit.
Yeah, no, you know, him taking the approach is just like, oh, I'm in an okay position. You know what? If I'm macro, I can't lose, right? And that was kind of the approach he took. I think even just last weekend in one or two of his matches. Yeah, it was very cool to see. And yeah, I honestly feel like DRG, my problem is I don't see what DRG does to win this, right? You know, I can see all the ways in which Hero can play to, you know, look good, look great, outplay DRG. I just don't know what DRG is meant to do. Maybe catch Hero being a bit too aggressive, get a good defense into a good counter attack or so.
Yeah.
I just feel kind of a little bit lost when it comes to like figuring out what DRG is going to do here that's going to work. So, like I say, for me, this is a series where DRG has to come in and prove, you know, that he has what it takes and that he can do these kind of things. Otherwise, I think Hero is going to have a very good time.
Yeah, if your game plan is relying on your opponent to make a mistake and your opponent happens to be Hero, it's not going to be ideal. So we'll see exactly what he had to prepare, or what he has prepared right here for this particular series. Stargate opener right here to start things off. That is not surprising right here for Hero at all. That's exactly what he's been playing in the majority of his games, and honestly what we see in most of the Protoss versus Zergs, right? I mean, Twilight Council's sort of popular too. Every once in a while we do see some Robo Facility play first too, but I would say the Stargate opener is really nice because you can take a third base nice and early while still keeping tabs on exactly what your opponent is doing. So there's Adept looking around right now, mostly just being a little bit of a nuisance, as of course that third base was forced as the very first expansion for the Zerg. So yeah, without link speed, it's kind of difficult to push this back.
Yep, the information gathering of the Stargate is super good because then you can just be so safe if the Zerg does try and pull a fast one on you. The Adept even jumping into the main base, just picking up information at every possible turn. And DRG doing the same. He's going to scout in with the Overlord, spot the Oracle opening. So good info for him. He knows it's straight to an Oracle. Just gets confirmation of that is nice. These Adepts on the other side are putting in some work, and they're just staying very annoying. They just back away, get some shields regen, and then they can maybe try and go again. A Creep Tumor slows down the connection of the bases, which is going to be nice for Adepts in the future to be annoying, perhaps. And on top of that, obviously, as well, just a drone already going down while the Adepts still live. It's just solid stuff from Hero. You can, of course, pull these Adepts back to help them to defend a third base when he wants to take one, too. So, yeah, so far, so good. I like what he's doing. He's just doing everything as he should be. No delay on this third. Looks like he's going to get that going immediately.
Yep, 3 minutes and 50 seconds is what we've grown accustomed to, and it's exactly what that opener from Hero allows him to get. Those Oracles, they're going to be nice for defending this third base. The Adepts right now back from their little trip towards the other side of the map too, and they're going to help keep that third base alive. And now you're sitting with a bunch of Zerglings. This is something that the Korean Zergs like to do quite a bit, where they just have a relatively random amount of Zerglings running around right now, trying to catch units. But guys like Hero don't really give away free units, and then, well, every 2 Zerglings you see could have been a drone. We already saw a drone going down earlier. There's another one. Okay, don't lose the Oracles, of course, in the process, but this is going very cleanly right here for Hero. Not really making any mistakes so far.
Nope, not at all. Obviously, every drone you get rid of is a little bit of economy the Zerg will have to kind of make up for at some point. It's a little bit less they have to use against you, and Hero goes straight into the charge. Does that surprise you at all? Or are you kind of expecting the charge? Did you maybe expect to see the Blink Stalkers?
Yeah, he seems to be fond of both these days, right? Like originally, a year ago or so, he was playing Charge very rarely. He would go Blink pretty much every time. But lately, he's been going for a bit of both. And I actually think it's pretty cool. It makes it difficult for the opponent to figure out what's going on, especially if you're playing like a best-of-3 series. A group of Adepts here trying to get some work done, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see a similar build in one of the later games, and then, you know, he'll go for Blink that time around just to keep DRG guessing. But he certainly needs to get something done with that upgrade, right? You can't just play it super passively.
Yeah. This Oracle again, a few drones, and I was going to say gets away, but he has to stop short of a Spore Crawler. He does get out alive, very, very nearly going down in the end, but yeah, keeping it alive. Again, just a few more drones added to the kill count already, and That has me worried, man, because with the charge, you can definitely power up into a lot of Zealots and a pretty fast follow-up attack. And if DRG is taking too much damage early, he will not be able to, build up the unit count he needs to be able to defend against even just this first wave of hero.
Now, DRG does have his economy in check. He's decided to go for the melee upgrade. 4th hatchery is also up right now, although if the Protoss has any say in the matter, he's moving a little bit of an army in that direction. And this is that group of Zealots that are going to finish charge in just a few seconds. As you can see on the right side of the screen, I don't think this is going to be enough to kill the 4th hatch, but at the very least, it's annoying. And in the meantime, okay, Stasis ward in the main base, but it's not gonna, well, set off all the workers.
Nope, it is not. It's honestly just a interesting little Pokemon. The Zealot Adept combo coming down the bottom.
It's weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is, but it's kind of working. And the thing is, it's mostly Lings, so if the Adepts can kind of help to clear out the Link count, then yeah, I guess why not? For the moment, it's kind of working, even if it is this little bit strange. Adepts actually shade by as well, so they're just going to get back and move away. Adepts are funny because obviously at this stage, the longer it goes, the less effective Adepts really are. Generally, you just want to give those Adepts up if you can get something out of them. Like if you can commit them in and get a few drones, generally that's just okay, right? And even here, I guess he's making some use of them, as he was obviously just using them to try and distract all the Zealots. Now these Zealots look as though they're going to be a bit stuck, but actually doesn't leave enough Lings here to fight, so the Zealots will turn around and have a good time again. Man, Hero is just pulling DRG like he's a little puppet right now on strings.
Yeah, literally, right? Like he is playing him incredibly well. Even just softening up that 4th hatchery is really nice, because we're not gonna see that wasn't the last Zealot run by we'll see in this game, right? He's certainly going to be sending more of those units around the map. As a matter of fact, there's already a group of them standing right there on the right. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them is going to slip through the cracks of the Zerg defense here very soon, and Hero may very well get that base all the way on the right side. Then again, though, he made another base over here. This is sort of like a macro hatchery right now, mostly just for the larva production, but at least it's something to fall back on. DRG does have +2 coming up right now for the Zerglings and for the Banelings that will allow the Banes to, well, one-shot those workers, which is very, very nice. And honestly, he's managed to survive the early game, right? Like, that's the most important part. Yes, he's taken some damage. Yes, it's not been clean, but he's got 80 workers right now. He's got 5 hatcheries, and he can start taking some control in this match.
Oh, absolutely. As the 2 disruptor shots, by the way, going to go bam, bam, goodbye to the Queen. It's going to drop down immediately, so that's a nice little catch as well. Yeah, I just like what we said. We got the Oracle harassing around too. And just, again, Hero controlling for the moment. But with Baneless speed coming up, obviously DRG, I'd love to see him just get some Bane run-bys going. Start to test Hero. If Hero's being the only player being aggressive on this map, he's pretty much always going to win it. But if he's being aggressive and you can be aggressive too and get some hits in, that's where you maybe stand level. Maybe that's where DRG's opportunities are going to come from if he does have a shot at winning this matchup.
Hero just tiptoeing around the right side of the map, scouting right there with that Oracle from the early game. Okay, I don't think that's gonna happen, but he picks them up by the skin of their teeth right there. Yeah, getting quite a few hits in as well. And now suddenly we have a large Protoss army making itself up for an attack. That charge upgrade, it finished ages ago. We don't really have any anti-air in his army, but luckily for Hero, there's no flying Zerg units available here either, so... I mean, if those Banelings roll into the Archons, that's GG. Look at that detonation as well. That was sick.
That was really nice. The Banes do catch a few of the Zealots. At the same time, Zealots are down in the bottom right corner, so Hero's splitting up to try and make the most of it. Can DRG trade well enough? I think the split so far was pretty good, but now he's not actually got much on the top side. So he might clean out all of these Zealots, but at what cost? Because, well, these Roaches are now going to have to go running from disruptor shots, and there's just a group of Archons that are not being contested at all. DRG's supply looks solid, but I think a lot of it is just in production, and a lot of that production is Lings, and as they run into the Archons, they're not doing very much at all. And DRG is going to end up tapping out of this one as Hero wins game number 1 very convincingly. Just, you know, he was always in control, making the moves. That's going to be... yeah, just GG's. Nicely done.
That was beautiful. Honestly, pretty much a flawless game right there from Hero. He didn't really make any mistakes that I can recall at the very least. I mean, obviously, you can criticize little moves like micro, but strategically and macro-wise, all of that was, well, as good as it can be. You brought it up, right? He was sort of playing him, and yeah, DRG never really got a foothold in that game. He tried a couple times. He tried surrounding those Zealots, but even the Zealots managed to sneak away there with a ton of value. Honestly, brilliant game. The Oracle movement here as well, individually, just really well done.
Yeah, just very cool stuff, man. I mean, this moment with the Banelings getting onto a few Zealots in the center, I was like, okay, actually, that's like good, right? Because if you can get rid of those Zealots, maybe you can swarm the rest of the army, but there was just nothing to swarm with for DRG because it was all dealing with the Zealots on the bottom right-hand side, and that just took so long that Hero found so much value up until that point. That's pretty much going to be, I mean, just again, very convincing start to finish. DRG never really got an attack of his own off. At one point, he got the probe that built the third base going back to the natural. I'm like, that probably is the most that DRG really got done, because every other part of this was really just Hero, Hero, and more Hero.
Yeah, curious to see if DRG decides to mix it up in game 2. Generally, he's not the type of guy who really has a huge variety in his strategies right now, and I've got a feeling if he decides to do the same thing but then try to play it better, we may end up in a very similar scenario too, right? Like the problem with those games is that the margin for error is just so small. Like if your queens are sleeping on the job for just a little bit, or you, well, just don't pay attention and the Zealots manage to get some kills in, that's really the only advantage that Hero really needs. And yeah, I think DRG should probably go ahead and mix it up. Anyways, game number 2, we find ourselves on the map Dragon Skills, and spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Gu.
In the top left from Dragon, Kaizi Gaming, now Blue Protoss player, Hero.
Playing a brilliant game number 1. Once again, that early probe going across the map just to be a little bit annoying, right? Like this is sort of where that Protoss map dominance begins. DRG is thinking about making a hatchery, but he's already moved the drone over towards the third base. So already you're playing Hero's game. And honestly, in that previous game, it kind of felt like blocking the hatchery was the beginning of it, and Hero never really let go of it, right? Like he was in control from start to finish there. Yeah, I don't I don't really remember a moment where things were going at least reasonably well for DRG. I mean, he managed to get an economy, he managed to get good upgrades, but he never really felt comfortable, I don't think.
No, I mean, comfort was just not there at all, because he was constantly replacing drones, right, and running around after the harass. And honestly, I feel like the little Zealot Adept attack on the bottom right, odd, weird, but it did such a good job. It might not have killed the hatch, but it had DRG worried, and it had him worried, you know, moving around, dealing with that. And all the time you spend dealing with that is not time setting up to deal with the larger attack that Hero was building into already behind it. He didn't care so much about the Zealots and the Adepts. But DRG had to care because they were such a threat.
No, you're definitely right. I like the Adepts actually quite a bit. That's something we've seen Hero mess around with, but also MaxSpecs. I remember MaxSpecs at some point going for a bunch of Adepts together with Dark Templar, and they were sort of hovering in that space between the natural and the third base. And the first time I saw it, I was like, what is this? What is going on here? But then Hero started doing it as well. Now apparently we're combining a relatively random group of Adepts together with a bunch of charge slots. I mean, normally, right, when we used to see Adepts, it was a committed Adept push. We had a couple for the early stage scouting and obviously for the third base defense, but warping in additional Adepts past that point, it's a relatively new thing to do. As once again, by the way, it's gonna be a Stargate.
Yes, it is. Stargate in the main base. I don't think that's too surprising. I think Hero is very comfortable in the matchup, and you know, you can open Twilight and do things with Adepts on the opening, but that's a little bit more volatile. It's a bit more fragile even. While, you know, you typically are the aggressor in that situation, if the Zerg gets a good cleanup and launches a counterattack, you could have nothing at home. The Stargate really has so much more solidity to its play. I think when you're the favorite here, I think Hero really appreciates the chance to get in, harass and find openings, and just get ahead while being pretty safe. You know, he doesn't have to overcommit to make anything like that happen.
No, and he's already seen that the Oracles were really effective in the previous game too, so why not play them again? For a second, can you reach that?
That'd be sick, man.
Yeah, that would be really sick.
To stay away as well.
Yeah, he does micro, and DRG apparently respecting it enough, so at least the mental victory is there for Hero. Anyhow, yeah, it's gonna once again be that Oracle start. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Twilight Council opener once again on the back of this, but that this time around we're gonna see a small mix-up, and we're not gonna see Charge, but we're gonna be seeing Blink instead.
Small map, right? So Blink Stalkers come across quickly. They can, you know, do a lot, be very active. Reinforcements can come across quickly too. That does kind of work the other way, where sometimes Blink Stalkers benefit from a larger map because they can kite. Obviously on this map there won't be as much room to do that. Yeah, I think the Blink Stalkers are an absolutely viable kind of alteration here, and we'll see if he goes for it. This drone has nowhere to go, so it's just going to die to the Oracle. Easy first pickings. Couple queens on the wrong side of the mineral line, so we get 2, 3 more workers very easily. 4 workers for a little bit of Oracle HP. Absolutely take those, and Hero already just off to a nice, happy start.
Exactly. Yeah, no, this is very nice right here. course, DRG historically has always been very fond of Mutalisks, but against... Oh my god. Oh, that's so painful for DRG. Anyways, when you're going up against somebody who's opening up with a Stargate, that idea of going into Mutas can already be a little bit scarier because they can go straight into Phoenixes if they scout it. So in a way, I kind of like this twice in a row Stargate start right here for Hero. He's trying to catch a couple of those Adepts, okay? He will get one of them, but that's really all he's going to get. Losing a lot more Zerglings than he needs to here.
Yeah, especially when the Adepts just going to shade away anyway. It's like you're nibbling through shields for, the cost of a few extra lings. You've already lost drones, and that, I wouldn't usually care. It's like a couple lings, but you're already in the position where you've taken damage, where you have to be kind of careful with your units and your numbers, and it's kind of inevitable that Hero's going to do even more. And these 5 Adepts are coming. There's going to be 3 Oracles, 5 Adepts, and honestly, they look kind of scary. We'll see exactly how much Hero can find. The only saving grace here I see for DRG immediately is that 2 of the Oracles are very low energy, so maybe they can't join in a big way on this fight. Otherwise, this might have really been an opportunity. I love it, man. Hero's just everywhere. He's like, I'm going to bring all the Queens down the ramp to respect the Adepts. Boom. 1 Oracle splits away for some extra drones on the right side base. Amazing. He's just playing really well.
Yep, and he's going to be able to shade these units away as well. It is indeed going to be Blink on the back of this too right here for Hero. I mean, once again, man, he's playing his opponent like a fiddle here, right? Like, he's just doing a phenomenal job controlling the pacing of the game, controlling each individual unit, it seems... Yeah, very nicely. He's got multiple groups of Oracles flying around, now forcing those Queens in one direction, while the actual threat right there is at the front. This time around, no drones end up going down, but I think we must have seen already like 10 drone kills in total in this match, and that is... Oh, nice. That makes you sound real good. He ends up killing 10 drones here in total. That's just not the amount you should be losing here at the cost of like 1 Adept.
Counting with Loco. You guys think Loco's really cool? He's actually holding up all 10 of his fingers.
Yeah.
Every time it drops,
I was running out, man.
Like, okay, another one. I'm gonna look real.
I wanted to mix in my toes, but I didn't need to, so I figured it must be 10.
Socks were off, ready to go, huh?
Stays right here in the main base as well, trying to be annoying, and he does get a big hit in. I mean, honestly, DRG needs to deal damage right here, right now, and you know what? He's got a scary army.
Yep, well, I mean, to be fair, this is an all-in kind of attack, right? 42 drones. He's clearly been done with kind of producing for a while. Kills the super battery pretty quickly. The stasis ward wasn't that impactful. The Oracles have to be careful because the Queens are here as well. We try and get a first Ravager. We will get that now. The Stalkers are alive throughout this. We're pulling the probes in as well. How long can you really stand up to this attack from, as Hero right now? Probably not too much longer. Time to back away. The problem is you've already lost a fair amount defending the 3rd base. That's likely to go down. So just backing off to the natural isn't as much of an option right now. That's why he's going to try and keep fighting toward the front. Some Stalkers on the left side actually blink up to the high ground. So that kind of works as we try and find as much value as possible. And Hero is starting to shave through this. If he can defend this and keep the 3rd alive during it, I am extremely impressed.
Yeah, this is an all-in right here from DRG. He's not made any workers in a very long time. It's just Ravagers and Zerglings and a bunch of Queens going up against this mass Stalker ball. He's doing an amazing job, though, microing the small army that he's got. The 3rd Nexus does end up going down here, so that's a really good start right here for DRG. But I almost feel like he needs a little bit more. These units are, well, at least the Queens, they're not going to be going home. And this is a very committed attack. I mean, only just now is when the lair starts up. DRG is at 42 drones, which is just enough for basically 2 base saturation. He doesn't have a really good answer, honestly, against a really large group of Stalkers. I mean, Zerglings do well against small groups, but against his large Protoss army, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, at first I was like, man, if Hero had just given him the 3rd straight away, I wouldn't have minded it so much. Nice counterattack, delay the 3rd coming back online. I didn't love the fact that Hero obviously tried to defend the 3rd, and he obviously loses a little bit extra there. The Robo was there too, so that was a bit of a loss. I mean, this is a nice catch from DRG because he obviously puts the Hero into supply block as well. This Hero gets a few lings out of it, but I'd say for now that's probably enough for Hero to kind of stay back at home, and so DRG buys himself a little time where he's actually safe because Hero's not going to be getting aggressive.
I really like that, though, for DRG. He looked at that, he's like, you know what? This early game has not been going my way. I'm just going to go ahead and put all my eggs in one basket and, well, hope I get work done over on the other side of the map. He needed to kill that 3rd. He needed to kill some probes, but that's exactly what he did. A couple sentries over here would be really nice. Okay, he gets 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, for a group of Zerglings, that's well worth it.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, he just brought these into play as well to defend from potentially future attacks and so on. So suddenly, all that gas investment, kind of a waste. Like, they spent their force fields just defending against, they spent force fields trying to save themselves, and they didn't save themselves, right? So that gas was completely a waste. Wasn't a good trade. And Hero just going to have to play a bit of a longer game here. He's definitely not going to find the counter-attack, but the fact he's still alive in general is still pretty nice, you know? DRG was extremely aggressive. There was chances for Hero to lose the Stalkers, and then DRG could have continued into the natural and never let Hero restabilize. That obviously never happened, so I would say that we're looking pretty good altogether. The fact that Hero's still alive and kicking. The supply is great for him, by the way. 54 to 56 workers is actually very comfortable for Hero. And even if he can't end the game immediately, he's actually in pretty good stead to play a longer game still.
Oh, this is actually a really nice catch right here for the Protoss player, unless he gets punished by losing all of those Stalkers. But getting the kill right there on that hatch is super nice. Target firing down to Ravagers. Zerglings, though, still nibbling away at a lot of those Stalkers, and not all of them are going to be able to retreat. Hero does slow down the opponent's economy, but the thing is, DRG was never really ready to saturate that base anyway, so in a way, it was just a 300 mineral, well, huge shield right there for our Zerg player, right? Like, catching a ton of those Stalkers as well. DRG has been making non-stop RE, man, for a long time. He's going +1 mainly. He just fired up the Baneling speed as well. I think he's just hoping that his opponent is going to come across the map and he can win one decisive victory and therefore the game. But if Hero just chills, yeah, exactly. If Hero's just chilling, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's a gamble from DRG in the sense that he has had all the time in the world to build an economy. But he said, I think Hero's going to worry, panic, and come and attack me. And if that had been the case, he would have met it with open arms and probably killed him, right? Because he's just built so many units. But the longer he doesn't attack, the more DRG's like, well, I guess I kind of need the Bane nest, and I kind of need to get Bane speed. And now he's like, well, he's still not attacking me. But the problem is, if you turn this into an attack of your own, you've waited on all of these upgrades. Do you really have the power anymore? Because Hero's been building off of a similar work account. I don't think your army's going to be as scary. Yeah, it's nice to have the upgrades on board, but honestly, not really too convinced by this. And I do feel as though DRG is going to be in some trouble. He's adding a couple drones on now as he starts to move forward with this force, but Hero's on his way to Disruptor, so maybe this has just got to be it from DRG. Go now before the Disruptor count gets too high.
That's exactly what he decides to do. The 4th Nexus does start up. The Protoss army currently split. Those Oracles from the early game still just sniping whatever they can, by the way. Getting a couple Ravagers here definitely hurts. At least DRG managed to force the council on the 4th, but like you said already, he doesn't have a lot of workers. Hero, that is, he's been ahead right now when it comes to that worker count for a little bit, and that's exactly where Protoss wants to be. DRG is going to sit around on the army that he's got right now. It's going to be Ravager, Ling Bane. It's not going to get any stronger from here. He mixed in a couple additional drones, but this push, it's do or die.
Yeah, it does feel like that. The economy just isn't here to kind of build up into a larger game. Force field to buy some time. The Disruptors were waiting to kind of pick their fight. Great shot on the bottom side. Hits a lot of stuff. Here we go. DRG moving forward. The Banes will at least get rid of the super battery. Disruptor shot tries to stop the Banelings from connecting. This Disruptor shot does get cancelled as the Disruptor is killed. But there's a lot of Stalkers still left over. And DRG's numbers just are not looking promising. And Hero says, let's blink in on top of you. No retreating this time, DRG. Everything will fall, including your chances in this game, and that's going to be a 2-0 for Hero, and he is going to move straight into that qualifying match of the winner bracket section of the Gamers Without Borders this weekend to Stage 2.
Yeah, the only thing that didn't go well right there in that series for Hero was the fact that he didn't realize it was an all-in in game number 2, right? He dealt so much damage in the early game. He was playing his opponent really nicely, but then suddenly the Queens came knocking at the front door. Well, it turns out he managed to hold on right there, and that is the most important thing. Anyways, let's hear what the boys at the desk have to say. Or not. Or not yet. Oh, okay. Well, any final thoughts, Wardy?
Our thoughts? Yeah, I thought Hero played a pretty... Hero played just a pretty solid series. Like, you know, yes, he maybe wasn't as prepared against that attack, but he did what he had to do. He traded decently, and like I said, I was kind of not a fan of him kind of trying to hold the 3rd base, but maybe it worked out just well enough. Like, he got enough out of it that trying to defend the 3rd kind of worked out, right? So, felt pretty reasonable, felt pretty fine.
All right. I believe James is ready right now. Let's take it to Kalaris and the boys.
That's right. Thank you, Locos 2 Keen. We've got ourselves a 2-0, kind of as we were expecting here, boys, from the man himself, Hero. Joining me, Pig, as well as Ben. Pig, this was kind of what we all expected, unfortunately, for DRG.
I mean,
a few moments where DRG did look like, you know, something was going to work out, but he's just so hard to play against in this matchup.
He was like raging. And
right whenever you want to put him in a box and say, oh, he's predictable in this way or that way, he always changes it up and catches you off guard. And as always, even when he's in a dicey spot, that micro, I'm telling you, you always think you've got the numbers, and then those blink stalkers just keep blinking back and nothing goes down.
In Sweden.
Ben realizes on A.
Thank you.
Anytime now, Ben. All right, let's take a look at the highlights presented by RagnaroK, as we do have ourselves Hero looking absolutely fantastic. I think one cool thing about this pig to start things off was the fact that he's so good at harassing with these zealots and adepts and things like that. To then you get to this army composition, and by the time they're all gone, it's just Archons and Disruptors holding down the line. It's such a powerful army here for Hero.
Yeah, I mean, the Archon Zealot Disruptor is so good for this specific reason. Big balls of units get taken out by the Disruptor shots. The Archon Zealot's great versus Zerglings, of course. Spread the Zealots out. The Banelings aren't going to do too well. Disruptors take care of any large Roach Ravager counts, and those stasis traps very annoying. This was a nice attack. I mean, the Creep Highway got this across the map so quickly that I thought it looked really promising, and a lesser Protoss player would have crumbled. You know, being up 15, 16, 17 workers, Stalkers don't do a lot of damage, but they just didn't get trapped. And the way he was able to move to the right and just blink back and get so much value out of these Stalkers. Yeah, the third base goes down, but at what cost to the Zerg? The Zerg tech is so far behind, and he just retakes it, and the Stalker counter aggression was insane.
Oh, definitely. As we take a look at game 2 here as well. And Ben, looking at this, I think also it's not only the fact that Hero can be able to put on the huge pressure, he can also weather the pressure as well here against DRG very, very formidably.
Yeah, I mean, he's a true fighter, isn't he? Like, this second game, losing his third and kind of being on the ropes a little bit, but he knew, like, he's well-versed enough that he's like, well, I have taken damage, but you know, I'm still absolutely in this game, and he knows how to make the most out of all the units that he has. He gets a good army composition together. He's always so good in these fights as well, with him just blinking in the right locations, utilizing these Stalkers with all their shield, you know. Taking shield damage doesn't mean they actually take damage if you blink them away and get them rearing for the next fight. Just a real masterclass of making the Zerg have a troubled life, like the first game with the Oracles as well, just having one Oracle dive in from this angle, the other one from this angle. He's just really cool, and he really makes Protoss look really nimble.
He's really cool. Okay, some great hard-hitting analysis here from the
What can I say?
Let's take a look at
I like his haircut as well, by the way. Just wanted to add that in there.
Yeah, it's also pretty cool. Yeah, guys, good job. All right, well, we've got our 4 players moving through into qualification matches. This will be played out tomorrow here. These best of 5s. The winner of each of them will move on to Gamers 8. It's going to be RagnaroK versus Classic and Cure versus Hero. Pig, Protoss has a chance.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a bit of a bummer to see some Protoss favorites not make it through last week. A lot of people were still getting up to date on the format and going, no, Hero's out. Oh, where are our Protoss players? But of course, this is the second week, the final chance for these players to get through. And I would say quite good chances, in fact. Classic will have his work cut out for him with RagnaroK, but I think definitely has a shot. And Hero does come in, I would say, as a slight favorite over Cure. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I think we need some Protoss in the bracket. We need that representation.
I would like them. And down towards the lower bracket, Bunny versus GuMiho and Creator versus DRG. And this is their last life here at the Muslim to try and get themselves a spot at Gamers 8. So once you're done in this lower bracket, it's done, fella. It's done.
Yeah, I'm actually quite sad for Domragu to go up against freaking Hero there, and yeah, that's brutal, man. That's absolutely brutal. But I think overall, all these guys that have dropped to the lower bracket, let me just have a quick peep at everybody that's gone down.
Sure.
Like, the Bunny, GuMiho, that's a rough matchup for either one of them, because both of them, like GuMiho's actually been looking pretty fresh, but Creator Domragu, that's actually kind of a cool redemption one. Now that I say it, that is a cool redemption one. But yeah, overall, not bad games. I'm glad to see that Hero this week is looking pretty sharp, right? Like, these games, it was just good defense, good handling. I like the play.
Yeah. Pig, why are you smiling so much? What's going on?
Oh, I'm just thinking about how unlucky GuMiho is to run into Hero and then dropping that series versus Classic. And now he's going to play TVT versus Bunny, and that's a nightmare. Bunny's so good at TVT. That is a very difficult match for GuMiho, so he's going to have to really bring out his A game.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to go to a break. When we return, we are moving on to the world bracket. We have 4 more best of 3s coming at you here today to figure out who's going to be able to move on to those qualification matches. We'll see you in a few for more Gamers Without Borders.
This is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Well, I Zerg main because I like to inflict pain upon myself. You know, I like challenges and I like having a disadvantage, you know, like I gotta compensate for the skill, for the race issue with the skill, you know? I like that. When we had the guy, how's it called? The Terran infested on the infestor, that was banger times. Honestly, that's a peak StarCraft balance, I think. The game was pretty balanced back then, and now, like, you know that the game is not balanced at all, and Zergs have to rely on their skill to win.
In a standard fight, Stats is starting to lose a bunch of units, but Su has lost a lot of drones. Is this it? Can Stats break through? Su's got that gold game. He's pressing it back. The Prism is in.
Because Zerg, we all know it is the weakest race, but back then it was actually all balanced, and yeah, so you could see the Zergs shine because we have more talent. Everyone knows it. So yeah, when we had the infested Terran on the infestor.
전략 전술이 다양하다는 점이 있는 것 같아요. 뭐 자기가 선택해서 수비를 했을 때는 수비도 괜찮은 것 같고, 공격을 선택했을 때 공격할 때 그 빌드도 다양한 것 같아서 여러 가지 플레이할 수 있고 단순하다는 거에 있어서 좀 메리트가 있는 것 같고, 단점이라고 본다면 그만큼 단순하고 쉬운 종족이기 때문에 그 할 수 있는 종족의 그 한계치가 좀 뚜렷한 것 같아서 다른 종족에 비해는 그 부분이 조금 아쉬운 것 같아요. 군단의 심장이지 않나 싶어요. 그때가 프로토스가 단순하다고 설명을 드렸었는데 그 단순함이 뻔하고 단순함이 먹혔던 시절이었던 것 같아요.
我觉得我玩人族唯一的优势就是人族的观场性比较强吧，我觉得这是他唯一的优势。他劣势就是他的所有兵种都很弱，没有感觉有什么强的兵种吧。我觉得只能以自己的实力然后去打。在我夺冠之后吧，我才庆幸自己玩了人族。我在夺冠之前，我其实非常后悔玩那个种，因为太难了，然后赢起来也比别人累很多。但我唯一庆幸的就是我好像是卡杜维兹，好像已经是5届还是6届都是重组选手。然后我这次拿冠军，我觉得我选了人族很庆幸，就是我终于打破了这记录，我成为了唯一一个，也不是唯一，好像是唯一一个还是第一个，就是非韩的人族选手，然后拿到了卡特维兹的世界冠军，然后并且前面6届都是重组，我是第一个人族选手。那时候那一个瞬间，我很庆幸我自己选择了人族。
Welcome back here to Gamers Without Borders. We've completed our 4 Korea series for the day, and now we're moving over to the world bracket, the entire world apart from South Korea. Joining me to talk about the next matches that are coming up, a change of the guard. We've got ZG and Rotty here to talk about this. We've got a few moments before we actually get into things though. So ZG, did you watch the games? Did you enjoy the games? Of course, Hero looked great. What a surprise! Wow.
I love the ending of the games. Post analysis, you know, it was spot on.
It was.
No, I was watching the games, of course. So, if you want to talk about the games, well, Hero versus DRG. That went as expected. I actually don't think there were any surprises in the Korean side of things. So, yeah, I guess this one.
There you go. There you go. Roddy clearly also enjoyed the post-game analysis as well. Good job, guys. Yeah. All right. Let's focus on the EPT bracket. We throw Ben more under the bus as we've got ourselves 4 best of 3s here. Let's take a look at those here as we have later on Clem versus Lambo, ShoWTimE versus Astrea, Elazer going up against Special as well, and Oliveira and Cham's going to be the first one that we start off with. So let's go over that for a moment here. Roddy, Clem, Lambo, all of these guys. It's looking like a good bracket for the people that have, you know, come in from the previous bracket as well as the ones that have come in from this.
You kind of lost me there, James, but it does look like a good bracket if you really love StarCraft 2. I think these are 8 amazing players. I think Chem is kind of the overwhelming underdog, and yeah, you tempted to say that Oliveira should be the overdog, as Katz likes to put it. I like it when he uses that word. But I honestly don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for Oliveira at all. But I do think he gets rather fortunate with the first match he plays. Clem, on the other hand, is probably not too upset. Lambo's got to be fuming a little, right? Last weekend he plays against Oliveira and Spirit. It doesn't quite go his way. And now he plays against the one guy that even Lambo in the past has been quite vocal about it. Right? Like, I don't like playing Clem because I feel that if he plays his best, then there is actually nothing I can do. So I don't think that Lambo is very happy with his opening match.
No, absolutely. Not exactly easy. And then on the other side of it here, ZG, the Protoss are going to have to go up against either ShoWTimE and Astrea. So we've seen no shortage of great PvPs from these guys in the past, but Protoss can't catch a break either.
Yeah, they're going to knock each other out. I mean, guaranteed Protoss in the qualifying match, and I was glad to see a couple of Protoss making it through the Korean side of the bracket. But I don't know which one is I don't know if both of them can make it through, but I do think ShoWTimE is going to be the favored one, particularly up against Astrea. However, Astrea is really quite clever and very odd. So sometimes their styles do create some sparks, the aggressive kind of weirder player versus the very standard macro player that is ShoWTimE.
All right, let's talk about our first match then here for the world bracket. We have got ourselves Oliveira going up against Cham. We've not made any kind of shortcomings of it or anything like that before. It's Oliveira, the world champion, not having the easiest time in the previous bracket here, Rotti, going up against Cham, who you would have to lean towards the world champion as the favorite here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, now every time that Oliveira plays, we all wonder, right? Does he still have it? Is he still that same guy as we saw in Poland? And honestly, the first few times we saw him after IEM Katowice, he looked pretty darn good. In the WTL playoffs, he was impressive. He still plays in an online tournament here and there. Sure, he got bobbed by Maru, but there really is no shame in that. And Maru clearly took it very personal. But it looked all quite fine until last weekend. Like, that just wasn't great. It started off well, 2-0 over Lambo, but then 0-3 Gabe, 0-3 Rainer. And I had some conversations with other pro gamers where they said, like, nah, he kind of played his normal level. And I thought that was even a bit too much, where I was like, okay, we can't always expect him to be IEM Katowice Oliveira. Sure. But I felt even before IEM Katowice, if you would have told me Oliveira or Time is going to go 0-6 in those games, I'd be like, nah, I give him a little more credit than that, right? Like, we expect him to get some points on the board there. So it was a bit shocking, makes this weekend very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of fluctuating results here and there. ZG, your thoughts coming into this match?
I have to echo what Roddy was saying. I feel like, Oliveira, when he was known as Time, was still given a lot of credit. And to say that would have been expected last weekend, I think I wouldn't believe someone saying that I would have expected that anyways. But apparently some people did. So then going into this TVZ versus Cham, I mean, if that really was his usual level last weekend, I feel like Cham has like a really good chance actually, because Cham can be very odd to play against. We know that he's taken out some Terran players in Latin American regional that we wouldn't have expected. So yeah, that kind of just all comes down to whether Oliveira does play like last weekend, whether that's his usual or not, or he plays more like Katowice and his immediate tournaments after Katowice.
All right, well, let's find out. It's time to head over to the commentators here for our first World Series of the bracket, as we have Oliveira going up against Cham.
Hello! Yeah, my name is Katz, and I am joined by the one and only, blessing us with his presence this time around, Artosis. How are you, my friend?
Hey, buddy. It's good to be here with you. I'm really excited to do one of these online casts with everybody. The tournament is looking fantastic. Really was enjoying those Korean matches this morning. But ready to watch the one true champion now.
Yeah, I mean, the one true champion, we'll see about that. I feel like Roddy put it well. Like, does he still have it? I'm more on the boat of, did he ever have it? You know what I'm saying?
Did he ever have it? Well, yes, he had it since he's literally the world champion. So I don't know how you could be on that boat.
Yeah, he is the world champion, but I feel like he's the world champion that has had the most to prove out of any world champion that we have had, because his run was really magical, and he didn't look that great in the first week here. But now we are actually in the game. And I will do this intro for Calaris, actually. Spawning in the top right-hand side, the reigning, defending, undisputed world champion, Oliveira.
Well, you say undisputed, but then at the same time, you're saying you're never on the. Yeah, I think honestly, you're disputing that. Of course, his opponent here in the bottom left, a strong Zerg, but certainly an underdog. It's Cham.
Yeah, for sure. And Chamaco, of course, he is the reigning champion of Latin America as well. It was briefly mentioned in the... But you know, like, that also feels like it shouldn't happen. It's usually Special that takes it. But I agree with Zombie Grab in something, which is that Cham, and I agree with Roddy too, that he is a massive underdog, but he feels like a massive underdog in every tournament that he goes in. Yeah. And then he usually overperforms expectations, but doesn't overperform enough to make a splash and be like, yeah, Cham is, you know, is on the rise and super powerful. It's more like, oh, cool, like a couple of upsets here and there, and no one was expecting that.
No, that's like exactly, that's the perfect way to describe Cham. Like, even honestly, I feel that way in every tournament he's in. Even I remember Katowice this past year, like, he was actually putting out some very good games. Not good enough that we really talked about him at all. Not good enough that it was, you know, a huge storyline, but he was playing well there. So you got to give him some sort of shot. But I mean, you also have to expect Oliveira to be able to take him down. I mean, if he doesn't, I mean, 0-5 last weekend is pretty rough, but Cham is probably the weakest player that we have, you know, this weekend.
Yeah, on paper, no doubt. Again, he's usually the massive underdog, but yeah, there's some potential for upset, I think, here, which is strange to say if we really believe that Oliveira was the best player in the world. He is the champion of the world, but I think very few people would put him as the best currently, and he has a lot to prove, and I really think that this is a start. If you can't beat the perceived weakest player in your group, and those asterisks are just going to be flying all over the place.
Yeah, that would actually be really sad. Honestly, I'm kind of expecting him to qualify. Like, if you don't qualify for Gamers 8, it's going to be pretty rough being the defending champion. It kind of makes it look bad a little bit. And honestly, his bracket is looking reasonable for that, wouldn't you say? Like, if Clem takes down Lambo, Oliveira's TVT is no laughing matter.
That is a very good point. Yeah, I think it's a matchup that I've been most impressed by Oliveira, and that should be exciting coming up as well, Clem versus Lambo. But yeah, I mean, we are now in this game. Cham is known to be a Rochi boy from time to time, as Roddy likes to call them, but not this time around from the look of it.
Yeah, that is certainly when I think about Cham, and I'm like, okay, how is he going to upset a Terran player? And normally roaches just pop into my mind. So we'll see if he tries to get into anything like that after this pretty standard opening. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Of course, we can see over on Oliveira's side, he has gone for that quick third command center. He has the starport coming as well. I'd assume he's going to get Banshees off of that, but let's see.
Yeah, I think Banshees would be a good call, just because if you have studied your opponent, I imagine that he has, then you know that Cham has that potential for roaches, and you are going pretty greedy, but he's going for the medevac actually, so this is another way to kind of like just apply a little bit of pressure and get some scouting early on if you're Oliveira, right? So I don't mind it.
Yeah, no, I like the build overall, because it's kind of like, okay, we're being greedy, but we're also keeping pressure on. But to be honest, against Cham, I would never, like, if I'm Oliveira's coach here, I would never be like, yes, you should both be greedy and drop Marines across the map, because there's like some percentage chance that roaches are on the way to your base right now, and then you're kind of screwed.
And he's really working with very little information. So yeah, it's definitely a risk that is not going to get punished this time around. But in a different world, I think, yeah, it was a little disrespectful almost, or maybe more than disrespectful. It was just a little bit of a gamble that you shouldn't be taking as the overdog here, right? It's just, yeah.
The overdog.
The overdog.
Yeah, well, who's the updog then?
The updog. I'm not sure who the updog is. Kiwikaki comes to mind when you say updog. He love to make that one joke about the what's up dog.
Not much, you.
Not much. What's up with you?
But yeah, look at this little Marine drop. Like, he's doing a pretty good job with it. He's clearing some of the overlords. He's getting some good scouting intel as well. Honestly, you can't hope for a better opener than what Oliveira has gotten here. 3 overlord kills, 0 units lost, and the third command center going up without any problem.
Yeah, no, that's massive, right? Because he's not getting pressure applied to him in any way. The clearing the overlords is really nice to set yourself up for later on, or even right now. This medevac kind of just goes into the main, and there's nothing to give Cham a good heads up. So he always needs pockets of links in the main. He might need spores or something of the like. So I agree. This is wonderful for an Oliveira that really didn't invest much and was being greedy behind it. So great start.
What do you think about this missile attack upgrade and the roach speed? So there you go. Cham is going to go for that style that we know so much about from him, going into that kind of heavy roach play.
I mean, I love it. I think it's one of the better chances. It's one of the styles that is kind of like, underperformed over time, and as such, players of the highest caliber usually don't go to it, but it's one of the easiest in terms of execution, right? It's easy to manage your larva when you're going for roaches heavily, and that could bode well for Cham, but this is a really nice drop from Oliveira here.
Yeah, it really is. The Spore's not really in position in time. He's getting some big damage onto those drones as well. There is a little Ling counterattack occurring at the third base of Oliveira, but he's going to pull out of there pretty quickly, and honestly, his drop is doing a much better job against these queens.
Yeah, so difficult for Cham to go up that ramp, right? Get that spread on the queens, and he has to wait for the roaches. The first roach is going to pop up, and he doesn't want to lose his lair, so he's going to go for it. Could transfuse the lair, and is at the moment, but there's just not enough DPS to save it and kill the Marines in time. So yeah, Oliveira is going to get away with murder here.
Dude, this is like one of the most dominating openings that you could ever have. I'm sure that Cham has to be a bit frustrated. The fact that he played this greedy and this aggressively, putting on this much pressure, like everything has gone Oliveira's way. And look at this. Is he going to actually, oh my God, he wasn't even a cancel after killing the lair and everything else? Like, this game is almost done.
It's done mentally, I almost want to say, because Cham didn't need to cancel. He still had a couple of seconds there where he could have made the decision a little bit later, and he would have saved it, I'm pretty sure. But a slight miscalculation there, and it's compounding, like you said, with everything that has happened up until this point. So the supply seems to, say, hey, like, this is a game, but it's really not. It's roaches that are inflating that supply. You are going to fall behind from not having the real state of 2 of your bases, so your income is just so hampered. And Cham has to try to make something happen, but Oliveira already preparing with siege tanks and supply depots even in front to soak up some of that damage and make it difficult for the units to get through.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Like, I don't even feel like there is like a roach timing that can be hit. It doesn't feel like there's a good recovery path here. Like, he's remaking the lair, he's putting those 2 hatcheries down that he lost. We're getting into +1 melee because, well, again, he doesn't have a lair, so you can't start your 2-2. I mean, it's like the worst case scenario.
It really is the worst case scenario. Like, I am trying to think of recovery mechanisms, right? You might want to go for something like Infestor, something that can get you a huge fungal onto a clump of bio and then reset those army counts a little bit. But like you said, there's no lair. So there really it feels like there's nothing for Cham to do in this game here. And Oliveira continues to apply pressure. This is not maybe the best trades. He seems to confidently be going forward. He will eventually evacuate. But even just evenish trades are going to favor him. So at the end of the day, it works.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think he needs to do any of these trades or anything. Like, if he just masses up and moves out at 2-1, like, nothing stops that, right? If you just move out with all you bring all of your units together. Sometimes these great Terran players, they over-harass. It's like, dude, you've done so much damage. Keep your entire army alive and then move out. There's no way 1-1 roaches are going to stop you.
Yeah, and that's kind of the nice thing of what Oliveira is doing here is he's not like he's committing 2 medevacs worth that he has had out on the map for a very long time. There's just like 7 Marines remaining there. So what this does for him is nice because he knows where the army of Cham is, which offers him even more breathing room to take his extra bases to get set up for this incoming attack. And now he seems to be ready to move out. And I'm with you, Dan. I don't think there's any world where Cham stops this.
No, certainly not. Even a couple of Liberators are being added in. He started +2 armor, +2 vehicle weapons. There's so much going on that even if this didn't work, Oliveira is very healthily going to the next stage of this game. But here he comes, a very quick, very direct push towards this 4th base. And I can't imagine this army being taken out by what Cham has.
Nah, the Marines would have to move into the banelings on move command and then, clumped up, and then maybe there's a chance. But before this, there wasn't even any AoE to speak of, so the banelings offer a little bit of hope, but not really much at all. It's gonna be a decisive victory here from Oliveira.
Now, that was a pretty one-sided one, unfortunately. You know, Oliveira took just a couple of risks early on. They paid off amazingly, and I mean, you can't get a more one-sided victory than that.
No, absolutely not. But I think it is what you just mentioned, right? It is that Oliveira took a little bit of a risk in going kind of just into 3cc and being very greedy and then pushing out with some Marines. I mean, he would have died probably to most all-ins that are competent on the Zerg side of things. Not that there's many of those. But then also on the side of Champ, he kind of got unlucky with the timing a little bit. Because if he made a little bit, if he himself was a little bit less greedy, had a pocket of roaches already done, he had his roach warren done by the time this Marines arrive, then he holds and the game goes on, and it's kind of just an evenish game instead of just a complete massacre. But also props to Oliveira because he set himself up to do this by killing those overlords earlier, so Champ couldn't be in position. He couldn't react as fast as he would have liked.
Yeah, everything just a little bit too slow, a little bit too off here from Cham, and definitely agree. I actually thought that hatchery was going to live, so maybe Cham is kind of thrown off at this point. I hope that he can come back and play a solid game, but I feel like at this point, Cham has to look at that and say, oh God, that was so bad. Do we switch up the idea for the next game? Maybe play something more aggressive?
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I'm not sure that I hated his idea, though. It's just those overlords, right? If he had a little bit of a heads up to make those roaches, I don't know how this game turns out. So I don't know that he needs to fix the formula so much as maybe take a little bit less risks, which is odd to say from the position that he's in as the underdog, right? But yeah, I mean, he definitely has to do something a little bit different, at least account for earlier pressure, perhaps in some way, shape, or form. And then try to take it to Oliveira, because if he does win this game, we go to Neo-Humanity, which is usually a terrible map for Zerg, but Cham has let it through because he likes roaches so much, because he is so aggressive, or can be anyway. So I want to see what he has prepared on that map, but first he has to get through this one.
Well, we are going to Grasvan, probably my favorite map in the pool, and down here at the bottom right, our reigning world champion is Oliveira.
And in the top left-hand side, the Latin American champion, it is Cham.
All right. So, yeah. What do you think from Oliveira? Like, he played a pretty greedy opener there. Do you pull it back some?
Probably, right? Like, you have to expect that your opponent is likely to punish you if you got away with greed in the first game, especially when you have a one-game buffer. I feel like you pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. Like, I would be a little bit nervous that he'd be trying to maybe blindly counter the type of greedy play. And, you know, maybe if you just do like a very standard opener, you know, maybe like Hellion Banshee, something like that, you could catch Cham trying to punish something that's just not there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Cham with a little bit of indecision there, or perhaps just not rallying his drone to the gas for whatever reason right away. So I don't know if he's kind of like deciding on his strategy right now, or if he had something planned already, but it's going to be difficult. I mean, this Overlord is just looking for the Reaper path into the main. So Cham is very good at this. Like, his Overlord positioning is pristine. And usually his positioning in general, his positional play in general is really, really good. And that's what sets him apart from other players trying to make the Roach work, for example, right? So that's kind of what I want to see. But Oliveira did counter that beautifully last game with that little pocket of Marines in the first drop. And we'll see if he wants to do something again for that map control, which again, I think is one of Cham's strengths.
Yeah. I would really like to see him actually get into one of his type of macro games, because he does play it better than most other players. There's not a lot of players that really like roaches as much as him. You know, maybe Dark. That's the only person that really comes into mind. So he definitely can make you tricky.
Nice.
Ooh,
okay.
That juking and jiving there. Normally I don't talk about the Reaper too much, but that was a nice dance from Cham. I'm surprised he got the hatchery down.
It was nice from Cham, but you also have to draw the mistake out from Oliveira. So Cham making the best out of a situation and kind of gambling a little bit too, because if you go and backstep to drop the hatchery, you're not going to have time to go back for the gas. So maybe that's why Oliveira didn't anticipate that Cham was willing to do something like that, but it's going to work out. A Spore Morph here will save a drone. But yeah, I mean, lucky for Cham that we get a better game out of this, because if that third gets denied, it's not a great start. So.
But here, he's really getting everything off without a hitch. Actually has his Zerglings in a perfect position to deny that Reaper as well. So Oliveira's Reaper really not getting very much done here. I mean, no big surprise there. But with the third getting down like perfectly on time, has to be a bit frustrating for our Terran.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what transpires here as Cham continues to set up perimeter with his next bunch of overlords. Notice he doesn't have any overlords on the other side of the map, does he? I don't think so.
No, I definitely don't see any. Yeah, it's just the very fringes of his base is where all the overlords are placed. I do kind of wonder about that. Like maybe he's thinking of that last game and how painful that was to lose, 3 overlords right off the bat.
Yeah, at the same time, there's not an overlord in position for him to sacrifice and scout something like a BC opener or that kind of opener that requires kind of like a completely different response. And he doesn't have the information when his opponent moves out from the natural. But he will see any Hellions poking and prodding. He will see any medevacs that try to go into his main. So yeah, he's giving up a little bit on the other side to just be super, super safe and develop his own game on his side.
Well, I can't really blame him for that, right? Like that was one of the main issues that we saw before. Here he's in such a great defensive stance. Certainly nothing bad going to happen to him, but we do have like a pretty greedy build overall from Oliveira, right? He got the very fast third command center, but instead of going for the quicker starport, which is pretty common, he has added on those additional barracks a bit more quickly. So I think that mid game, he's going to be able to push out with quite a few more Marines.
Yeah, here is kind of the drawback of the opening stance that Cham had, which is now he's having to drop kind of blind spores, right? Accounting for potential banshees that could be showing up in a little bit, or potentially battle cruisers a little bit further down the line could be TPing into his mineral line. So he doesn't need those spores at all. So that is just, by virtue of him having no overlords and no real information coming on the other side of the map.
What do you think about this as the underdog to play without really trying to check for any of the small like nuances that Oliveira would be putting out, right? Like he hasn't really scouted anything. He's just doing like a textbook. Here is how you defend everything. This blanket defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly something that you can do. It's just kind of like a different way to cut corners, a little bit more gambly. So I guess it depends on. For me, it would depend on how big of an underdog I am, right? If I feel like I have to gamble and take every single edge that I need to take, then I think it's a valid approach, right? And StarCraft is not a game, as say compared with Age of Empires or other RTSs, where there are like super huge counters. Like there's the Immortal to Roach type interactions, but for the most part, if you have Roaches, they're gonna trade mostly fine against almost anything that Terran can make, right? So from that perspective, you're not gonna fall too far behind, and there is definitely some reward that you could get from that. Not this though.
Yeah. Well, right now, Oliveira coming up and stimming, taking out some of these creep tumors, going to blow up a few of the roaches as well. Some pretty decent trades. He's making him chew through a lot of those transfusions. Cham doesn't end up losing any queens or anything. He's going to go ahead and instantly relay that creep as well.
Yeah, could we pull up the units lost tab really quick here as Oliveira's 1-1 is about to finish? So yeah, not the worst trades in the world actually for Cham. He did lose a little bit more than he would have liked, and the creep spread is annoying, especially in that kind of middle of the map. It's not going to be easy to replenish, and that's the pressure point that maybe Oliveira is aiming to hit over and over again.
Well, right now, Oliveira trying to split up his units a little bit. Looks like he wants to pressure on a couple of fronts, goes down towards his fourth base. Gonna stim just off creep, get up here, take out quite a few of the creep tumors, and now going after the queens.
Yeah, we'll snatch one of those, and I believe a drone. The Widowmine is beautiful, actually, and that'll allow him to turn around and kill 2 more queens, almost a third one, or a fourth one at that point. So a great job from Oliveira.
Yeah, really, really well executed. Now, 1-1 is finishing up on these roaches. A bunch of lings being made, Baneling, Speed, and Hive on the way for Cham. So really continuing forward and taking his 5th base location. It's an interesting way that he's trying to play this. Like, he's just straight expanding, straight taking up, defending everything as best he can. And, I mean, he's doing a good job about it. I wonder if he's ever going to get into the position where he has a push that can really threaten Oliveira.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. It's clear that he's executing his game plan and nothing has gone terribly wrong for him so far. So that's a good sign, right? Like he kind of has what he would have expected to have at this point in time. I am wondering about the Hive. I expected 1 or 2 Infestors or something like that just as the bio army scales, especially from someone like Cham. But maybe he just wants to go straight into Ultras, judging by the melee upgrade coming up.
Yeah, kind of an older strategy, I think, from like the beginning of Legacy of the Void. We saw a lot of this like kind of Roach Ravager into Ultralisk tech switches. Not a bad idea, especially with this creep spread like halfway through the map. You know, Ultras are just so fantastically went on creep. So if he can get up into those Ultras with this kind of base army that he has, I think that the game just goes very long at that point, because I can't imagine Oliveira pushing through that.
Yeah, or very short if Oliveira doesn't scout the Ultras, right? Like, I think that's the ideal case scenario for Cham is you didn't see the Ultras, so you didn't add a ton of Marauders, you didn't add a ton of Liberators. As we say that Oliveira is producing 1 Liberator at a time, so he's going to have some sort of buffer against the Ultras and 2 Marauders at a time as well. But yeah, I mean, Cham's not even really going for the Ultralisk Cavern as soon as the Hive finishes, so not sure what the plan is here. And this, I don't know if you can break this position. It's a lot of Oliveira here, very well spread. Cham thinks that he can, and he is collapsing onto the middle. Here comes the first Liberator to try and help, and Cham will have to kind of just disengage here, but not the worst trade in the world, I want to say.
No, not the worst, and actually he gave himself a huge opportunity. Almost none of the Banelings connected like he wanted. If any of them had, I think he would have actually smashed the position. So not a bad try from Cham. He does reduce the siege tank count a little bit at least, and now he's getting into the Vipers, the Infestor, and the Ultralisk Cavern.
Yeah, and that is a little bit concerning to me in the sense that he decided not to make that Infestor earlier, for example. I feel like that Infestor earlier gained so much more value because you would have had the energy from it. And now he's kind of like adding so much complexity to his army all at once, but it's not enough of either unit. He's getting 2 Vipers and 1 Infestor. That's almost just a pain to control, right? Because you probably need 2 different hotkeys for 1 unit and another hotkey for 2 units. So yeah, I mean, let's see what he can squeeze out of this while taking into Ultra. I mean, I understand that he is constrained in terms of gas right now, so I think kind of like spreading himself pretty thin here, and it's going to be very demanding on the execution side of things.
Yeah, well, honestly, I like to see it anyways. I know that it definitely ups the difficulty of the engagements, but the world doesn't need another Sue, okay? We need spellcasters in this game. And, you know, his economy is sitting pretty. If he gets just a couple good blinding clouds, he might be able to bust through this big tank line.
Yeah, that is kind of like the dream for him, and I guess when he gets to Ultra, it's going to be very nice to harpoon those Liberators out of position so that the Ultras can just plow on through. So let's see, Cham is trying to deny a base at the same time as this is going on, and I think he will be able to at least force the liftoff, and now pushing on forward. Gotta be really careful with those Banelings leading the charge in case there's tanks, but there isn't. Is that enough to take down the PF? I think not, but with the repair, no, that's not gonna be it.
Oh, that was so close. Just 2 SCVs. Maybe the difference between killing the planetary or not. That's the most painful thing, man, when you sacrifice that many Banelings. But he got some SCVs. The thing is, when I see the number drop to mid-60s, it's like, well, that's still a good enough economy. You're not really that badly hurt.
Yeah, he really needed to get the prize in the Planetary Fortress. If he resets that position and he already forced the liftoff on the other base, you're effectively putting Oliveira into a 3-base kind of all-in type situation, or a position where at least he has to pull back his army and just make sure that he can defend us. I don't know if this is it for Cham. The tanks are very well spread once again for Oliveira, and actually the DPS is coming from the Marines in the very back of the fight, and this was horrible for Cham. Now Oliveira might have an opportunity to just pounce and try to end the game right now. The first couple of Ultras are out, but Chitinous plating is not yet done for a couple of seconds. The Liberators are gonna siege and destroy this Ultralisks, and this game might come to an abrupt close now.
Yeah, that's too bad. Like, he's attacking in the midst of a transition, right? That's going to be like your weakest moment, is when you're trying to complete your tech tree. And it is unfortunate how that one goes. Oliveira's push is absolutely deadly. GG is called. And that is going to be a pretty quick and one-sided 2-0, although I did like the second game a lot better from Cham.
Yeah, for sure. And also from Oliveira, I mean, some really cool ideas. We saw him applying pressure in that middle of the map and getting rid of the creep very early on. And we saw how that panned out for him, right? Because with that siege line, he was able to siege the base from under it, basically, like that forward base that is on the high ground. Siege tanks don't care about that. So just the fact that he was kind of setting up in the middle and had an option to kill that base and then progress forward, put a lot of pressure on Champ to take these weird engagements later on. So very consistent, very cool game from Oliveira too.
Yeah, I think Oliveira definitely played very well. Honestly, if Cham only did the first attack and then pulled back and just kind of like bought time with some of the counterattacks that we saw, I think he's actually in an okay position, and the game goes on and on and on, and he can really have a chance. But that last attack, he just threw away a bit too much.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, I think we are headed to the desk here. I am more or less guessing, as this winner screen is right in front of us. Desk. That didn't work. Oh.
Well, yes. Thank you, Cats. Fantastic transition, as always. ZG and Roddy to talk about this one. Kind of as we expected, Roddy, really. I mean, Cham did put up a decent fight in the second game, but it's Oliveira.
Yeah, no, second game wasn't too bad. There was that one fight in the dead center of Grasvan where I was like, I think it's going to be a disaster. I'm closing my eyes. Yeah. I'm like, okay, actually somewhat decent. Supply still looking somewhat healthy. Then he goes for the big counter. He almost gets the PF, one final or two final SCVs repairing it. And then that final setup, like, I understand the pressure, right? We've all been there where it's like, I feel like I shouldn't fight here, but I also kind of have to fight here. Otherwise, the tanks and liberators, they keep on getting closer. But that was not the right moment to go for it, and definitely not the right engagement either. So Oliveira just looked good, and he looked like we kind of want a world champion to look.
Yeah, very, very nicely done here. I mean, ZG, when you, as Roddy's saying, when Terran is allowed to get set up quite the way Oliveira is, with the tank line going back for ages, the bio being so far back that the banelings can't start connecting, I don't know how you're supposed to take that engagement as Cham at that point. It seems a bit futile almost.
Particularly on Grasvan, yes, it is very difficult. But generally, you know, the kind of goal is to get to that Viper technology, which Cham did. But then, yeah, the usage just wasn't particularly great. I think other TVZs have also proven that if they get into what I'm going to call the well, the space around their third and below their fifth, I suppose, actually isn't as devastating as it might feel, because that's where a lot of the combat happens on Grasvan in this matchup. Not to say that it's not stressful and it can't quickly turn sour, but you can actually let them there and then still possibly have a good engagement, especially if you set up a surround, which Cham just didn't do. And in first game, as we're watching on the highlight here, there are just some serious macro problems. Cham lost the game with 1,800 minerals and 1,100 gas in the bank. So that explains a lot, but of course the early game didn't go so well for him. So Cham never really getting to, I think, do the kind of weirdness, honestly, like the way that he chooses to engage. It really, I think, throws off a lot of Terran players. Like this one, how many Zerg players would have chosen this fight? But it didn't ever throw off Oliveira. Oliveira got to play his normal TVZ.
And the highlights here presented by RagnaroK as we take a look at some of the final moments here, the banelings that you were referring to earlier. And it is rough when you've sacrificed that much. Yeah, you get 20 SCVs, but again, as Dan was mentioning during the cast, Roddy, does Terran really care when they've got the mules raining down behind the 60 SCVs still alive?
I mean, if you keep on doing it, they're absolutely going to care eventually, but it's obviously never nice for a Zerg when you throw away that many units and don't quite get the base. And these final fights, I mean, the previous fight was the one that obviously mattered the most, and right before kindness splitting as well, a couple of other upgrades were somewhat close to finishing up. It wasn't bad by Oliveira, and even though there were some macro issues towards the end of the first game, in his defense, obviously did lose the main base, right, and lost the fourth base. We've seen that before. As a Zerg, it can sometimes be hard to somehow recover from that, because you're like, all the things they normally do that work perfectly fine suddenly don't add up anymore because my game has been disrupted.
And there you go. Oliveira gets himself to a qualification match once again. We saw him in this same place last weekend where unfortunately he fell 0-3 to Hero Marine. Let's see if he can persevere here through this upper bracket once again. Still has another opportunity down in that lower bracket, as does Cham, who has now fallen down to that lower bracket. And we're just awaiting his opponent as to who it may be. We'll find out a little later. It's either Clem or Lambo, I believe, from that one, which is obviously our next match here, ZG. So it's going to be a good one. We'll see how that goes. We shouldn't really talk about it too much, though. So any final thoughts on Oliveira versus Cham here, ZG?
Oh, no, standard TVZ. Oliveira is going to have some trouble, I think, in his next qualifying match, because I know we're going to talk about it, but I do think that Oliveira gets an unfavorable qualifying match, because I assume it'll be up against Clem, but then Cham probably gets a favorable one, because it's a ZVZ against Lambo, and that can get really weird.
Ooh, okay. All right. Well, thanks very much, guys. So it's time for a break. When we return, we have that extra TVZ on the way. It's going to be Clem going up against Lambo. Stay tuned for more Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
From one TVZ to another, we have got ourselves the next matchup here in the Worlds bracket, and it is going to be Clem going up against Lambo. The invincible Clem potentially online. Let's see if he can continue looking as good as he does online. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about this match, ZG and Roddy once again. And let's just start with it. It is Clem going up against Lambo here. ZG, the Clem in the hyperbolic time chamber of TVZ almost, it feels like, over these past couple of years. He has to go up against Urena. He has to go up against Yserel. And online, he's able to do it time and time again. So can Lambo pose a threat to him here?
I want to say yes. Apparently, you know, there's been some rumors about how much he's doing well, I suppose, for the past week. TVZ, I think Kat's talked more about that for the cast. But also, I know that Lambo has actually displayed some really top tier TVZ in some of the Open Cups, like really amazing, super fast, super on point, just in terms of multitasking as well as the pacing of the game. And if he was playing at his absolute 100%, plus use that big brain of his for some strategy, you know, he could absolutely defeat Clem. But Clem's just the solid bet. It's a mechanical matchup that he is world renowned in, so he is the solid bet to win this.
That's fair. That is fair. Roddy, your thoughts coming in to Lambo versus Clem?
Yeah, I kind of agree with everything that Zombie Grub said there. And on top of that, it is kind of the season, James. We are 2-3 weeks away from entering the stomping ground of Clem with the DreamHack Masters Europe Regionals coming up once more. I think this is very tough for Lambo. I think out of all the players in this bracket, even including Oliveira, I think this is the toughest draw for him. He's been pretty vocal about it in the past, where he said that, you know, someone like Gabe is incredibly good, but he feels that if he plays his best, he can do it. But if Clem is truly playing his A+ game, that he feels untouchable, that he just feels too quick, too all over the place. So it's a tough draw. The numbers don't lie historically. They went up against each other 40 times, and Clem won 32 out of the 40 encounters. Like, that's a pretty dominating record.
Yeah. I can't extract too much as well from the games Lambo played in the previous bracket ZG when it came to him going up against Oliveira, because Oliveira was kind of throwing things out that were a little bit different to what other people were throwing out. So I can't really take much stock from that TVZ.
Yeah, I guess not. You reminded me of it, though, and honestly, even though Oliveira might have been throwing out some weirder stuff, it overall wasn't a good look for Lambo's EVT.
Agreed, yeah.
I think he worked really hard on it for his Katowice group, so I think it was kind of hoping that a lot of that would still be there, all that practice that was put in, right? Because he did have some good TVZ for Katowice, but it doesn't seem to be, so maybe it is a stylistic thing and it'll be a bit better versus Clem, but obviously the history says otherwise.
Roddy?
Yeah, that's one more thing I would like to add, is that I feel like you have two types of pro gamers. You have the pro gamer who can sit down on whatever wonky setup and they can play amazing StarCraft. And then you've got the guys, and I definitely belong in that category too, where everything needs to be perfect and you get married to your equipment, you get married to your gear. And for years straight, like 5+ years I think, Lambo was literally the only StarCraft 2 player who played with the Razer Naga mouse, which was the mouse with the 9 buttons on the side. You should know it as a World of Warcraft fanatic yourself, Clara.
I do know it, yes.
And only a couple of weeks ago, Lambo finally switched. And obviously that's a very big switch, right? Because you go from 9 buttons on the side of your mouse that he actually used for spellcasters to a quote-unquote regular mouse. And he feels confident with it. He feels like, yeah, it's all right. But I think mentally it can obviously be very tough, right? Because the first results, whenever you switch gear, they're not the greatest. And then you're like, oh, what if I didn't switch? So it really comes down to how happy and comfortable he feels with the new gear. Like, it's been a little over a month now, but I can definitely understand for him that was a very big change, because I struggle from going from a regular mouse to a regular mouse. So going from the Naga to a regular mouse, that must be a very big change.
You guys said this last week, and I was blown away that he was using this for StarCraft, but, you know, it is what it is. All right, it is time to head over to the commentators here for this one. Clem goes up against Lambo to move towards a qualification match against Oliveira.
The Razer Naga. I mean, do not use that mouse, kids. It is just...
Dude, that's actually the craziest thing that's happened today, is learning this. I had no idea that any RTS player ever would use the Naga. That is... I mean, the only Naga I ever see in RTS is Koreans telling you to get out of the game, okay? That's wild to me, though. I'm glad that he has finally seen the light and switched to a proper mouse.
Yeah, I think most people would agree or would disagree maybe on what the best mouse is for RTS, but I think if you put up a vote, the Naga would definitely be at the bottom, right? Everyone would be like, yeah, I'm not touching that. So on the flip side, I mean, maybe this levels up Lambo over time, right? Like, because imagine playing with the Naga and being as good as he is. He would definitely win a tournament. If everyone had to play the Naga, he would win every tournament.
Yeah, especially if you have to put your spells on the side buttons.
Oh, God.
All right, let's get into map number 1 on Gressvan. In the bottom right, our ex-Razer Naga user, it is Lambo.
And in the top left-hand side, his opponent, he has had his number all day long for years now. It is Clem for Liquid.
Yeah, I gotta mention one more thing, because Roddy said that he actually used the side buttons for spells. That seems so crazy to me, Cats. I always view a mouse as like it's an extension of your brain into the game, where you don't want to overload it because it's got so much to do, you know?
That's because you and I have normal brains, but Lambo, on the other hand, he's like an octopus, you know? So he's like he has a brain in each of his fingers, and that's how he used the Razer Naga.
There you go. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's a perfect way to look at it. They think for themselves. He doesn't put anything into it, and the spells get casted when they get casted.
Yeah, I mean, even then, you have to make the argument that pressing on those buttons is far worse than pressing on the keyboard that is much more responsive, right? So there still has to be a clunkiness, like you have to exert more force to actually make it work. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad he switched, and here we are. Talking about this matchup a little bit, the desk brought it. Lambo has lost most of the games against Clem, but a lot of that, and we like to bring this up, was before Clem's rise, even when Lambo was taking a lot of those series, right? So in their last 32 series, Clem has won 29 to Lambo's 3. And he is actually on a 13 win streak as well.
Dude, that's crazy. At some point, the matchup can become more mental than anything else, right? Where it's like if you have lost 13 series in a row against someone, it's a rare player that can look at that and just say, that's fine. I'm gonna put out my best game and beat you this time.
Yeah, I mean, the good news in those series for Lambo is that it hasn't been super weird or out of the norm for him to take a game or something like that, right? Like it's not been complete stomps, so that's something. And I know from Creed, one of Lambo's friends and practice partners to a lot of the European top players, that Lambo has some cool stuff prepared for this series in particular. So speaking to that mental game that you're bringing up, I think that in this particular instance, Lambo is prepared. And I think that a prepared Lambo is a scary Lambo. So let's see if he can make something happen and break that pattern.
Yeah, it's a good point, Katz. I've always thought of Lambo actually as one of the smarter Zerg players. Although now that I've learned about how long he used the Razor Naga, maybe I reevaluate that.
You really have to, yeah.
But yeah, he is a very smart player overall. I always feel like he's the guy behind the scenes for the European Zergs that's really thinking hard on a lot of their problems. But we'll see what he has planned here. He definitely did. They mentioned on the analyst desk he did prep a lot of Zerg versus Terran lately. With Katowice and everything. Obviously, it didn't really go his way, but this is a more, in some ways, laid back circumstances. He gets to play from home.
Yeah, most definitely. And yeah, I agree with you. I think he is kind of like part of that brain trust and big on it too, because he's very eloquent too, right? So it's not just that he has good ideas, but he can also put them into words very well and kind of like translate them for his peers to understand. And that is really important, because there's players like Raynor, for example, who, when I watch him play, like his ideas are so amazing, but when he talks about them, it's like, yeah, I just did it, So yeah, there's definitely two sides of that coin, and Lambo's definitely on the more analytical side of things.
Yeah. It's like the instinct versus the intellect or something like that.
Something of that.
Of course, those young instinct players always winning, man. Clem, of course, being one of those, right? That's like how you get to be this fast, this good at multitasking. Is it just everything gets done kind of automatically in your head. Now, a little Zergling counterattack might be coming in. Lambo sets these up out at the 4th base location. We'll send a singling in, and not too much there.
Bounce on that. Yeah, and he's going to choose to pounce on that, but the Hellions are coming back. I mean, he saw this pocket of Marines, and he's going to jump on top of them, and that was a great idea from Lambo because he had enough links to take them down. The problem is the Hellions pull back, and the pullback of the SCVs from Clem is so very fast that it ends up being Lambo at a decent deficit in this.
Ooh. Yeah, only losing 2 Marines and 1 SCV. It's too bad, because if he had sent in the whole fleet when he initially sent the first Zergling, I think he could have had a very good engagement that caught Clem off guard, but doesn't go that well for him. Not the end of the world, but obviously not what he was looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. Very difficult to make that decision too, right? Because if they do have the Hellions in position or the Marines, you just end up bleeding four or so Zerglings, and then you gotta back away anyway. So Lambo basically says, I'm just gonna use 1 Zergling. It's the fastest unit in the game anyway. Scout it, gets his information, and goes in right after. But those 2 or so extra seconds did cost him there greatly. So yeah, I'm with you. If he had map hacks or if he had taken a massive risk, right, different story.
Definitely. Well, sometimes you do have to play like that, especially if someone is 13-0 against you. Sometimes you just have to play blind and be like, I need these certain things to go right for me. And if he's not willing to take those slight risks, then I think it's going to be a hard series for him. One thing I want to mention, though, Katz, that I notice here, this is a pretty quick drilling clause upgrade and a very quick second factory. What do you think about that?
I love it for Clem because he is so adept at using those Widow Mines. I was watching several streams just yesterday and the day before that, and whenever he matched up against Clem, I mean, Widow Mines were always getting good hits just because Clem is so good at containing the creep and then having Widow Mines pretty much in every possible exit that the Zerg can take. So it's very difficult from the Zerg perspective. Lag.
Oh my God.
Is it lag? Referee A.
Oh, referee A, get out of here.
As we get a glimpse into Clem's weird French keyboard.
Yeah, what is that all about? Like
what
E's
is that
with little
about?
things over them and like the and sign.
I actually got to sit on his keyboard because he stayed here for the days leading up to Atlanta, actually, right? Because I live in Atlanta. He went at a PC setup while they didn't have one ready for him. So, you know, he installed his setup basically on my PC, and then, yeah, the French keyboard is just a very different layout for sure.
You know, actually, if you've ever tried to play a game of StarCraft on a French keyboard, dude, it is something else. The buttons are everywhere different. It's kind of crazy to see.
It's insane. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna have a little bit of a pause. Not too much going on in this early game. Definitely favoring Clem for the time being. We do have those double factories looking into the mine production, and that is gonna be very annoying for Lambo. I mean, what you have to do basically is run in circlings in front of your army, like single circlings. Or what Cyril likes to do is he runs his army, but he constantly has to be babysitting it and looking at it, and then he stops his army and pulls the circling that is gonna get targeted forward. But if you're not adept at doing that, and even if you are adept at doing that, Clem's mines are just so crazy good. So we'll see the first mine drop here.
Well, I was going to suggest, and I like what I'm seeing from Lambo, that he's throwing down a Hydralisk Den, right? Because it's not that Hydra's like super hard counter mines, but in general, I think it is the best way to go if your opponent is going mine heavy. You know, you can kind of like set it and forget it in a way to clean up the mines. So I am liking this play from Lambo. I think Ling Bane Hydra going to be a good way to play it, maybe get into those lurkers a bit later on. But right now you can see that multitasking. We have double medevacs on the sides with mines and a marine push on the creep on the edge.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. And let's see what the mines are able to accomplish. Not much for the time being. Those drones are gonna... Oh, actually, the Overlord makes it so that a lot of Lings end up dying. And the first couple of Hydras are also gonna get taken down. 2 of them anyway with 1 bruised. So, yeah, this is going pretty well for Clem. No!
Oh, another one comes in and will help to clean up another queen. 16 drones fall.
And at the same time,
a ton of Lings died there as well. So this was absolutely brutal. And now look at this. Clem hitting in the front here with the little Bioforce and picks it up before it really takes any damage. Clem's multitasking really on display here.
Really on display, and I love that the Observer was showing kind of like the remnants of that multitasking on the other side of things, where Lambo wasn't mining his 3rd or his 4th base for a while rather, and it's just been a lot of chaos, and this is kind of where Clem thrives, and he's not gonna stop pushing the pedal here. He's gonna continue to just apply all the pressure that he can, and Lambo in a world of trouble now.
This is a pretty bad situation, honestly. This is rough. You see that Lambo is instantly going to try to refill his drone population here a little bit. He did lose a lot, as you can see. Clem already 2 times on the cost efficiency over Lambo. But, you know, maybe Lambo has some potential to come back here still. He's definitely got to save this hatchery. You're not going to be allowed to let a base fall. And look at that. Just seriously, Clem is always attacking multiple places at once.
Yeah, and I love what you were saying about the Hydras against mines. Like, on paper, they are the hard counter to mines, right? Because they actively outrange them. So if you always have the Hydras and an Overseer right in front of the Hydras, you should technically just deal with the mines automatically. But it is the case that Zerg always has, like, the melee units, the Lings and Banelings, and the Hydras are not always, like, kind of, like, working together with the Overseer, right? Like, the Overseer tends to lag a little bit behind when the units are on creep. So ultimately, it's very difficult. It's an attention thing for the most part that Lambo's gonna have to deal with expertly here to try and even out or come back into this game, and it's looking near impossible.
No, it's getting worse and worse. Look at these hits, like another 14 drones, a ton of Lings just died right there. Lambo is bleeding off everywhere. He's down a good 50 supply as well. More mine drops come down. He's trying to split. He's trying to not take damage, but he can't stop anything Clem is doing.
Yeah, because Clem is doing so much. I mean, it's so difficult to keep up, and Lambo's just gonna tap out of this one. And yeah, that's really not what he was looking for. A little bit of a stomp on the side of the French.
That was particularly brutal. Like that, I don't even really know what to say. What do you do as a Lambo when you were just completely destroyed there? Like, he even went into the Hydras, which I think was a good play, but he just can't keep up with how quickly Clem is switching screens, harassing, dropping, pushing everywhere all at once.
Yeah, everywhere all at once. I love that movie. And I mean, Clem, he kind of took a page from Time's book, potentially. Last week, when Oliveira played against Lambo, he actually went for this type of mind play. Maybe not as erratic as Clem's, but it still killed like 40 drones or something from Lambo. So maybe Clem looking at that and thinking maybe Lambo's defense wasn't particularly good against that. And on the Lambo side of things, you've lost twice in a row to this kind of mind drop opening, which, at least to my understanding, isn't the most common in the matchup, right? So, yeah, maybe a weak point that's being exploited there too.
Yeah, it could be. You know, some people just have certain weaknesses like this. Like, I know, for instance, from the Korean scene that I've casted for so long, DRG, man, you make a bunch of mines against him, he just falls apart. And it seems like Lambo, at least in this game, did as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I can see it for DRG too, just like from trying to think back to how he likes to play. He's extremely swarmy and he takes trades very decisively and he switches screens very often. So he's not the type of player to babysit his army a lot, right? He kind of just gets set up and goes, and that's where mines are best.
Yeah. What do you think that Lambo needs to do to kind of shore up some of these weaknesses here against Clem? Does he need to play a more aggressive game? Does he need a different composition? It's really hard to even imagine what he can do when a game is that one-sided, but what would you say?
I would say you have to be more proactive and take control of the game, kind of just to make it so that the game is happening on your terms, and then have a plan to execute on top of that. And that's kind of like the vibe that I got from Creed, telling me that Lambo had been preparing for this and that there was some cool stuff to be shown, because you don't show cool stuff reactively usually. It has to be a plan where you plan on being aggressive, but it's usually not in the Cirque's best, it's just not that great for Cirque to be aggressive usually because of the creep spread, right? You're not going to have that creep to work with. So there are very few options to try and be proactive, to try and dictate the game. And I'm curious if Lambo has found one here, but I guess he's going to have to bring it to this game if it's going to happen at all.
Well, he's going to have to bring something, or he is going to end up losing this match very, very quickly. It looks like we are ready to get into game number 2 here on Dragon Scales in the bottom right. Having a tough game number 1, it's Lambo.
And in the top left-hand side, playing for Team Liquid and having a wonderful game number 1, it's Clem.
All right. Let's see what Lambo's plan is going to be. Looks like a little gas first here from Clem. But yeah, I hope he does try to dictate something. But like you said, I think early game aggression from Zerg is one of the weaker things you can do. Obviously, you need to sometimes mix it in, and he will be here. This is a pull first.
It is a pull first. No gas follow-up yet. I mean, this can just be a safety pull. This can just be kind of just trying to sneak out links. If Clem doesn't scout, then you could get a deny on the CC on the low ground. And generally speaking, you're going to be safer against the proxies and the likes. I don't know that, I don't think he's going to be aggressive just because he hasn't taken the gas yet. But yeah, he's rather doing the opposite, right? He's playing safe, it feels like, which, I'm not sure if it's the play.
The thing is, sometimes it is the right choice for your opponent to go ahead and do something like a double proxy barracks play or a triple proxy barracks play. And maybe he's thinking that one of the easiest ways for him to win this game is to stomp out an opening like that. I mean, that's a lot that you're falling back on your opponent having to do. So, it doesn't look like it's going to be a solid opener. But let's see if he has something else planned here, something else mixed in.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, they've played each other so much as well that it's probably the case that Clem has an opening that falls behind against this, right? And Lambo would know that better than most people. But Clem is actually choosing to scout with the SEV this time around, and he'll spot the links. That'll make it easy for his Reaper to stay back home until a second unit pops up to defend his command center, as he actually chooses to leave. So this link could actually get a delay on the command center if the Reaper leaves the base, but now the Reaper's rerouting to look for it.
Yeah, and good scouting there from Clem. I do like to see little variations like that. It's like some games scout with the SCV, some games don't, because it really can be additionally punishing, especially if it was one of these builds, where you run the Lings around, you wait for the Reaper to kind of show up, and you slow that command center. So he doesn't do that in particular this time. It's just a couple Lings in that opener, but it's good from Clem to kind of get in there and see that, because I think at this point, anything that goes wrong for Lambo could be a bit demoralizing.
No, completely agreed. As Clem is now going to be going for the 2 Hellions and the starport as well to follow up, so this is looking pretty standard on his side. I'm just keeping my eye on Lambo to try and see if he's going to do anything out of the ordinary here. He has his link set up to try and surround the Reaper that jumps up from his third base triangle location into his main, but yeah, nothing really particularly special. Elazer, okay, that's kind of normal too, though, right? Like, we expect the Veiling Nest to follow, so he's really not playing anything super crazy here in this early game, as the Reaper will do a really nice job dislodging one of the queens and sending her out of creep, so she won't be able to contribute, as the Lynx do a great job of kind of slowing down the Reapers and Hellions going up that ramp, and that means one of those Hellions will be taken out if he tries to poke in right away, and that will make it difficult for Clem to find much damage with this.
Yeah, this actually felt like pretty much perfect micro on both sides. I actually really enjoy engagements like this where you watch it and you just shake your head yes at both players. Like they both try to optimize that as much as is possible. Now, the second little group of Hellions do run in and fry a few drones, fry a few Lings, and there are some damage drones in here as well. So, oh my god, Clem is suddenly getting so much damage.
Oh, a little bit too much. 9 workers end up falling to that follow-up, and that is just absolutely nasty. Another one. That's gotta be 11. Oh, geez.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Ooh, that's not what we're looking for there. That's unfortunate. Very, very one-sided. I think Lambo quite frustrated, losing so many drones at the beginning. Honestly, when you lose that many drones, I can't fault him for GGing. You need like a perfect opening to be able to beat Clem.
Yeah, I mean, if we look back at that game, right, like the third queen that was in the natural that got bounced off with a grenade, if that one had stayed in the natural because it didn't contribute anything by going up the ramp, that would have been much better, right? And on certain maps, the creep connects a little bit better for the queens going from the natural to the main as well. On this map, there's a little bit of a gap, and that made it really awkward for Lambo to transition his queens, which was his main source of defense, and just kind of ends up falling apart. And yeah, I mean, that was brutal. That was not as serious, not much of one.
No, not too much to say on that, but I guess let's hear what the analysts think about it anyways.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. I just sat down to eat my food, and apparently the series is all already over. ZG, Roddy, what is ZG? Where do we even start? There's not much to start on, I suppose.
Yeah, that was a great throw by Artosis, because I don't really know what to add, just more sounds. That was not pretty. I was not up to Lambo's, I guess, potential, but that's sometimes how it goes versus Clem.
That is especially, I mean, you can't even really take much from the second game considering how it ends, and Lambo obviously understands that if game 1's not going to go his way, Roddy, then game 2 with that kind of start is going to be an absolute bleak outlook.
No, of course you can try to play it out, but Lambo has been there. He also knows what it takes to beat Clem, and he probably knows that if he has a start like that it's just completely pointless to keep on playing. But always feels obviously a little bit anticlimactic to us, but we can all understand it. That first game, like, it wasn't going fantastic, but it did kind of feel like, hey, maybe this can go somewhere. And then right when you have that feeling, obviously the Widow Mines did way too much damage. Lambo got a bit unfortunate as well, because against the first mine, he actually pulled all the drones away, but then there were some Lings running in, and somehow the Widow Mine shot connected with the Link, and it exploded all over 8 drones. And obviously at that point the floodgates were open. I don't really have much to add, James. Obviously historically we know that Clem is very dominant against Lambo. Online, Clem is an absolute animal in this matchup. Offline sometimes too, not always, but he definitely has shown some great offline TVZ. It was the worst draw for Lambo. We said that in the beginning of the day, and I think those words couldn't be more true.
Yeah, they echoed through. Let's take a look at the highlights brought brought to you by RagnaroK for this series.
I wonder what they got.
It's going to be a short one, I think, as we take a look at game one. I like the idea of the Zergling run by to start things off, CG, but unfortunately the Hellions coming back really kind of put a stunt in its growth.
Yeah, I mean, if you do that some minutes later and then maybe distract Clem from doing his Widowmine drops, it's probably effective in an indirect sense, but still, and the cast has brought up that if Lambo had just been able to get something going for him to be a little more aggressive, then that could have changed the dynamic. But entirely defensive, entirely on his side of the map, basically for both games, and Clem just looks at that like a buffet, It's like, oh, the Zerg's not going to do anything to me? Great, let's just like micro my little heart out.
Well, yeah, you saw the highlights from game two there. All right. It was done very swiftly. Let's take a look at the bracket. We've got ourselves Oliveira versus Clem confirmed in the upper bracket. This does give me shades of the previous bracket here, Roddy, looking at how this game might potentially play out, because Hiramari looked great versus Oliveira. I mean, yes, it's very different Terrans, but now Clem goes up against Oliveira. What are you thinking there?
I honestly thought that you were going to say, that looks like a TVT best of 5 that has Roddy casting written all over it.
Actually,
that's all my colleagues have. No, but I'm feeling you, James. Obviously, they played against each other in Katowice, and they had an insanely awesome, fantastic game on Grass 1. So I'm looking forward to it. And I have no idea who I favor there. Like, Clem is definitely not invincible in TVT, but neither is Oliveira at the moment.
Cham versus Lambo down towards the bottom, best of 3. That is an elimination match effectively, or you get through it and qualify onto that qualification match down there. But maybe Lambo has a bit of a better chance there, ZG? What are you thinking?
I think so. I said back in Cham's series that it's the most favorable situation for him. And I still think that's true. But then as we pivot and kind of focus on Lambo's story, that's still probably the best draw for Lambo as well. It is kind of best for both of them. But of course, only one can win. And I think just statistically, right, Lambo is favored. It's just that Cham has had a couple of really good ZVZs even recently. And just in general, I think does better in that matchup than ZVT.
All right, well, what's better than 2 TVZs? It's 3 TVZs. After the break, we have got ourselves Special going up against Elazer. So go to a break, back for more Gamers Without Borders, more TVZ after this. See you soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how RagnaroK and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. RagnaroK, powered by How.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
And in an attempt to try and qualify for Gamers 8, we've already had 2 Terrans here flex their TVZ muscles and move on to that qualification match. Now let's see if another one can do it here, as they were so close in the previous bracket. But anyway, let's get to it here. Joining me to my left-hand side to get things going, Cats and Mr. Artosis. In 13 years, I don't think I've ever spoken to you in an online broadcast. What is going on? Hello, Dan. How are you doing?
Dude, I'm doing great. The online cast, this is nice, man. I can cast all these great games with you guys, but without wearing pants. It's amazing.
Well, unfortunately, due to my desk situation, I can't do that. So it's a first for me as well. Normally, I also do that on offline broadcasts. But anyway, let's talk about it. It is going to be our next TVZ on the way. Special going up against Elazer. Cats, if we cast our minds back to last weekend, Special looked fantastic in this matchup up until the point where you run into Cyril. But against Reina, he looked great in that first round, causing the big upset.
No, yeah, absolutely. Special looked great on the multitasking in particular, and he does like mech, and I've always thought of Elazer as the type of player that isn't, like, he needs to be in his comfort zone, right? And mech is usually the type of thing to take you out of your comfort zone because of how rare it is, so I think it should be a very exciting match.
Should be, as Elazer brings a bit more of a fiery style, a little bit crazy, a little bit erratic sometimes to the matchup as a whole. Dan, coming in, seeing how things are shaping up. You must have seen the Special games going up against Reina in the previous series, the previous weekend even, I should say. What do you think for Special coming into this one?
Yeah, so Special, I think, is actually playing like really well this year because he has been just a little bit up and down for the past few years. Occasionally, it feels like he really hangs with the world's top Terrans, and then sometimes he drops down far enough that I'm like, I don't know, I don't expect anything out of him. But like he's looked very good. Obviously, the games against Rainer. Honestly, he almost made it out of that incredibly hard Katowice group, in which he did beat Elazer as well. I definitely do feel like he is a bit favored here, but Elazer, like you said, you know, his style can make him a bit volatile. So, you know, you have something small like a best of 3, things could go wrong for Special.
Yeah, definitely could. Cats, your thoughts on Elazer and how he might approach this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Special beat Elazer, I believe, DRG and Solar, so he had an amazing run in the matchup. But Elazer, I think for him, he has to get the ball rolling, he has to get his economy situated, and then he can play his game, which is just swarm, right? So it kind of relies on him being able to defend the aggression of Special and not letting Special ever get to that snowball like we saw he got against Reiner, just kind of like similar to what just happened in the Clem Lambo series, where he's just running all over the place with Hellions and then Liberators, and Reiner had a much better defense than Lambo did in that last series, but it still was enough for Special to overwhelm. So Elazer, I think, has to look out for that. He has to set up perimeters, he has to not get surprised, and then he has to get to the mid game where he gets to situate a good economy, and then he is the swarm.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing on the opposite side of this, when you look at Special, is I do have to agree with your guys' sentiments in that I feel like also Special has always been, you know, a hard worker trying to attain those top positions and stuff like that, but it feels like even his multitasking, Dan, has gotten even better as of late. He's kind of putting on more pressure than usual, being able to hit those multi-pronged attacks. So I want to see some of that from Special. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Like, that's what I think he was missing, like, maybe a year ago, because it did feel like last year he was maybe focusing more on himself, on more of his self-improvement and stuff than StarCraft 2. So I did have a lot of questions coming into 2023 about him, but it seems like he's like rededicated to the game a bit more. And I have liked the way that he's been playing. I think that he really can just get into his own groove here and show us that he deserves to go to Gamers 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time now to go to the game. And Cats, I appreciate that Paul Heyman move that you made in the intro for your game. But anyway, we have got ourselves our next TVZ on the way. It is going to be special going up against Elazer.
That's right. Special versus Elazer, best of 3 to determine who moves on to a qualifying match and who moves into the lower bracket to try and qualify there. Casting with Roddy for this one as well as the next. But this one, I am really feeling it for Special. What do you think, Roddy?
Yeah, I'm with you, and that's well, actually it's a bit of both. Yes, Special has been great over the last few months, and he really surprised us positively with how well he was playing at IEM Katowice, and he got so close to advancing, and he kind of deserved it. I think everybody agreed upon that. But it's also just that Elazer is not in his best form at the moment, and he hasn't been for a little while. We know that he is a very active young man who loves to run, and he obviously is great when it comes to taking care of himself, but it feels that he has lost a little bit of that joy in playing StarCraft. And if you want to qualify for a tournament like this, where basically we're going to have 16 of the absolute best players in the world, I think other than just being great, you also need to enjoy yourself. So I hope he can find some joy today and we can see the Miko of old, because if we do that, then he's obviously still a fantastic player. In the bottom right side of Dragon Skills, it is Team Liquid Sea Laser.
Roddy, this is getting weird. In the top left, everyone's sending workers. This guy is sending 2. It is Special.
And he scouts it immediately. Wow, what a scout. And I'm not sure if Elazer's hatch actually saw the SCV there. Do you think it did?
I don't think so. Wait. Special sees that and is still going to proxy?
With everything?
Yeah, that's what he already had. The first barracks down, so fair enough. But the second one could absolutely go at home and help defend against this, and you could get best of both worlds, I feel.
What if he just tries to get a whole bunch of Marines out as quickly as possible, and then he pulls all the boys to the other side of the map, and he starts flying over his orbiter as well? Yeah, some big big brain.
Yeah, Roddy's figured it out, guys. This is exactly how it's going to go down. I can't wait to see it happen. This is not a game of StarCraft 2 that I am familiar with. I know that obviously Special as a Terran and almost a borderline Korean Terran, proxy racks, no big surprise. But Elazer might be an aggressive guy. He is not necessarily prone to proxy hatching. Weird.
Yeah, this is super weird because you often ask yourself who is going to hit first, right? Because the person that hits first should have an advantage. But I have the feeling that Elazer technically has a very good setup to defend this, right? If you have a queen and a couple of roaches in your main base, you get a Ravager as well if you micro roach back a little bit. It kind of feels that Elazer has potential to just stabilize in his main base. And if he does that, he's going to be absolutely cooking in this game. But Special wants to hit first. He's already going for it. But 3 Marines don't exactly hit like a truck. Killing an Overlord this early, though, that's pretty big.
That is actually really nice. Obviously, Elazer just having no idea that this was on the way. It gets so darn awkward. I mean, he's going to build roaches at home, and roaches are going to be very effective against an early number of Marines, and the bunker can't get any closer to something dangerous because creep exists. But drones are already going down. Okay, just a couple, not too bad. And then the number of Marines will increase, and that is certainly what I'm worried about, right? Because 10 Marines will definitely take on a lot of these units. Already one roach almost going down. They've escaped, but then all these drones go down.
The SCV wants to get the roach, and it's so close. Hero SCV, the Drilly Boy, gets the final hit off. And now Elazer's already lost 2 roaches. He's going to lose the roach number 3 as well. And I guess in the end, it really just came down to whose rush is going to hit first. And it definitely was a Special's rush so far, as he comes out of this with a 7-worker lead. Can Elazer get something done on the other side of the map? Because I do see something blinking. It is a single roach. Well, that's going to take a little while.
It can't get surrounded, man. Surround's going to be fairly effective against against a single roach. Oh my goodness. The micro battles that is going on. Now Ravagers are forming. Cocoon is very, very low. It is going to finish, so Ravagers with that extra range going to make this a lot easier to micro against those Marines, as long as they have the space to do so, and that is the trick to this. If they have to run away, then the drones will end up getting slaughtered, and then, you know, we're still back in Special favored position because he's going to have so many more workers.
Wow, okay. The micro obviously here is not top-notch by Elazer. Special's doing a very good job in pretending he wants to pull back with the Marines, then suddenly right-clicking forward again just to get a couple of extra shots off. The Drilly boys, by the way, also got another kill on the other side of the map. It may not have been the immediate surround, but in the end they did manage to kill that roach too. So Special is here with a 10-worker lead. And it's not like Elazer could ever even saturate this weird random proxy base, right? Because Special could literally attack it from his main.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not going to get mining anytime soon. This is effectively one base. It really is just one base. And it's hardly even that as far as the amount of drones that are actually mining off of it. So Special, I mean, what a move by Special to, I guess, know perhaps that he was going to win by just continuing to 3-racks proxy, but he was right about it.
Yep, there's a bunker there as well. I don't think there's an Overlord in position, so it's going to be very difficult for Elazer to take care of it. Okay, we have one Overlord flying towards the natural now. Still going to take a little while. Special, yeah, can just build bunkers for days. He knows that he's in a great economic position here. He knows that he took down a decent amount of drones, and on top of that, already picked off a couple of roaches and ravages. And all we really need to do is try to get a factory unit out there too, and then we are absolutely cooking. Elazer does get a freebie from the low ground. That's nice, but he's going to need a whole lot more.
Yeah, he is clearly planning on trying to bust Special, hoping that Special is just underestimating how much the Ravagers can do, but I don't think that's the case, especially even pulling more SCVs, double bunkers still up and running, buying as much time as possible for a Marauder, a couple of Marauders actually, with Marauder slow, and then that bunker will do exactly what it needs to. It's actually still alive. Lazer's trying to get to that one shot, but it's not there yet.
I think if all the shots land immediately, maybe you can just right-click, right? If it drops that low on HP, maybe actually move the Ravages forward for a split second, because all it really takes is 1 or 2 hits from these Ravages, exactly like that Elazer. Now finally does get one of the 2 bunkers. Still that other bunker to worry about. I'm a tiny bit surprised about the 4th and the 5th barracks or whatever it was as a follow-up rather than a factory, because this many Ravages is still something that Special's gonna have to respect. Now he does have concussive shells, but he needs a great fighter. He needs to make sure that he does not mess up.
Yeah, with Marauder slow, it really does help out. I mean, you obviously increase the chance that you're going to kill something if they try to retreat, they try to micro, but then also if you have to run away, you're pretty much free to do so, almost free. At this point, I think Special really is just playing fast and loose because he's pretty sure that he's won. So that's why he's even in this position now where he has to go to his high ground, is because I think he's a bit overconfident, but rightfully so.
Yeah, I think that was a bit much there towards the end, especially when he's trying to play dodgeball with the corrosive balls, but he can get away with it because he knows that he can produce units for days, and for Elazer, it's a whole lot harder to crank out roaches and ravages of 13 drones. And he's still building a couple, but I don't think it was the prettiest fight there for Special, but it was good enough. He can get away with it. And I think all he needs to do is just do that one more time, as he's probably going to end up losing a couple of these depots. Nice micro there on one of these low HP ravages. I mean, Elazer is still making this a tiny bit close. It should never get close, Zombie Grub, but if you're not careful as a Terran, this could still go wrong.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. And Special is towing that line when he could have easily just stepped 5 feet backwards and been like, yeah, I'm not going anywhere near the line. He could have just defended on his high ground, bought a little bit more time, and then had however many extra units and still high ground. Like, it is all in. And Special knows that, which is why he was willing to lose some SCVs trying to hold the low ground. But, yeah, overcommitting, being actually overconfident, not guessing how the situation is really going to go absolutely correctly, it can still kill you. And this is not a situation that anyone can say that they're usually in.
Nope, the army supply is really not that promising. Now, Stim is about to finish up, and that's obviously awesome, but Ravages can be somewhat decent against Marines and Marauders, even if they have Stim, if there are no medevacts to support these bio units. But obviously, with every second that goes by, the mules are doing that thing. Special still enjoying his 6-worker lead at this point, and it's very difficult for Elazer to get high ground vision, because I think he lost that Overlord that was chilling here, that was incredibly low HP. That's why he's going to bring another one forward, but now these bio units are going to stim down the ramp and really hope for Special they don't get stuck, and in the end they do not get stuck. But he can really see that the Ravagers do pack a bit of a punch, and if there are no medevacs to support these bio units, these fights are often a whole lot closer than what you expect them to be.
Look at all the barracks. Like, you should outproduce this, and again, that is what Special is believing in. But gosh, what a way to make this game closer than I absolutely agree it would have to be. The factory is just the safest unit for Terran's early game, even heading in sometimes to a bit of a mid game, right? Tanks properly sieged can be the most helpful, but certainly for the early game, the factory is the way to go. Playing into bio and then not quite guessing the actual correct pull of the army, you know, underestimating Roach Ravager, is made this closer than it ever should be. But Special does win. That's what was supposed to happen. That's what he figured would happen. And I guess Elazer kept on surprising him by basically not tapping out. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if Special was thinking to himself, like, come on, dude, come on, no, seriously, no, stop, come on.
That final fight in the main, so obviously not the moment where Elazer actually tapped out, but right before, when he had that morphing Ravager, he cancelled it, he went back into a Roach, even though the Roach had like 7 HP. I think with one extra Ravager or Roach there to battle those 4 or so Marines, I actually think that fight goes in favor of Elazer. Legitimately, I think fell 1 unit short there in the end, and I'm sure that he's kicking himself a little bit for a couple of the minor micro mistakes right in the early game. Losing a Roach to the SCV, that's not supposed to happen. Losing that one Roach on the other side of the map to the SCVs, not supposed to happen. And then he even lost the Ravager here on creep in the main base, because those fights on the other side of the map, they got awfully close. And of course, all kudos to Special, right? I love the pull back and then the immediate right click forward towards that Ravager. You can really see him not attack moving, but move commanding to get as many shots off as possible. Well done by Special, but I still think that's an unforced error on the side of Elazer. It's just not supposed to happen.
Right. Yeah, a lot of this game was not supposed to happen right from the get-go. A full dedicated 3 racks proxied against a proxied hatchery already is a situation that happens one in every 2,000 professional games. I'm sure it happens all the time on ladder, but maybe even not even that. I certainly haven't seen this. And then afterwards, the continued development of Ravagers and the Terran choosing to go into bio as a follow-up has reduced that 1 in 2,000 to a 1 in 5,000 or some insanely high number. It's just, this is not how we would expect any part of the TVZ to go.
That second last fight that we watched, it's legitimately like 4 Marines or something with Stim that in the end close out the game for Special, and then your thoughts really go back to that early game. One more Roach, one more Ravager there, and it could have very well gone in favor of Elazer. But of course, maybe if there was one more unit, Special would have been a bit more careful, and he wouldn't have been trying to play dodgeball with those corrosive balls. A pretty bizarre game to kick things off with. In the end, the man that we expected to take the 1-0 lead did take the 1-0 lead, but not exactly in the way we thought it was potentially gonna go down. And you know what's funny is that I a while ago had the opportunity to cast a bunch of games of Hon Mono. I'm sure you're familiar with the Korean Terran player. Not an ultra big star name, but he has a lot of these games where it's like proxy barracks into another follow-up, into another follow-up. And I was shocked that certain fights did not go his way. And I'm like, holy smokes, how good are Marauders here? But if bios don't have upgrade and there are no medevacs to support it, the Ravagers are actually really good against Stim Bio.
Yeah. It kind of effectively puts it down to a tier 1 versus tier 1.5 situation. So I can kind of explain it, but more on that in a second. In the top right of Royal Blood, now down a game, he is Elazer.
And in the bottom left side, a lot of us were expecting some Banshees, some Cyclones with Macfield, maybe some Drilling Claws and a lot of Blue Flame Hellions. Instead, it was just the good old boys leaving town. But he took the 1-0 lead with it, representing Storm Gaming, hailing from Mexico. It is Special.
And of course, playing from Korea, actually. So that actually makes the micro even more impressive, right? They're playing probably North America, whatever server it is. So nicely done. A Special, who is going to go back to, I think, one of his just... To me, this forward barracks wall off and Special really is like, it's his thing. Even though I know Maru's done it, Björn has done it a whole lot. Elazer does it as well. But I feel like Special was one of the first guys to really be doing it consistently. Although this is unique, actually just a one barracks. But anyways, he was doing it consistently even a couple or a few years ago, where it feels like it's a bit of a newer thing for Björn. So I think he's usually very comfortable doing this, but as I said, it's usually 2 barracks. So this is a factory expand, basically.
Yeah, if it's TVP and it's on the high ground, I'll be like, yeah, we see this a lot. And no, it's definitely a little bit surprising. Special, I feel like sometimes has openings in the early game that is very difficult to explain. And then even when you ask him about it, he's got some reasoning for it. But yeah, I guess we can use some of the TVP logic here, or even the Protoss versus Terran logic, right? Where if it's on the low ground, it does come out a bit quicker and it makes its way to the other side of the map slightly earlier, but it does feel odd.
Yeah, that's a new development then, as CV gets proxied, so I guess we're going to have some proxy shenanigans, whether it's for... Well, it's got to be Hellion Hellion Opening's like Liberator harassment, just basically getting as much harassment done as possible very early on. But, well, it just... Elazer shouldn't be able to pick up on this, so he's not going to know, and he's not going to have like everything ready to go, or maybe the drone finds it. Maybe. No, the drone's going to go the direction. But it still feels like something you can handle.
Yes, but obviously I cannot imagine a world where Elazer didn't watch Special against Raynor from last weekend, right? And Special literally did this against Raynor on Dragon Skills, where he had that starport on the top right side of the map, and he just built Liberator into Liberator into Liberator, and I think he tried it on Babylon against Zero as well. So, I mean, if you've done a little bit of homework, you could A, be looking for this, or B, at least keep it in the back of your mind.
Yeah, the Neo-Humanity, like multiple Reaper opener as well, which we were kind of basically a little confused by, and then other things happened in the game that kind of made us question if this was the true intent or what was going on. Well, nothing's making us question what Special is planning. This has all been his plan. Elazer has not done any type of early pool shenanigans to mess things up, and his plan is to be a big old bully with 3 Reapers. It's actually this is throwing me back to like Heart of the Swarm Overgrowth era, to be honest. If you guys remember that, it was a trip, but yeah, that reactor didn't swap over. So the Reaper's a little more powerful in terms of killing a queen straight up, yet still protected by those Hellions.
Yeah, could be a problem, right? Because that first Liberator is already flying into the natural, and now one of the queens is lacking. It might actually go into the main base. Nope, I don't hate going into the natural, because that means that it's easier for the Hellions and the Reapers to potentially help out here as well. It does seem that Link speed kicked in, and Elazer got a bit of a surround, picked off the majority of these early game units, but in return lost the queen, lost 4 drones, lost some mining time, and obviously this Liberator is not done yet, and this will definitely not be the last Liberator that we see in this game.
And Elazer, if he thinks about it, should know that this is proxied and thus more likely to have Liberator after Liberator. It may be into Banshees even. But the problem is he thinking about it while also dealing with the aggression and now trying to issue a counter, which won't work out. That the wall is still there after all. Reaper? No, okay, not going to get anything else. But Elazer's so far not building a Spore Crawler in that natural, which would be the best place, and then not checking around for any proxy starport. It's lifted anyways. This second Liberator is doing far less. Maybe opening up the opportunity in the main, though. Oh, no, actually, there we go. Well handled.
Yeah, in the end, this actually all went pretty well, because I was scared for Elazer when he lost 1 queen before the party truly even started, and I was like, oh no, this is going to get gnarly, because I can already see this snowball out of control with all these Reapers, they're Hellions, they pick off a queen, and the Liberators show up, and games like this could end. This is very cute. It's almost like Special anticipated this, so he tried to siege up. This also means that the Lings are out of position, and Special is going to go for the drones and line them up, baby. That's a whole lot of drones going down 11, and the Hellions not even done yet. They're gonna get 1 or 2 more big shots off. Oh, what is it with Hellions and killing drones today, Zombie Grub?
Well, it's the fad now. I wish I could go ahead and join that fad, but 16 drones this time around, 21 in total. I mean, clearly the goal of Special's opener here is just to find those opportunities. You basically do so much, so spread out across the bases that a Zerg player who is trying to do the Zerg thing, drone first, army later, is going to have some possible underreactions, just not have everything all in place, or, not want to build a Spore Crawler, then regret it when the second Liberator shows up or what have you. So Elazer did finally make a pretty big mistake not having the defense on his third base, but at least he does have room to breathe now. 4 bases, building up that drone count, keeping an eye on the star. That is a very odd setup. Keeping an eye on the starport, and then now only to Special get get his third location, but it is already forming.
Oh, the Queen is actually going to go off creep to one-shot that super low HP Liberator. Yeah, I love it too, Zamigro, because we see these kinds of games almost every single day, like at TVCs that is high level. But if you ask me, when is the last time you saw Proxy Starport get a reactor to the top left side and then being protected by a low HP Liberator? I don't think I've ever seen this exact scenario. Now the Marines are going to show up as well, though, to punish that Queen that went off creep to gun down that Liberator. What is happening? The supply looks decent for Elazer, but he is going to lose the Queen. We even tried to drop some creep there to make sure that the Queen could run away quicker. What a bizarre just scenario unfolding in front of our eyes.
I think it's fair to say we cast a lot of StarCraft, and this best of 3 has already thrown 4 or 5 curveballs. Totally unexpected, which is lovely, because if it is going to be a 2-0 possibly, then I would prefer a 2-0 with some wacky games. And the previous matches today, Special does seem to be in some proper control of the scenario. Combat Shield is at the finish. Upgrades have yet to finish, but they are much faster than Elazer. So these Marines will soon be supercharged, super powerful. And Elazer doesn't have any Banelings, which might be okay if he had upgrades. Okay, the Banelings now form, and now he should be fine.
Yeah, but they are slow Banelings, and they will still be slow Banelings for quite some time. I would love a scan here from Special. There is a Widowmine there, friendly fire. That's a whole lot of friendly fire indeed, and it means even Zerglings can just chase down these Marines. Great job there by Elazer, dragging that Widowmine shot into the heart of the Marines, because that looked very dicey without Baneling speed.
A lot of possibilities of Baneling snipes, and frankly, just again, continued controlled aggression if that Widowmine doesn't help out. You know, Special certainly still has a lot more army hiding off of creep, properly protected. This Widowmine shot is more so what Special was hoping for, actually getting the middle of the Lings, not almost the middle of his Marines. And then Elazer continuing to fight this off of creep, out upgraded. It's a bit dangerous. He was going off the fact that the Marines were getting awfully low, Medivacs out of energy, but and the Banelings, you know, getting their cervical hooks. Elazer just wants more room to breathe, really, is what he's trying to do. Get as far away as possible so I can plant some creep down and actually get prepared.
That starport has now landed on the top left side, but there is a single Zergling preventing it from going down, because I actually think that Special tried to build another reactor there, which is quite adorable. In the center of the map, there is very little creep. That obviously is a problem. Elazer tried to split off a couple of Zerglings to go for a tiny counterattack. The 1-1 upgrades did kick in, but Special left a few units behind, and so far it's just not good enough yet for Elazer, but he is hanging in there, and he's still moving all these queens around.
Yes, he is hanging in there. The overall state of the Zerg is still a little sus with that lack of creep spread, but going on to 5 bases and a relatively healthy economy since those early drone kills at the very least has been propping Elazer up. Finally getting onto the upgrades. Actually going to be playing into Hydras, which is a little more kind of normie than I was expecting for Elazer, but he also has Burrow, which is kind of that special twist that we like to see from Elazer's style of Zerg play.
All right. Special's dropping a CC on location. There's a 1 HP medevac there, fully loaded, trying to fly into the main base, but Elazer had queens in position. That Zergling is still preventing that starport from landing, but I think finally some buy units showed up, and there was a Widowmine that could have potentially picked off that one Ling as well.
Oh my god.
Big Widowmine potential there. In the end, it actually settles for just a couple of Lings. A good job. Now it plays into the main, but there are still more queens there. The Polish Zergs, they never really stop building queens, and this army does not have any medevacs because that starport hasn't been able to land in forever.
You're absolutely right. That's exactly why. Special, I think, getting a little too over-aggressive. He's getting a little too fancy, basically. On the right side, he went to go snipe Banelings and then made himself get trapped. And the medevacs didn't follow suit like he was expecting to just instantly pick up the bio. So that was what caused such a big explosion from the Banelings. And then just flying into the queens was... there's the good Widowmine hit. And then on the left side, going without medevacs again, a possible just sacrifice of units that didn't get something huge like the hatchery or 20 drones. Special is kind of playing like last game, and the idea that I think he is maybe overestimating his position, really wants to deliver on the momentum, and Elazer's not letting him. Elazer's actually holding on.
Tiny bit odd that there, in the end, the starport died, but it was just Zerglings attacking that starport. There were no Hydras in the mix yet, there were no queens, so technically he could have just put it into the sky for a split second longer, but did not want to do that. So now we are still on the other side of the map while we have 0 medevacs. There was one more decent Widowmine hit. This is crazy. Now we have 2 starports going down at the same time, as the supply still looks somewhat even. Elazer does have a decent amount of minerals in the bank. If he could only spend that, he'd be absolutely cooking, because he could have a pretty big and hefty army supply lead.
Yeah, some indirect damage. The Queen's being pulled left and right and just probably not getting in on top of his injects. Has caused Elazer to have a macro problem because of 1,600 more minerals worth of army. He would definitely be clobbering this particular push out. It looks like he might still do okay, a lot because of the lack of medevacs. Those Hydras are actually like sustained damage, right? Damage over time, which medevacs are usually great at dealing with. Medevacs. So the Hydras kind of stood their own against Bio, which usually wouldn't be the case if it was Bio with medevacs.
Nope, and obviously every stim hurts so much as well. It's like, okay, you can stim and you're gonna do all right with against Zerglings and Banelings for a split second, and you can avoid the Hydras, but obviously if there's nothing to heal up your army, that second stim is really going to hurt your army, and a third stim is almost unimaginable without any medevacs around to heal up these units once more. So Elazer will finally be able to spend his money. We've got a bunch of hatcheries in the main base as well. I think he got that from Dark Zombie Crop, because Dark told me he does that every game, you know.
Yes.
And he will be able to keep his money low, and it's starting to look better and better for the Polish Zerg, but obviously not there yet, because it's not like we've got Hive and Lurkers and all these Hive tech upgrades, but it's just looking good for Elazer as long as he can keep on spending his money and just on top of his macro.
Yeah, now Dark does it quicker. It's kind of part of his plan. Elazer was a little bit more of a reaction. He realized he was not getting all his injects, or his hatcheries weren't getting up as expansions like he expected. Another thing that Special really missed out on is we do see Elazer suddenly taking some map control but losing a base back at home, is that he is playing a mostly mass bio style, so it is very momentum based and obviously gives you a lot of units to spread around, but then you don't have medevacs with it, and it feels very much like it's not synergizing correctly. And on top of that, Special was also delayed on his 2-2 upgrade, so it's supposed to have a bigger advantage there. It's actually been even on the 2-2. Medevac drops will go into the main base of Elazer, while Elazer is still trying to find this damage on the other side of the map. Elazer never stopped, actually, and now the supplies heavily in favor of the Zerg. That's going to be it.
There were 4 links killing 20 SCVs at the new third base of Special because it was still upgrading into a planetary fortress, but it wasn't quite a PF yet, so just 4 to 6 links killed every single SCV there. This army will get pushed back on the other side of the map, and Elazer has tied things up after a very unique and pretty bizarre game on Royal Blood, where it looked dicey for a little while, and then we just had the weirdest battle over the starport in the top left side with a Queen off creep unit showing up, and then that starport not landing for minutes straight. I don't know what I watched, but I do know I will remember it for a very long time.
It was a game of StarCraft. Now, I think you can absolutely see what Special had planned. So he went those 3 Reapers that do pack a little bit more of a punch to Queens. So he's going to pull them out of position. He was possibly going to threaten them more than a Hellion opener does. So the Liberator can get more damage. Then he's going to follow up about as quick as possible with really mass bio, like as much bio as possible. Not even a whole lot of factory production, just a handful of Wood Mines every so often. And in order to expedite that even more than usual, he ended up keeping his proxy starport proxied, so he didn't have to send it back home, lose out on medevac production. So the idea was to really get the ball rolling and keep the ball rolling. But I think like this engagement actually went much worse for Special than he was hoping for. And then the starport being vulnerable really bit him in the butt. That ended up being a huge problem, again, even more because he was going for mass bio, a style of play that depends on medevacs constantly healing you up and running around.
Yep, that one Widow Mine that did a lot of friendly fire really took a lot of the wind out of the sails of Special, and at that point Elazer like, oh cool, now it's going to be easy for me to survive until I have Baneling speed, and once I've got Baneling speed, I should be okay. And then obviously he just did a great job in keeping track of that starport. He's like, nope, I'm not gonna let you land it on the 9 o'clock position either, and you're gonna want to land it in the center of the map, that's fine, but I'm still gonna try to be there, I'm gonna harass it, I'm gonna deny it, and it just took way too long for Special to get the medevac production back up and running. Pretty bizarre game, Zombie Rob, but definitely a fun one.
Yeah. And then we could even see towards the tail end of these highlights, I was wondering, and I just got confirmed, he was using 2 starports as literally just single production starports. He was just in such a hurry. He could not wait to add on a reactor, which is a very long building to wait for. And then he also didn't have the APM back at home to swap off, which also would have been, you know, then punishing his Marine count. So he was just like, 2 starports, and then like, let's go, let's try and make this work. But it was all awkward. All the momentum that he built up really got cut out from under him after the Baneling got that hit, after the Widowmine got the hit actually, and then he didn't have medevac production.
I also felt like he fell for the classic where the Zerg is running around with a whole bunch of queens in the center of the map, right? They're battling the spreading creep, and it's like, oh, that means that the doors are open to drop the main base, right? And he picked up like 40 supply of units with relatively low HP medevacs. He's like, whoa, you still got queens? Flew them back, and then a little bit later he tried again, and obviously it did not quite work out because this man had queens for days and he needed them, tying things up. Can he get a W here on Grasvan? Representing Team Liquid, this is Elazer.
In the bottom right, as the blue Terran for Storm Gaming, he is Special.
You know, one of my all-time, I mean, now I'm kind of building it up to more than what it actually is, but a funny memory I have from our BlizzCon days is that one year where both Elazer and Special made it into the playoffs of the WCS Global Finals. I think they were either 2 of the 3 non-Koreans or they were the only 3 non-Koreans in the playoffs back then, and we had a live drawing in the ESL studio in Burbank, and all the players obviously nervous, right? Like, who's gonna play who? It's the 8 best players in the world, trying to figure out what their bracket is going to be. And then when they did the drawing, Elazer, and then he got matched up with Special, and then Special was like, yes, and then Elazer looks at him, he's like, yes, and they were like, yes, and they were both trying to flex how happy they were that they got each other, you know. And it's like, what do you mean you're happy? I'm happy I got you. You're not happy that you got me. And it just kind of kept on going. In the end, it was Special who won that quarterfinals back then, without a doubt the biggest series that these two have ever played against each other. Before, I think he lost against Sue in the semifinals, or at least the Zerg, maybe Rogue, but it's cool.
Special lost against in the semis.
Yes,
BlizzCon?
after he beat Elazer back then.
Yeah, I actually don't remember, and I cast it, so.
It was a Zerg, it was 3-0, and it had burrowed roaches. That's all I remember.
Gosh, yeah, I wish I knew. And actually, I cast with Artosis. Maybe he knows, but or not super important. But that is a funny story.
It was Sue.
Okay, yeah. That is a funny story because I actually don't remember that at all. I do remember the live drawing. It was such an amazing setup. We definitely planned that, hours in advance. Maybe minutes, but yeah, it was good times. These two have represented the non-Korean scene, I think, more than people give them credit for because, well, it was a few years ago, right? That was 2017. That was 6 years ago, and it really pains me to say that and to hear that me saying it. But yeah, it was so long ago. And then they've always been striving to make that happen again. Elazer in the round of 8 of a global tournament, global finals, and Special the round of 4. Not quite able to get there, but obviously everyone's eyeing this particular tournament as a possibility for being on the world stage, but also getting a lot of moolah.
Yep, and that's definitely what they got back then as well. I think after that tournament, Elazer's best performance ever was probably the GSL versus the World, right? Roughly 3 years ago at this point. I mean, time flies, I don't know. Kind of lost track of Corona, maybe 4 years ago at this point, where Elazer did make it into the grand finals of a big StarCraft tournament that took place in Korea. And he actually had a good showing in the grand finals too. So definitely still some success for these guys. And this year has honestly been, I think, already a better year for Special than some of the previous years, where sure he was dominating the Latin American region, but we know that he's capable of that, right? We kind of expected just a little more, just a little peak every now and then, and there just haven't been too many peaks ever since those glory WCS days.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't help that, it was during the COVID era that Special was coming into those season finals from Latin America and then, cross server and not in his ideal situation. And I'm sure just as far as who gets impacted more about who doesn't, have a crowd, there's also that to play in. But yeah, I just want to reiterate that he's playing from Korea. So the fact that he chose last game to play that heavy bio momentum based style is just, it really is quite impressive. And again, the first game, so much of that came down to micro. This game, and we talked a lot about not the game, guys, but here we go. This game, Special opened up with a lot of Marines, just literally one Helene for scouting, didn't get punished as he goes directly into a battle cruiser. A couple roaches showed up, it'd be a bit painful, but the battle cruiser could even be a sign that he might be playing into mech and battle mech, which is getting more popular. The factory is floating, but Yamato's on the way, so it definitely should be mech.
How many VCs do you think he's going to make? I feel like
3.
Okay, and you think he stops then?
Well, I think when this was a really popular opener, it was 3 was the default, but I remember people starting to experiment with 4, possibly even 5, basically saying, I think the Zergs are going to try and cut the corners on the corruptor count, so I'm going to get them, and it kind of worked.
Yeah, we do have extra barracks going down already in the main base of Special, so it's all okay. I don't know. All right, we're gonna jump to the other side of the map. He jumps to the top left side of Grass Funny. Elazer got a Spore Crawling. He's got 2 queens. That should already be decent enough, but it's still important as a Zerg that you pull your drones away, right? Because PCs have a buttload of HP, so don't think you can just gun this bad boy down without pulling your drones, because then you're still gonna end up losing 10+ workers, and the game suddenly becomes, well, rather dicey.
I was wrong, by the way. I was gonna mention that Special probably is the one guy I can think of who has done multiple battlecruisers with Yamato into bio. And that is what we're having here. But definitely, it is the weirder way to play. If Elazer doesn't get a direct scout into the main, but yet he sees Yamato or a second battlecruiser, he should absolutely be thinking that it's mech, because that is just the 95% of the time situation. But Special is Special.
Yep, we even dropped a mule there in the top side of the map. That's why I was oohing. A bit surprising. I guess he really wants to go for the double 1-2 wombo combo of 2 BCs showing up on the other side of the map. A little bit of a link scout there for Elazer. Could be big, of course, right? Just to keep an eye on these marine numbers and to see what is the follow-up of Special. Because I think the last thing that Elazer wants to do is build a bunch of roaches, assuming it's mech, and then suddenly it's not mech. So I like these scouts here by Elazer. I think that's very important for him, because I have never truly loved the roach play of Elazer against Bio, while I think with Link Bane, he's excellent.
Well, I just saw the sheer amount of Marines. The second battlecruiser shouldn't be as confusing. It might still be a little bit of like a, oh, maybe it's a Special thing, but he should know. I actually wonder if Special could have hidden the amount of Marines and still only showed 10, because he did open up with a reactored Marine opener, right? So that wouldn't have been weird. But he showed like 20, and that's a little bit too much. So Elazer should have a clear idea, and then just knows these 2 battlecruisers will be annoying, but you don't really want to build a Spire for Corruptors against only 2 battlecruisers and facing a bio player ultimately.
No, exactly, because then you're going to end up with 10 Corruptors. You're like, okay, I can deal with the BCs, but then you just lack Lings and Banes on the ground. And if the Marines then stim forward with 1-1 upgrades and a little bit of medevac support, it can just be a little too much to deal with as a Zerg, and it will obviously snowball immediately. But I think Elazer knows exactly what is up. I really like the 16 drones or so that he just fired up there, knowing that even if Special wants to move out rather soon, it's very unlikely that after those 2 BCs and the triple CC setup, that he would already be on the move out. So don't make all the links of like the 68, 70 something drones. No, crank out those 16 extra workers, and then we can start worrying about having a proper army to deal with the bio. And I think it's well done by Elazer, but it's very important, right? These little things, that it flows well from the Zerg side of things.
I completely agree. Also, one thing I was going to point out, maybe after this little tussle, the battlecruisers coming with the Marines was certainly an intention to once again surprise a Zerg player who's trying to cut those corners, but Elazer was basically prepared. His queens weren't so far out of position away from the Ling Baneling and vice versa. But what I wanted to point out was that the creep spread really is very far, because Special basically did no harassment effectively, and the harassment he tried was all on the main base. It was the battlecruisers teleporting. Absolutely zero Hellions trying to control the creep spread or queen number. The queen number has been reduced thanks to this particular push, but Elazer is quick to rebuilding them.
Yeah, I definitely think the queens were a little bit too far ahead of the party. Can we take a look at how many queens have gone down in this game? Because I think we're looking at, wow, 9 queens already in a 9-minute game. And I feel like Special was 1 hit away there from getting an additional queen there. So it could have been 10. The Marine's going to step forward one more time, but there are Banelings in the mix. These Banelings do have speed. And this time around, Elazer is doing a better job in protecting the queens.
Yeah. I don't want to harp on it too much, but I just kind of want to propel my former statement forward into the rest of this game, mid-game, the late game, because Special really didn't have a lot of pressure into the early game and is basically surprised that the battlecruiser didn't do a whole lot. Elazer is at that point, which I'd say, I think we would say Zerg feels oppressive, especially on Gressvan. You know, all this creep spread, the bases, the macro hatcheries, but unlike maybe a Serral in this situation, Elazer doesn't go directly to the hive, which I'm actually not a fan of, but I do like the fungals. They're not out yet, though, and this is going to be 2 battlecruisers and 2 medevac drops.
Yeah, that's actually very cool, right? Dropping 60 Marines. It's like, okay, you can send a couple of links over, but then the 2 battlecruisers show up as well. These first 2 queens are going to get Yamato'd immediately. Like, Elazer definitely has more than enough units to deal with this, but not before losing the spawning pool. And then we have to go back to a couple of the other macro issues we've seen earlier in the days for Zerg players whenever things don't go quite their way anymore. Because what else can he produce at the moment? Is it just infestors, or do we at least have the Hydra Den? Okay, we have a
Hydra Den.
Yeah.
And he is close to maxed out. He's going to take this fight. Those Banelings were actually single file, so the tanks got really good shots. He burrows the Baneling, something that I don't think Special was actually paying attention to, but he scans, he misses 1. That's not even popped anyways. So would have done a tremendous amount of damage, but that killed the Marines. Now he goes for it. There we go, after that stim. That was about as, I mean, the initial fight just wasn't very pretty, plus the loss of the spawning pool, plus the battlecruiser still being a pain. And yeah, Elazer is lost out.
And like 7 Marines in the main base, just going absolutely ham, killing 10 or so workers, now starting to work on the lair. Special picks up more units, flies them all into the main base. That spawning pool is finally done, but all the queens have been forced to be battling too for a while. So that means there is probably not all that much larva, and look at the money just spiraling out of control for Elazer. 2,800 minerals, and there is just no way for him to spend it at the moment.
Yeah, he'd be maxed out again if he could just go ahead and spend it. But the Queens, they've been so busy, they've been dying. They have not been injecting a whole lot, and they have to be always busy. So they are in position to try and handle this drop, but there's just seriously so many medevacs that the Queens, well, weren't even target firing to begin with, are all going to go down instead, and the Elazer is going to have further macro problems as he adds on 3 more hatcheries to try and alleviate this problem. He still has to deal with the Marines coming at him from multiple angles. Fungal is pretty good, and the Hydras are here as well. Do manage to get the most loaded medevac, and hopefully, for Elazer's sake, they also can grab these couple of battlecruisers.
That's going to get tricky. There are 9 Hydras on the way. Special Stevie Z in this tournament has just been really fun so far. Last week, he blew us out of the water with an amazing best of 3 against Raynor. Against Cyril, didn't quite go his way, but it was still pretty decent overall. And here so far against Elazer, we're just having a very fun best of 3 with really cool strategies. The double BC here into bio. It's a bad day to be a queen. Every single queen that has tried to battle has been picked off. We do land 1 more Fungo on the Elazer side of things, but the tanks there will go completely uncontested in the back, and I do feel that we are moments away from this game ending, unless Special lets his foot off the gas and he lets Elazer spend all that money that he's been sitting on, then we could still have a game.
Yes, I do agree about that. Special might think that he's got this locked up because Elazer is struggling so much, but might be not taking into account the possibility of a huge bank that can explode, and then suddenly Special's like, oh, hold on a second. It's still a bad game overall, even if Elazer could get maxed out, just because he is missing that very vital hive technology. And Vipers would be extremely helpful against some of these tanks, but it seems like he's not even going to get maxed out anyways.
What is it with this ramp? Why do they keep running up these ramps on the crop? Like the Xerxes have not gone well, and I once more understand it. It's scary when Terran is already there in the center of the map, but these are just not the engagements. Only from one angle, all from the left side up that ramp. There was a bit of a meat grinder. Because don't forget that we do have some comeback mechanics in this game for Elazer, right? He's got Burrow. He's very good with Burrow Banelings. We have a couple of infestors roaming the map. We are landing some good fungals as Elazer gets a much better fight this time around. Gets all these tanks as well. Like, it really does not have to be 300% over, but obviously we cannot take fights like the previous one on this absolute ramp of death for the Zerg players so far today.
Yeah, and that's going to continue being a sore point. Again, no Vipers, Lackey Creeps right over there. That's going to be a presence that Special can place and just basically bully Elazer there.
I think the Hive is done now, right?
Sorry, the Hive is done, I think you're right, but Vipers aren't out. No gas. Elazer has not been able to saturate his gases at any of these bases that he has. Of course, the new one's going to get clobbered by the push-outs, and Elazer can just try and max out on Lings, which he's still struggling to do, thanks to how many queens have died. I definitely want to keep account of this. 20?
17. 23! Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous for a 15-minute game. Special still all over this base in the top left side. We'll get this hatchery as well. BC still chilling. Elazer is going to come in from multiple angles and gets on top of the tank, gets a couple of bio units, and actually momentarily takes the supply lead, Zombie Grub. So if we can now put that gas that you mentioned into a couple of Vipers, yeah, I wouldn't hate it all that much. Instead, we're going to push it into 21 Banelings. I have the feeling that Elazer is getting a bit carried away here.
Oh, yes, he is. Those Baneling cocoons are in range of a tank. They all just got blasted. Fungals do come in, but it's not a particularly effective Fungals when the tanks are anchoring like they do. SimCity, Marauders on a Medivacs, all that good stuff. Elazer clearly got just gut punched at the exact wrong moment. His plan was to deal with the battle cruisers exactly like this. He wanted to get those infestors to fungal the battle cruisers, to get the Hydras underneath them, and then he would no longer have to worry about it. That would have saved him probably 10 queens. I am not joking, if that had timed out correctly, but then it also was accompanied by all the pressure, all the drops. But another good fight for Elazer. Special. That was a bit of a disaster. Elazer's going to be very thankful for taking up all those tanks.
I think we had a queen flank there as well. Those queens were burrowed. They slowly unburrowed. Here we go. Planetary is in a lot of trouble as well as the Banelings will roll in, blow up the SCVs. 18 SCVs go down. The PF goes down. Tanks are on siege right now. Wheels are coming up for both of these guys. One more fungal lands. More Medivacs go down. More tanks get fungaled. What on earth is happening? Suddenly Special is starting to run out of money while Elazer is still sitting pretty at 2,000 minerals in the bank.
I think it happened. Elazer had all that bank that Special just couldn't possibly know about, even if you do try and just always assume, you know, Zerg players, what even are they? But he just got so energetic and so, you know, feeling he had so much momentum that he just kind of threw armies away. He was not at all cautious about how he was moving up to the top right. Initially, it was kind of excusable, but then the one afterwards, where his tanks were mostly on siege and entirely just collected together, I mean, that was really bad. I got to be critical, at least for that one moment. Otherwise, it's been a very back and forth game, a hard game to call, and both of them are showing some grit. But you're right, both of them are also showing some wheels coming off the bus here, man. It's just spinning out of control.
Command center is in a bit of a pickle as Elazer is going to split up the Hydras. Hydras will be able to get plenty of shots off, and I think at the bare minimum it should catch fire. A few more hits and it will start burning, and that obviously means that it is in trouble. But Special's probably looking at this and be like, well, that really sucks, but at least I can actually get an army up again, because at one point he was completely running out of battle units, and that base in the center of the map is no longer a planetary fortress.
Yes, that is true. It's going to be vulnerable from here on out. That's a lot of units to give away for a hatchery, actually. Some lings with, well, not too good of upgrades, but that was still decent enough. I would say Elazer's okay with that loss, especially because he still has 1,800 minerals in the bank, and he is trying to replace 2 hatcheries right now. Special has once again been forced to let his foot off the gas as he's running around with Medivacs, losing possibly another command center to the Hydra attack. Nothing's responding so far, so absolutely that command center is gone.
Yep. I don't think that Special had the confidence to unsiege the tanks one more time, because the last few times we unsieged a few tanks, we were in serious trouble. Special now has a whole bunch of supply tied up at the bottom left side. It kind of feels stuck, and I'm just surprised that Elazer has still not made a single Viper. Just imagine one Viper there, you get an abduct off or a single parabomb in the middle of these Medivacs, you'd be absolutely cooking. But Elazer does not believe in the Vipers today. What he does believe in is Adrenal Glands that has just finished up, +2 and 34 Banelings as he's ready to attack Special one more time. It is going to be off creep though. Like, I'm not sure. Obviously, a lot of supply is still stuck in the bottom left side, but running into that many tanks also feels a bit crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, defensively, Special has been doing Elazer favors. He has been giving up tanks. But defensively, that should never happen. You need Vipers to help you out here. But Elazer disagrees. He's going to go for it. The Lings do get on top of a lot of the tanks, but there's still a depth to them. The SCV is obviously vulnerable, but at least the Orbital can say that it lives. Special supply is still going on down. The bio is just not impactful enough, so a lot of the tanks, for a lot of that fight, were kind of on their own, and that is what Elazer took advantage of.
Yep, Special still trying to evacuate these forces in the bottom left side, but he sees that it's not safe to go home yet with Hydras there. Honestly, impressive fight there by Elazer. Did not think it was going to go that well, and this is going to be a disaster. A fungal could land, and a fungal will land. One Medivac dies immediately. The second one will go down to the damage of the fungal. What is happening? Elazer fighting off creep. Everything comes in from the top left side, runs into 12 tanks, and in the end, in a weird way, that was a victory for Elazer. He got SCVs and he completely reset the tank count.
Yeah, because Special didn't have enough bio to hold its ground to protect those tanks. It really is a synergy, you know? 27 tanks have died. 6 of them or whatever was in that last fight, but then probably 8 of them were just in bad user error, honestly. Now, Special is going to try and get something going again, try and make this a little bit more of a back and forth, since the last 2 minutes has been all Elazer, but this also is not working out nearly as well as it was earlier alongside those battle cruisers. Special has lost all of the momentum, and now he really needs to just turtle. That is legitimately his only option. Turtle, maybe 1 drop, okay, sure, but hope Elazer continues to be overly aggressive without Vipers, and you know, maybe that'll help you out.
He never got +3 bio armor either, and like not the most impactful upgrade ever, but it just kind of feels it in a game like this where Special was maxed out, that eventually you expected him to have it. Elazer is slowly but steady really catching up in the upgrades. I do love the SimCity here by Special. That bunker makes your life so much easier, because you can't ignore these links with Adreno Glands and +2 melee. Even depots are going to fall very quickly. Special supply is getting higher and higher. We're gonna do that previous fight one more time, all over. This time around there's way more bio in the mix. Zombie Grub, is it good enough for Special?
It still might be. So many of the tanks going down. The Marines, they're made because of the cheapest thing to make. Special was pretty much broke for the last couple of minutes. Now forced to tap out as Elazer takes the 2-1. An unexpected results overall, considering what we were talking about prior to this match. And then on top of that, one hell of an unexpected series.
An even more unexpected result if you would have just shown me a screenshot of this game. Like, I forgot what timestamp it was, but maybe minute 11, minute 12. After that fight in the center of the map, it really looked like Elazer was all out of steam and he was just going to get rolled over, but did a great job at hanging in there. That one burrowed Bailing also getting a great juicy connection, and especially the Infestors. Like, I don't know if Pig is still up and watching these games, but Pig talks about the Infestor, I think, more than anybody else on this planet in this matchup, mostly when it comes to Battle Mech, but the Infestor really shined here. An incredibly entertaining back and forth game 3, and in the end it is Elazer who will move on to the qualifying match. Let's see what the boys in the Colaris Dome have to say about that.
Oh, he said it, the Colaris Dome, we're back, yes! That being, never mind that. Gee, what was this series? 10 minutes ago I walked up here thinking, the game's over, Special's gonna take this series. Anything but. What a recovery coming out from Elazer here. Cats and Artosis joining me. Cats, this was, well, the start of the series was bizarre enough. So was the mid, and then the last game for Elazer to recover. There's so much to talk about.
There really is just so much to talk about. I mean, that first game was hectic for sure, and I think Special made a little bit of a mistake there. For example, when he went down the ramp, I understand jumping on the Ravagers while they don't have vision, but he wasn't really syncing up his shots. So like Roddy said, the Ravagers output a lot of damage, and then you're spreading the damage across the Ravagers. So that was a sloppy defense in a sense for Special, as now we have that game here. But
yeah,
the third game, I mean, no business winning from Elazer after he made some crucial mistakes, right? Like running up a ramp on the north right hand side of the map, like running up the ramp off creep with all of the Zerglings leading, and then Banelings and a couple of Hydras trailing behind into Marines and tanks sieged, you know. And it's also not just the ramp, it's also the corner that you have to turn for the melee units. It was just horrible, right? And it's like, how do you recover from that while floating so much money? And I was on the same boat as you. I mean, I was trying to think of jokes about how many queens had fallen, and like comparing that to maybe like the amount of queens that have fallen in England. I think it's 3-to-1 ratio. Like he literally lost so many queens. I thought that was going to be the story of this game, is just how hard Elazer was losing. But then I mean, 50 supply, I don't know, it disappeared. It was weird.
Yeah, the highlights brought to you by Aramco here. Dan, as we take a look, that was the end of game 2, and then game 3 occurs. Where were you in the same boat as us? Did you also think Special had this?
Dude, first off, those were the best 2 battle cruisers in the history of the game. Okay, like seriously, the tactics he was utilizing, repairing with the mules, keeping them out, the way that he was doing the drops with the BCs, he killed the main hatchery twice, guys. Twice. Okay? Yeah. Like, and no one even goes battle cruiser into bio. It's so rare to even see. So yeah, no, I was sure after game one that Special had the series, honestly, with how he played that. But yeah, this was kind of shocking when Elazer came back. It really did feel like Zombie Grub and Roddy were saying that Special needed to turtle. I think he kept the pressure on a little bit too long. You know, eventually Zerg gets to a point where you literally just have to sit there for a few minutes.
Yeah, and for Elazer, honestly, mid-game is absolute his wheelhouse, Cats. If you're thinking about those kinds of armies, those Ling, Bane, Hydras, give me another Zerg in Europe that has as much experience with that comp than Elazer. I don't think it exists.
I don't think so. Yeah, mid game. I mean, that was kind of like going into the late game, but he still continues to play the mid game, right? Like that's just the Elazer. It's relentless aggression once he has his economy set up. And I mean, there were some sloppy mistakes there. I loved the Infestors as well, and the problem was his first two Infestors were actually mistimed as well.
Right.
Where he started Pathogen Glands and he didn't wait until it's about halfway done, but made the Infestors a little bit earlier, so they popped out without energy. It was looking really, really dire. And then like the fight that they mentioned as well, where he tries to go up the ramp in the middle of the map, that was also just crazy because his Banelings were trailing so far behind that by the time anything of your army has any chance to connect, all of your links have died. And then I don't know how on earth he ends up turning that game around and winning, but at least he does so in a Elazer fashion, right? Like that swarm style that we wanted to see from him, and it ends up working out.
It was amazing. What a series. It's really made up for the fact that we've been speed running the rest of the day. But anyway, let's take a look at the bracket now and confirm what we know now with Elazer making it through into the qualification match here. And now he's waiting for the winner of ShoWTimE versus Astrea. Again, I can't help but reiterate, I did think this series was over. I thought Special had it, but Elazer, what a miraculous comeback from him. Of course, Dan, when a comeback like this occurs, it does also require maybe a mistake or two on the side of Special, and you guys talking about the fact that, you know, maybe he overstayed his welcome on the aggression in game 3. It certainly resonates. It rings true.
Well, you know, game 1 and game 3 were so unusual that we spent a lot of time like talking about those and analyzing those. But honestly, game 2, with the fact that he was literally playing like it was vanilla StarCraft 1 with no medevacs for multiple minutes of fighting, like he was actually, I felt like he was in a pretty good spot there. That was a game that could have gone towards him if he had the medevac unit. It's an important unit.
Imagine that. All right,
I know it's hard to believe, but like it heals your army. It makes your army last so much longer. Instead, he's like stimming and attacking everywhere. It's like he looked great, but he forgot a very important part.
Yeah. And Widowmine friendly fire also hurts a lot. I know a lot about that. But anyway, gentlemen, thank you. It is time to head to a break. When we return, it's the final series of the day. It's going to be a PvP. We're really changing gears here at Gamers Without Borders. Join us right after this.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
One more series for today here in the best of threes that we've got going on. And I don't know how we've speed ran the rest of the day here, but previously we just had a banger of a series, a Bobby Dazzler. And now we're going to have a PvP here to try and finish things off. Hopefully another Bobby Dazzler. We'll see how it goes. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's Cats and Artosis once again. I know you all find Bobby Dazzler very funny. That's Anyway, let's talk about this PvP that's coming up. It is going to be a good one. It's ShoWTimE versus Astrea. And generally speaking, I said it at the top of the show, gentlemen, whenever we've seen ShoWTimE in these PvPs going up against North America's best, it usually provides gold, Cats. So I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, and this really is North America's best at this point, and the matchup between these two is so very even. 15-15, map score 50% down the line, and if you look at the matches, it's not like either player has had a significant advantage over time, that has swapped over time, rather. They are contemporary enough that they have been trading serious for this 50-50 to happen, so anything could happen. I think it's clear that Astrea is the more aggressive, more creative player, and ShoWTimE is the more solid, kind of just like mid-game into late-game player, but it is a PvP, so it's bound to get wonky.
I also like how, Dan, when you look at Astrea's path through StarCraft 2 and stuff like that, he was technically definitely one of the newer blood when it came to the upper echelon and stuff like that, but he wasn't afraid to step out of his comfort zone, head over Korea to Korea, try and go for those GSL runs and see what he could make happen. So I've really enjoyed watching the progression of Astrea as years have gone by.
Yeah, he's actually one of my very favorite players in the pro scene, just because I've gotten to talk to him a lot, right? Because he was in Korea for quite some time, and he's just very highly intelligent. He's got like a very clean idea of how he wants to approach the game, how he wants to improve at the game, and how he's going to play the game in tournaments. And I think that has done really well for him, whereas other players that are coming up, they're kind of all over the place. They're doing anything they can to try to win. Yeah. He is a bit more creative. He does have his own stuff, and that's a big part of what makes him so dangerous.
And we have Ancient Cistern, Royal Blood, and Near Humanity if we need it. But again, it being a mirror matchup here, I know what we're expecting, Cats. You know what we're expecting. We're expecting those Blink Stalkers. We're expecting those Disruptors to come out. And generally speaking, that's how a guy like Astrea really made his name, with that kind of Disruptor control. But going up against ShoWTimE, he's no small fry at it as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very difficult to break ShoWTimE and find kind of like openings to make your creativity work. But yeah, I also expect potentially like some proxies, maybe a robo or something like that on the side of Astrea. True. And I expect the unexpected, because Astrea, like Dan was saying, is the type of player that kind of thinks about the game on his own. And he is very intelligent, and he actively tries and tests his strategies against all sorts of players and gathers information. And he's not like arrogant in any way, where if he's talking StarCraft to you, like, he will absorb a lot and he will just poke at multiple people and then discern from that and try to make his own understandings and contrast them and kind of like test them against other people. So yeah, I absolutely agree. He's one of my favorite players to watch, because I think that's so rare in today's landscape, is to be creative and be successful. And I think that Astrea does that better than almost anyone.
Well, maybe this is still a better shake of the dice for ShoWTimE compared to the road he had to try and go through last weekend with the powerful Zergs he had to try and play. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head to the commentators here for the final series of the day. Let's get this show on the road here as we have a PvP on the way.
Welcome back, guys. So Roddy and I casting this lovely PvP. We're kind of fighting over it a little bit, honestly. We both wanted to cast it. I wanted to see some North American amazing action, that is Astrea Protoss. And then I think Roddy, big fan of ShoWTimE, as am I, but just big fan of PvP. And these two battling each other, I think, as the desk said, always creates some sparks. It's always interesting.
Yeah, and I love that Kalares brought it up earlier today, and he just did it again. Like, ShoWTimE against Neep in the past was an absolute banger. It was pretty much guaranteed fireworks every single time that those two would go up against each other. NA's best against Europe's best Protoss back then, undisputed. These days, that's a little bit more disputed, but that's not because ShoWTimE has been slacking or he looks off. Like, if anything, I feel like ShoWTimE has looked really good over the last few weeks. It's just that he's got some very serious competition in the likes of MaxPax and Skillers as well. But I think this is going to be an awesome series. And it's very easy to go into it with the idea. It's like, oh, Astrea is going to attack ShoWTimE and ShoWTimE is going to defend. But then we'd be selling ShoWTimE short because he too is able to mix it up, right? He will go for your Adept openings. He will go for Oracles as well, proxied. And once in a blue moon, even ShoWTimE will go for the good old 3-gate robo. And I did think it was interesting that both of these guys immediately vetoed the maps with the ramp. So they are not down with the 1-gate fast expand on the low ground. They just want to play some old school PvP. And let's hope it's going to be awesome. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of that solid European Protoss representing Berlin International Gaming. This is Die Mauer, ShoWTimE.
Down to the bottom left, taking the crown of North America's best Protoss, perhaps best player, it is for Alpha X Astrea.
How much have you seen of Astrea over the last few weeks? Because I feel like ever since Katowice and even a bit before that, I see a little bit less of Astrea than I used to.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. I actually had to double check if he's even been playing in some of the open cups. Understandably, some players, you know, especially the ones who did go to Katowice, they just put all their heart and soul into practicing for it. And it's understandable if someone gets burnt out or just chooses the off season to do off-season things. And then ESL kind of came out swinging with like, hey, by the way, qualifiers in 2 weeks, go. Oh, wow, okay. I definitely have more things to talk about, but a Nexus coming out for Astrea in just plain sights of ShoWTimE's probe scouts.
So PvP is so funny, right? Because you go through the veto process and you're like, all right, I'll veto altitude. And then your opponent is like, oh, I'll veto dragon skills. And you're like, well, then I veto Babylon. And you're like, oh, cool. We're just going to open up with 2 gateways and it's going to be a fair and honest and straight up game. And 1 minute and 20 seconds into the game, you're like, huh? Wait, I have 2 gates, you have 1, you go back to the low ground, bam, there's the Nexus as the probe was hidden in the natural. And things already get very unique and different at this point. This is just not something you can completely ignore if you're ShoWTimE. The only thing that ShoWTimE could ever do while still expanding is make it at least seem that he's going for some sort of a 1 base all-in, try to keep your opponent in the dark, and from there on out, he could obviously still hypothetically expand and catch up in workers. But just playing a super normal, like, oh, I'm gonna make 2 units and then maybe unit 3 and 4 or 2 units into an expand, you're just going to fall way too far behind economically. So ShoWTimE needs to do something about it, and it seems that he believes in the Adepts and the Stargate.
Yeah, a lot of harassing units that nonetheless have a lot of game-ending potential. In this matchup, absolutely. They are not just going to kill a couple of units if you're unprepared. If you're really mismicroing, they could kill upwards of 20. We did have a change of mind from Astrea. He was getting a robo and decided to go into a Stargate.
I think it has everything to do with the scout, right? On the other side of the map. He saw that it's Adepts, he saw that it's Oracle, and he's like, okay, I don't want to be 1-gate robo because what am I going to do with an Immortal? That's not going to help me against Adepts a whole lot, and it's definitely not going to help me against an Oracle. So he's probably just going to build a bunch of shield batteries, does need to keep these Adepts out, will keep them out, but will still end up losing at least 1 worker. I think if ShoWTimE really wants, he should be able to get that other probe too, without even losing an Adept. He's going to go for it, he's going to right-click on the high ground, and he will get the double kill. And I guess Astrea is indeed going to play Phoenix then. But if you play Phoenix, it is very important as this Adept gets into the main base. That is a problem, by the way. 1 Adept can be a problem. Oracle could activate Pulsar Beam, but you're still going to end up losing a couple of workers yourself. Can never just even a single Adept let into your main base unless you, of course, have a shield battery. Now it could go into Phoenix versus Phoenix, but I like it a bit more for Astrea because of the quickest Stargate, the non-existent investment into the Oracle. But ShoWTimE gets into the main base, but he cancels the Shade. Did not believe he was going to get a whole lot of damage on there.
Yeah, and it is kind of sus for the Protoss player. If they Adepts don't get close to the mineral line, then that is sometimes when they do absolutely atrociously, you know, like a force field comes down, blocks off the probe line, and there's just enough units on the high ground. But in this case, Astrea with only 1 gateway worth of production and then question mark on the technology production. Of course, we know that the Adepts would have done a whole lot, but ShoWTimE did not know that. But going back to that question mark, ShoWTimE does not know it's a Stargate, right? He has been kept out of vision with that thanks to the Adept Shades no longer having a lot of vision. And so, well, Adept War. A double Stargate from Astrea is not surprising. I agree with you, by the way. I think Astrea would be favored in Phoenix, but now we get to Phoenix versus Blink Stalker game, and, well, things are about to get, well, in Astrea's favor as far as being on the map. But let's see how the game actually plays out beyond that.
I wonder if he would even let the Stargate finish, if he would know that ShoWTimE did not go into any Phoenix production after his initial Phoenix. Because I think it's much better to just get a quick Robo, right? And obviously you can play double Stargate and a Robo, and then you're basically going to play Protoss Mech, as I call it. It's not really an official term, but I like it. But you don't really want to be only double Stargate against a Protoss with a decent economy and a whole bunch of Blink Stalkers that are soon going to be out and about on the map. ShoWTimE will end up losing a lot of workers here, though. That's just inevitable. There's nothing he can do if his Stalkers are out of position, and even if they would be in position without Blink, you just don't get a whole lot done. But if I was Astrea, I'd be a bit worried right now, because he used a lot of Phoenix energy on the other side of the map, and he still does not have a Robo. Am I crazy, Zombie Grub? I think that Astrea is in all sorts of trouble.
Well, he isn't going to be in trouble. Okay, there's a shield bat at the very least. But the Oracle is going to at least distract. Astrea comes back, I think, realizing the possibility, like, where's your Stalkers, where's your Stalkers? But you're right, he still used a lot of energy picking up all those probes. It's still going to be a decent amount of Stalkers, barely catching a glimpse of the Stalkers. So doesn't know about the proxy gates. Astrea kind of needs to get some damage done, needs to get prepared, needs to get some Immortals, and the Robos are only just beginning.
ShoWTimE can just ignore these Phoenix, obviously. You're never going to go home here. It's 12 Stalkers against 9 Phoenix, but only 5 or 6 of those Phoenix even have a single lift available. The Robos will be unpowered, and this is just a straight-up disaster for Astrea. I have no idea how he's supposed to clean this up. He's going to try to crank out a Void Ray, but I think by the time that Void Ray comes out, he has lost every single probe in the natural.
Yeah, now this is unfortunately game over for Astrea. Very wacky PvP, and the matchup's already prone to that, but especially so here. You know, what ShoWTimE did is kind of risky. Now it looks totally fine and fair, like, oh, Stalkers versus the Phoenix. Well, the amount of Stalkers is really what's important, I would say. If ShoWTimE was found to be trespassing on open land as soon as he moves out from his own natural, and Astrea has Phoenix that can then chase the Stalkers, you know, you bleed out over time before your proxy gate's ready, before your warpins are ready. But this is the ideal situation for ShoWTimE, catching Astrea off guard and now having that number of Blink Stalkers to focus fire everything down.
I do think that you pretty much always want Stargate into Robo as well, rather than double Stargate, if your opponent is not committing to that Phoenix battle, which is something we can see, but Astrea was obviously not quite aware of that yet. He wanted to make sure that he'd be fine in the Phoenix battle and he would never lose it, but ShoWTimE was never gonna go for that Phoenix battle. Astrea is still battling here, but it's obviously an unfair fight. There is no way he can ever defend here. GG gets skulled, and Europe's finest takes the 1-0 lead in a game that, yeah, obviously got weird because of Astrea, right? It wasn't ShoWTimE who forced the weird game. It was Astrea going for the one gate into super fast Nexus, and then ShoWTimE immediately knew, all right, pacing is different this game. I need to get something done, and it wasn't so much that he got a whole lot done. It's more just that Astrea misread ShoWTimE's follow-up and made the wrong choices afterwards.
Yeah, which, again, the way that plays out, what Astrea was hoping for is that ShoWTimE goes for an Oracle, runs right into a Phoenix, and goes, oh shoot, it's Phoenix playing, starts building his own Phoenix, using defensive advantage, right, to try and survive. And then maybe after that, you do have a transfer over into Robos or Twilight Councils, but ShoWTimE really did just go directly into the Twilight Council afterwards, and again, managed to slip by all of Astrea's scouting. You know, the Phoenix came back seemingly at the right time. Then they didn't actually catch the aggression, so they went back to do some probe damage. And not that they would have won necessarily even if they were back at home, because that shield battery was going to be sniped and because the Stalker count had grown so much. But definitely a game of reactions that... well, a game of reactions for Astrea almost. Like, I guess he thought he knew what was bound to happen in PvP, where ShoWTimE was just like, I'm just going to kind of do a thing that I usually do, like Oracle into a Twilight Council, and then just bop you in the face. Yeah,
he did have one Phoenix as well, right? And I do have the feeling that that Phoenix maybe really tripped up Astrea, where he's like, oh no, let's go double Stargate. And it's not that you can never go double Stargate into a Robo and turn it into a game, but you do need to have the read on the aggression that's coming. coming. Like if you have 1 or 2 gateway units, 2 batteries in your natural and a void ray, then maybe you can buy enough time for an immortal to come out. But this man was never gonna give him all that time, taking a quick 1-0 lead. In the bottom left side, the man who really impressed us last week in his series against Serral is looking good here so far today. Berlin International Gaming's ShoWTimE.
In the top right for Alpha X, he is Astrea. I did not get an opportunity to push my glasses up and talk about stats in the last game because things got interesting so quickly, which they might, again, get kind of quickly here. But just to emphasize what we were beginning to talk about how Astrea has not been playing a whole lot, I did want to specifically talk about the amount of games they've played in this matchup. So Astrea in this year, 2023, has played 9 matchups, like 9 matches, 9 best of 3s for the most part, and he's gone 5-4. Against a variety of players. ShoWTimE has played 27 matches of PvP and is a 20-7 in them. So he's played a lot more this year against very top-tier Protoss players and is winning an awful lot of them. Yeah, some matches are definitely against kind of expected victories, but of course, the likes of Harsum and Skilless and Max Packs that ShoWTimE has to go up against so often in the European Open Cup really gives us an idea of how he is playing currently, and then just says he is playing very well.
Yeah, Europe really is a bit of a Protoss Warhola at this point, where especially if you want to play in the weekly. Those are some of the heavy hitters you could run into, but we can't count out guys like Mana, Gerald, Christiana, Gongfu if he's feeling it, the Frenchies, right? DNS and Shutdown. There are so many European Protosses, and then even some youngsters like RagnaroK. Like ShoWTimE streams a decent amount, and on his stream you can also see him go up against the best 3-gate robo player on the planet on a regular basis, and can drive you insane sometimes. Even Mr. Mauer, I feel like, is not always having the best time in PvP, but his track record is impressive.
Yes, he's at times had almost looks like unbeatable PvP. Like he's gone on some serious win streaks in the past in this matchup, but usually would get tripped up eventually by some wily Protoss or by Max Packs, who's also very solid in the matchup. So just overall, we came in favoring him. Didn't get to talk about it too much again because the game got so interesting so fast, but we did favor ShoWTimE as far as the amount that he's playing and the skill that he's displaying, where Astrea was more of a question mark. And now we do have more typical PvP, 2-gate to 2 gates, and then a Stargate for Astrea. And Astrea also getting a depth in, is going to get some really nice scouting, a little bit of damage done. And let's see if his Oracle can follow up with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too upset about that if I was Astrea, seeing all these probes being pulled, getting a probe kill, getting a scout. If you make an adept this early on, and it's a single adept, so you didn't go for double adept, I think that was totally fine. Astrea also saw there was no shield battery yet. Now, there is no guarantee there won't be a battery by the time your Oracle shows up, but you always love seeing that if your adept does go into the main base and you are building an Oracle at home.
Well, Astrea certainly going to get more time to play around on an even surface than last game, which felt like it just got so weird so quickly with ShoWTimE just delivering on a normal PvP and Astrea kind of playing a unnecessarily high 200 IQ game maybe. The Oracle's going to get in and be deterred from the main base. ShoWTimE's units are there, feeling safe enough to do so, to do that. And then second Oracle will be coming around and might actually try and poke at that mineral line even with the units around it.
Here come the adepts. I would much rather see what these adepts are up to, as Astrea was not paying attention. He flew over it with his Oracle, but this is just going from bad to worse for the American Protoss hero. ShoWTimE is finding a ridiculous amount of damage for a 5-minute PvP. 6 workers have gone down, and 1 hit away from 7 will not get that final hit off, but that's just fantastic. Astrea now truly needs to get something done with these Oracles, otherwise this is going to become an unplayable game.
Unfortunately, ShoWTimE is locked it up nice and tight back at home, man. He didn't go for shield batteries, figuring probably that a second Oracle would eventually come around. He did instead continue building from his warp gates. This is absolutely a decision that Protoss have to make, continue building from warp gates or take a well-timed third base. And so not only does ShoWTimE have enough units to protect both bases away from the Oracles, he also could even go across the map if he ever gets an Oracle, or both of them obviously would be the best, and have some decent aggression. But he is also taking that faster third Nexus.
Astrea sending a probe to the bottom side of the map as he's chrono boosting out Blink himself. But he's going to send the probe back, so it's probably just a random pilot to maybe warp into a depth right in case ShoWTimE starts attacking him, and he will feel that the doors are open defensively. So at least you have a warp in ability on the other side of the map. But at this point, obviously, Astrea can be ultra happy with this game, but the Oracles did do something, and more importantly, they stayed alive, and now he's gonna just kind of try to see if he can make some magic happen. This pilot is now being used for a Stalker warping aggressively. There's also a stasis trap set up there in the center, and this is obviously very difficult for ShoWTimE, because you want to have all of your units here to battle the Stalkers of your opponent, but you obviously cannot leave your main base and your natural base exposed, because if the Oracles split up from the army, well, you're gonna end up losing a whole bunch of workers yourself.
Yeah, and ShoWTimE is trying to keep that in mind, but his Stalkers are maybe a little out of position. So far, Astrea is maybe assuming that his opponent won't let him get that damage done. He's using the Oracles for stasis traps, and now they don't have too much energy as they do enter into the main base. Stalkers are over to the right side, I believe, and more are being
Depths in the natural. Depths in the natural. That's kind of cool, because that's going to pull a couple of units out of position, and that maybe opens the doors for these Oracles. And then we still have to keep that Stalker army in mind, so some potential triple prong. But Astrea is like, all right, ShoWTimE, if you only defend your main base, then I'm just going to send these Oracles into the natural. This probe damage is definitely starting to add up. A couple of probes, a little bit of missed target there by Astrea. Could have killed at least one more probe, if not two more.
Yeah, he's also ran a pulsar beam, didn't he, on the second Oracle? That's what I was kind of referring to. It's always funny. I know very much the pain of thinking there's no energy, and then you're just like, just enough energy to actually get a lot done. But he actually legit did run out of energy. A good focus fire from ShoWTimE on the more energized one, but still decent damage from Astrea. It did make up for some of the earlier damage that he took, as well as his later third Nexus, right? So that was also a big problem for him. He does still end up being behind about a cycle of probes, so 3 every couple of seconds. ShoWTimE really did, I think, just plan on being defensive while still playing a solid game. So those continued warp-ins, making sure not to be caught being too greedy, really worked out against what Astrea was trying to do.
Great hallucinated Phoenix Scout here by ShoWTimE. Right after Astrea drops the Dark Shrine in the main base, ShoWTimE flies over it. There's no need for Astrea to cancel it, because it's always nice to have DTs, and sometimes you can force out a bunch of observers and cannons and you don't even need to use it, right? Just the idea of there potentially being Dark Templars can already deal some damage to your opponent. As Astrea is trying to get some value out of those stasis traps, but ShoWTimE does not chase.
He sees one already on the right, so was very suspicious of the one on the left. Maybe didn't know exactly where it was, but yeah, I think just the order here really points to ShoWTimE being so on guard. He's basically looking 5 seconds into the future and seeing everything that Astrea is trying to set him up for and saying, no, I know it's on the way. So he looks a little bit better for it defensively, but he was looking better economically. Now is no longer the case. Behind 11 probes, Astrea actually is going to get ahead on the 4th base by a little bit too. I mean, if Astrea is going to play us into the mid game, he is going to have a very powerful economy, but ShoWTimE might just be setting up for +2 charge, maybe even Archons, which would be pretty nasty if he hits it, I guess, well timed. The +2 is pretty far away.
Stalkers are here. Also felt like we had some serious oversaturation happening in the main base of ShoWTimE, but I think he's already fixed that. Yeah, there were 16 probes there. So not only was he down in workers, they were probably not optimally split either, or unless there was just no place to put them, because he only had 3 mineral lines and he's not really mining all the gas yet. Astrea is obviously very good in building probes. In 1v1 or 2v2, the man truly excels at building workers, and he's now at 82 while going into double robo and a Robo Bay. ShoWTimE, however, has just spent his resources on an army, and he does have a 30 army supply lead, and Astrea is just completely unaware of this move out.
Yeah, it looks that way. I was worried that ShoWTimE was going to wait for +2, in which case I think that timing is way too long, but he actually pushes out. And what ShoWTimE has done here has actually, the reason he doesn't have that many probes, because he didn't get that much gas. So he builds up his Stalker count of what he has, and then it's going to just spam charge lots to try and overwhelm Astrea, catching Astrea not only with 20 more workers invested into, but also all the technology of disruptors that aren't currently here. ShoWTimE hitting a very nice timing after all, even without that upgrade, and as you can see, just taking his time, bullying Astrea with some force fields.
What about some DTs here? Because I don't see an observer for ShoWTimE. Astrea has an observer sitting here, so I feel like just 1 or 2 DTs could have actually been able to get a lot of hits off. The observers are now making their way to the other side of the map. I kind of feel like that's an oversight of Astrea, because if you have an observer sitting here, all that pretty, ShoWTimE is now going to blink forward, get on top of that disruptor. We'll snipe that one too as a couple of his own zealots show up. More zealots have been wiped in. Another disruptor gets picked off. There is an overcharge happening right now. ShoWTimE is going to have to respect that overcharge.
Yes, yeah, so he kills it. That's respecting it. And that is going to be it, guys. Astrea, I think just basically, maybe even assumed, right, that ShoWTimE, now that we're getting onto 4 bases in a PvP, we're both going to play into that macro game. So you might poke at me, you might try and be a little aggressive, but you're not really going to dedicate to it. You're also going to eventually find yourself going into disruptors. I'm going to beat you to the punch. But what Astrea was unable to pick up on or just straight up scout, I think, was those lack of gas, is really pointing to something committed earlier on, in which, yeah, again, ShoWTimE used just to make it look like such a clean and easy game for Game 2 in the Ultimate 2-0.
Yep, I love the positioning of ShoWTimE's army as well there on the other side of the map, just making it impossible for Astrea to really defend that Nexus initially. He also one-shotted all these gateways, so that always feels great when you see there are no cancels, but those are straight-up kills. But yeah, with those force fields, it's just too difficult. If you stay behind the force fields, if you're Astrea, you're going to take a bad fight. If you blink across it, you're going to take a very bad fight, so pick your poison. GG gets called. ShoWTimE will advance into the qualifying best of 5, and that was it for the casters today, but obviously we're going to go over the entire day with our Telsis, Cats, and Kalaras in his beautiful dome.
Thank you, Rotterdam. Once again, my dome is humongous. We've got ourselves Cats as well as Artos here to talk about this one. It was not really what I expected once again, Cats. It was just very swift in execution here. ShoWTimE really not even letting Astrea fully get going in that second game at all.
Yeah, for sure. I think it wasn't what we expected in terms of the fireworks that we were all thinking we were going to get from this series. Probably the closest one on paper. As far as stylistically, more or less what we expected, right? Like Astrea kind of trying to make things happen and be proactive, and ShoWTimE just with a wonderful defense this time around. Astrea, I think what did him in for the most part was just the lack of information time and time again. Yeah. And I did love the Phoenix that Roddy pointed out as well, because that's got to be confusing on the side of Astrea. That's probably as much confirmation as he got. This fight here was kind of really cool from Astrea, because you can see even when he's at a deficit, he's trying to utilize the dead airspace there to try to make sure that the blink has no effect. So that's kind of beautiful, but it's far too late that he sees this coming. When he sees the Stalker's hit, he's already dead. And the same thing kind of happened in the second game, it felt like.
Yeah, the highlights brought to you by RagnaroK here as we move into Game 2. And as Kat's pointed out here, Dan, with the lack of information and just a push up this left-hand side of this map, I don't know how you're supposed to deal with this. The force fields were great as well.
Yeah, you know, I think everything really comes down to the early damage that ShoWTimE got, though, right? Like, I actually think that Oracle into Blink is favored against Blink, but obviously not when ShoWTimE is, you know, getting into depths, getting probes left and right. And his macro was just, it was seamless. That's the problem. You know, Astrea really never could catch up. Even when he caught up economy-wise, it's like, well, that could have been Army. And now you're playing kind of blind because you're sacking your oracles, and he's coming up into this position. And the thing is, even if he sees him coming, it's not like you throw down cannons and hold it, you know. ShoWTimE just has so many more units.
An interesting notion that Roddy threw out as well towards the end of that game, Cats, because technically the Observer was not there with the army, so DTs might have been able to buy some time, even for potentially Shadow Strike to be finished. Then you can do with some of those crazy hit and runs and try and delay even more whilst you're trying to get that disruptor ball going.
Yeah, for sure. I think he should have warped in DTs because he has the Observer sieged, but I don't think it would have made a huge difference personally. He was already kind of dead. I think a shield battery would have helped a lot. And if you see the attack coming, at least you can get in front of the cannons, in front of the shield battery, overcharge your shield battery, buy yourself a little bit of time. But in the way that it was set up, when ShoWTimE shows up, Astrea has the tiniest choke to work with, and it's just impossible. And this was pointed out as well, but in both games, Astrea got caught in transition, and that is the the problem when you are such an adaptive player that actively looks to min-max. He always wants to get away with either the highest possible amount of greed or the highest possible amount of aggression, right? And when you're actively adapting, you're dropping 2 Stargates, then you're dropping 2 Robos as a follow-up. You can't be off sync in those timings, right? Because if they hit you as you're building up your Robos, you're just dead.
All right, well, let's take a look at the brackets here from both the Korean region and the world as a whole, as we've had ourselves plenty of games to go. It's going to be Oliveira, Clem, ShoWTimE, and Elazer finding themselves in qualification matches. Again, Dan, this was not exactly what I expected from a lot of these series. We blitzed through this bracket. You've barely been on. You've you had a right time.
Yeah, well, it feels like it's been a speed run here today. Really only the third special Elazer game showing up like I was hoping all the games would show up here today. But yeah, not exactly what I expected. I did expect for Astrea to have a closer series there. And honestly, I expected special to get into that upper bracket round of 4, but wasn't meant to be.
It was so close, so close. And now we have what is effectively the America's showdown here, down in the bottom side of the bracket with Astrea and Special going head-to-head. And meanwhile, the LATAM champion in Cham going up against Lambo here, Cats. So in the lower bracket, again, for these guys, it's really a last chance saloon. If you lose, you are done.
Last chance saloon indeed. And man, in the green room, I guess you could say we were talking about how American StarCraft was so good and it was competitive in the first couple of years. But now here we are with our 3 Americans in the bottom of the tables. Very sad day.
Yeah, really sad. Oh no, no. as the resident European, hell, I'm UK. I'm barely even European, am I? No, it is rough for them at the moment.
Are you European?
Well, I've got a Polish citizen card, residency card. We'll go with that one. We'll go with that one. Let's take a look at the Korean bracket quickly and swiftly. We've got ourselves 4 players moving on to qualification matches. It's RagnaroK and Classic, Cure and Hero making it through to those quali matches. Those are best of 5s. Some bangers to come, Dan, considering that we actually have the chance of Protoss going to Gamers 8.
That would be wild because we're going to have to rename it to Gamers 2 otherwise. Really hoping that Hero's able to pull that off against Cure. I think that's the match I'm most looking forward to watching tomorrow because Cure is just looking so amazing in PvP right now. That series against Creator, he had control from A to Z.
Yeah, Cure looked oppressive, I think is a great way to describe it. He looked really strong. And then, of course, RagnaroK versus Classic will be another best of 5. Let's take a look at that lower bracket as well. Bunny versus GuMiho. I'm excited for that TVT, actually. Both of them bringing some fire to that one. And then Creator versus DRG at the bottom, Cats.
Yeah, for sure. Bunny versus GuMiho, 2 of the most creative Terrans that have played this game. Bunny mixes it up a little bit less, but he definitely has his little tweaks to the game that are really fun to watch. And GuMiho is super creative with his own playstyle and whatnot. So that should be a very different TVT, and I can't wait for it. Creator versus DRG. Also, Creator, a player that has his own style. DRG, a little bit more swarmy, more Elazer-like type of player. Should be a great match as well. So at least for the next couple of fixtures, I think that we at least have very well-matched players in pretty much every stage.
Well, that was it today, guys. Highlights from today, I suppose we're probably all saying the same thing. It's probably the Elazer special series, but kind of subverted expectations a bit, Dan, because I think most of us expected special to be winning that, considering what was going on in game, but it was anything but.
Yeah, no, it was a great series, and I'm hoping that Special can climb back up tomorrow. You know, obviously, I think the classic GuMiho series was really good earlier as well. So have some great matches coming up, and honestly, I do see some roads for Protoss here, right? 2 are already in qualifying matches, and really, when you look at what Creator has to go through, that's not a bad bracket for him. I think he's going to do a bit better in PvZ than he does in PvT.
I think we're going to have a lot of people rooting for the Protoss tomorrow and the day after. So let's see if they can make waves here in the brackets. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world as well. That was day number 1 of our 2nd week here for Gamers Without Borders. Tomorrow, we're back with more Gamers Without Borders. We've got qualification matches. They're best of 5s. We find out more names going to Gamers 8. We'll see you then.
keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.